Now we're gonna see a 2-3 split by Phantasma. But Eyeballs!
Hackney Yard, and they're stepping in there and giving it their all. Well, 3 versus 3, Yana with a beautiful grounding spike kill. And it fell flat. RBL Esports, they stepped up, man. I mean, earlier with the Kenshi comeback there, they came back from no. Oh, come on, Kenshi. Don't do stuff like that, man.
Maybe towards the back alley of the B, but no, they're still trying to aggress here on the A side itself. But Lokes will find an opening, pick up and close and personal. He's going to get a few tags and down. Trying to counter snipe as well here onto the A side. But look at this, Lokes finding a second kill, a triple kill now for Lokes in the round. Will he get the fourth? Yes, he will. He's one away from the A.
Players just hanging around the auto repair. The players at Bravo need to be careful though, because questions will be asked by Whoopi as he takes down Shizen, and he will go in for yet another strike. Goes in for a quick scope in there, blocks that shot, but he doesn't miss the next one. Wins gets taken down as well, and the Bravo side has fully opened up. So unfortunate, because my son is playing in there with that sniper.
Oh my Lord, Whoopi.
Now we're gonna see a 2-3 split by Phantasma. But Eyeballs shoots for the another one.
Why you do that like that? Why you do that like that?
Triple kill. Eyeball, can he get the last one? It's in Tiki. Does spot him. The shorty will take it out. Misses that first one. Misses twice. Reloads. Tries to get him.
Masuk ke dalam basket. Tapi kita tidak dipetik lagi. 2 lawan 3. ALMGHTY. Untuk seorang Oksirin, Annihilator dikeluarkan kita dari seorang Ayam. Dapat 1 kill, masih ada 1. Kita lihat dari arah Ayam. Kena, tapi saya tiganya Pak. Itu dari arah Combination 3. Betul, Bapak tempat ini Dani yang keluarin juga. Ada ya, dua orang juga mengamuk dan tidak seorang ketika pastinya 3 orang didapatkan. Mantap banget, I'm joking. Oke, dan pusingan. Karena Rimo udah jauh poin di sini dan benar-benar dia itu udah nggak apa ya kan? ALMGHTY Sharingan. Berjaga, harus tumbang juga di sana. Antara Skuzi masuk ke dalam basket. Jaya banget, pentakill untuk Skuzi di sana. Oh my God.
Global event. Operators are on their way. They arrive without warning. They arrive in style and steal the show. Together with operators from all over the world. Let it begin. Ammunition is scarce, but there are more and more operators joining the ranks. The whole world is with you. The whole world together in this fight.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Singapore Championship. Now, I am looking forward to seeing exactly which squads will be flying through the battlefield today like feather as well, because so many of them have worked their way all the way up to this point lead. Only 8 now remain. Absolutely dominate. Let's see exactly how long they'll be able to stand in here, because it's going to be
Guy can actually just go in, clutch this up, and it's going to be...
Wow! What a snipe! And now...
Burger B is going to be responding to that. But then Mickey, again, with a kill, having 10 already, will probably get another one if he actually get it. But then it's going to be so hard with 10 seconds left on the clock. But then gets one, needs to get a number one of so many players of Gaijin. And just basically just solo holds A. Eventually, there's going to be one person right beside him that can actually go annihilating every single person that he actually goes away. Doopy! More shut-up takes rid of Chloe and Flash!
Down from Heaven itself to go in for the flank, and Heaven is just absolutely torturing them, and Hardpoint most definitely will be in the hands of the almighty. Predator missile comes through as well.
Heaven with a slice and dice! Now that is absolutely rude of him to do, but
Is most definitely not held on by the side of Cold Red, and they do that perfectly.
Castle actually doesn't know where it is, but then finally, just like that, gets that win. Goddess goes down.
day makes him pay. And this is perfection as well coming in from NATO. The fight most definitely is real. NATO.
And it just basically stopped that Bravo push as well. And here we go.
Now waiting for Flash. The Sony gets a slice and have it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 5 more seconds. And guys in Rogue now have an opportunity to prove themselves. But it's going to be quite difficult for getting the impregnable defense down. All aids. Perfection in terms of the play. Gets a double opportunity beef. And a beautiful opener. Shut up, Incendio. Let's go. Finally rising up to the challenge. Predator missile comes back through. How is that for gamer supremacy as the almighty brand Lion City representing the headmasters, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore. Almighty once again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, B, for joining me and bringing all of the hottest action for these greatest of community. You guys take care. We'll catch you at the Malaysian Championship.
Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021 Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. And on the other hand, whoa. Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran. ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะเลข30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป1波3连弯的这个
但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把某某给穿死。
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold show. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? You ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Garena Regional Qualifiers with the one and only Beef Mommy, presented by Xperia, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. Welcome back, Beef.
Thank you so much. It's been such an honor to be here on the final day of the Garena Qualifiers. And you know what? Today has been the day that everyone has been waiting for. We're the only region left to qualify in the world stage, so I'm pretty excited.
Absolutely, man. Now, out of the 4
titans in here today. It's going to be absolutely difficult for anyone to take a pick. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we know you guys already are in here waving some of those flags as their fans. But together, we will witness who is that one supreme brand that will represent the whole of Garena at the World Championship 2021 in itself. Who is it going to be? But either way, we have got a lot for the audience to look forward to, because even they have got a few goals in here to hit as well, Beef.
Absolutely. And honestly, for all of these 4 teams that we have left, we don't know what is going to happen just because of how well they've been performing.
Yeah.
We got one team that has been dominating, that's AMT. One team that has been struggling, but really just turned around. That's going to be Blacklist International. So a lot can happen here. Obviously, I'll be rooting for the team that will do well regardless of what country, because we are going to be one Garena when it comes to the final stages.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the 4 titans in here, anyone that wins, it's going to be an upset either way. There can be no favorites. I mean, we are talking about Blacklist International with Dunia Games into the mix, WDC.Freeslot, and of course, the one and only ALMGHTY. They've been supreme all throughout the Singapore Championship and in this competition as well. And to make it through to this stage, they had to do one of the most difficult things, that is eliminate their own brothers from Singapore, M42. Yesterday was their exit, but now we are left here. But I have to ask you though, Beef, although we can't pick any sides, which series are you looking forward to more?
Okay, I'm really looking forward to probably the first one that we have today. Yeah, it's going to be Blacklist International going up against Dunia Games. I mean, whoever comes out here, I'm really hoping that Blacklist really pulls through, just because the numbers might not come in their favor, just because they have a 50% win rate and Dunia Games has been absolutely crushing it. But you know what? When it comes to Blacklist, they can just pull the rug from underneath you and just snap their finger and win the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, when we first started off the competition, this was the format that we followed. We took all of the first and second seeded teams from each and every single one of those regions, and we threw them into 2 different groups. And out of those groups, the best 4 made it through to the playoffs. Those were the Sharper Esports side, ALMGHTY, Omega Esports, Revo Sadewa, WDC.Freeslot, Dunia Games Esports, M42, as well as Blacklist International.Ultimate. But after what broke down yesterday in 4 crazy best of 5s, Beef, we now have the best 4 remaining in here with us. And you know, it's a bittersweet moment, because even yesterday, each and every single one of those teams, you know, it was just so difficult, because, you know, it's one thing to not be able to pick a side, but when you see both teams just giving it their all out there on the battlefield, and you really start supporting both of them, you know, but you know, this particular graphic will show you exactly how the competition has broken down into. Yes, it's a little black and white for some of these teams who have that white logo, but yeah, look at that golden plate right down there below.
Absolutely, the golden plate, their ticket all the way here. But you know what? I'm pretty glad that each region is represented well. I mean, yeah, it would be nice to have 2 teams from one region, but this is where we want to go things out. This is the storyline that was meant, that was fated for us today. One region will reign supreme. Who is it going to be? We are going to see it at the very end of the day. Not only that, you are going to be winning some cash money, so I'm pretty excited for the teams as well. So it's really a bittersweet moment, like what you said, just because we were favoring most of the teams that we thought would actually make it, kind of like Sharper Esports and even Omega.
And once again, the designer who designed that, you know, he was like, oh wow, I can just do this. They very conveniently eliminated one from each region. Very nice, man. Very nice. The guy's lucky as well. Blacklist International.Ultimate, as they will take on Dunia Games Esports. That's the series that you are looking forward to, be for very understandable reasons. Dunia Games, like you said, they've been crushing in the competition so far. But Blacklist International.Ultimate, yesterday when they eliminated Sharper Esports, oh goodness me, they have broken apart almost a majority of the assumptions as well as the predictions out there for what can happen in this competition, because Sharper Esports, they have been so solid all throughout the competition, and Blacklist International.Ultimate, just before this stage, they took a 3-0 beating from M42, and just when you thought those boys were about to go down, what a 3-2 victory that was yesterday.
that was the shocker of the whole competition, in my opinion. Just because of how well Sharper has been doing, like what you did say. And even more of a shocker than Omega exiting the whole competition. Because Blacklist International was the last placer in that whole 8 teams that made it into our playoffs. So Sharper was that second seed. So it was like the second seed versus the last seed. So that exceeded everyone's expectations, and that is why I'm keeping my eye on Blacklist. But apart from that, everyone else, WDC.Freeslot, did such an amazing job, almost losing to Remo Sadewa. And both of these teams definitely can make it, but again, ALMGHTY with a clean sweep. And that's why I am also keeping my eye on ALMGHTY as well, because of how dominant they've been performing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the game between Dunia Games Esports as well as Omega Esports yesterday, as Jericho and I were casting, it was just so difficult to take a pick between these two teams. You know, both supreme brands. At the end of the day, Dunia Games, you know, they were just on a whole other level yesterday as they met Omega Esports, crushing them in a 3-1 victory. You know, for a majority of the audience on broadcast, because you know exactly how those numbers explode every single time the team comes on, you know, for a majority of them, that was a huge disappointment. But we have to acknowledge the fact that, you know, Omega, because of their supremacy in Call of Duty Mobile so far, Beef, that's exactly why they've been able to garner such a huge following. But Dunia Games, they've proven themselves yesterday, right? So this is the opportunity for the whole world of COD community to go out there, see a few more of these, you know, superstars from other regions that you will be able to learn from as well. And a majority of them are content creators, Pete.
Yeah, that's true. And that's why it's so exciting to see everyone together, all of the regions. I bet there's like thousands of people watching right now. I can't really tell, but I just really am excited what is going to happen here, especially Dunia Games and Blacklist International being the first over here. And speaking of Blacklist International.Ultimate, we got Skird, the guy who absolutely carried his team yesterday. Kenshi, Flex, Tin, Japan, and AG as well. This team will definitely try to fight for their life.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've already been doing it so far, but against the team that they are taking on today, it is more than ever, right? I mean, so far, Dunia Games Esports in the competition, they have been such a threat. And yesterday, after eliminating the Senpais, Omega Esports, they became an even bigger threat. But will Blacklist International.Ultimate be, you know, able to keep that Filipino dream alive of taking this all the way to the world stage? Because at the end of the day, as long as the Philippines flag is waving up there, the boys can, you know, be happy. The whole nation can be happy because, you know, we've got a lot of following from the country, but that also puts a ton of pressure on the shoulders of Blacklist International.Ultimate. But for the boys that take them on, Venom, Jetsky, Zen, ZZ, Ihan, as well as Jeff, it's not gonna be easy, you know, Beef, because Blacklist International.Ultimate, in their own fair worth, have proven themselves to be able to make it to this particular stage by beating Sharper Esports, one of the best in the competition as well. This is definitely going to be a hot matchup.
A hot matchup indeed. I mean, it's really cold where I am right now, but this whole competition is making my room all hot. Just because, you know, there's going to be amazing plays all over the place. And without a doubt, it's gonna be close here. I mean, both of these teams, we've seen DG absolutely pop off, but Blacklist International always proving everyone wrong, proving the haters wrong. So if DG underestimates Blacklist International, that will probably be their demise, because Sharper Esports did that yesterday, but today that is gonna be a different story. But look at this, AJ. Head-to-head MVPs, and I'm not really surprised that Skird is going to be that.
No, absolutely right. Not surprised for the side of Dunia Games. It's going to be Venom getting that 15-11-6 on the KDA with the 1.9k average score versus the side of Skird, who seems a little bit more sharper except for the average assists, right? He manages to get that converted into kills instead. 18-12-3 overall and 2.3k on the average score. But at the end of the day, it's all going to be numbers. It's going to boil down to those map picks as to where these guys want to dance. But you know, the one thing that's interesting here, both Dunia Games as well as Blacklist International, they have banned quite a number of times Hackneyard. So I'm quite curious as to who's going to win this coin toss. And if they do, are they going to be removing Hackneyard from the list? And what, okay, Blacklist International.Ultimate winning that coin toss. What do you think this one is going to be, Beef?
Okay, I really like what I'm seeing here because Blacklist International actually won their coin toss yesterday as well. So when fate is in their hands, and they will definitely use that to their advantage, and hopefully they use it well with hardpoint, especially because they've been pretty bad at hardpoint. So with every hardpoint game they've been having, they only have around 28% win rate here. So they have around 6 losses in this map, only 2 wins. So against Dunya Games, who's a respawn team that actually does well, then there you go. We expected his Hackney Art and Crossfire is going to be banned.
Yep, beautiful. So Blacklist International Ultimate, they will be able to go in here for the first map. So this could be a standoff or summit by the picks. Knowing Dunya Games and how dominating they are with a one-sided map, I'm thinking standoff would be a better choice here, Beef.
Oh yeah, standoff will definitely be a better choice just because they've won that, or maybe even Summit. They kind of lost that a few times, but hopefully they do get to see it. For the side of Dunya Games, they've been doing a little bit better, winning almost all of their matches in hardpoint, except for, oh my goodness, what? Firing, okay, Dunya Games actually wins the coin toss, so never mind. Oh, no. Blacklist International wins it, but then Special Force Base, that is a really, really good start because Takeoff, on the other hand, when you choose the side, that is very important.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Because Blacklist International Ultimate just threw the biggest stunner towards Dunya Games. They see the play of firing range for that search and destroy. They don't want to run it there. They rather take the risk for that hardpoint gameplay instead. And I absolutely love it. That could have just won them the competition. And of course, hardpoint as a response being brought in by the side of Dunya Games, and I think that's going to be played directly into the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. I really love the way they walk around on takeoff. Raid is going to be pulled in by by Dunya Games this time around. That's going to be for search and destroy. What do you think about this one, Dabi?
Oh god. Okay, if you're going up against Blacklist International, ban Raid. You gave a 6-0 to Sharper yesterday for Blacklist, and that is something that Dunya Games might bite the dust, the fact that they actually chose Raid. And we already know that Dunya Games kind of struggles in S&D, but yes, they really performed yesterday, so hopefully it was a good choice for Dunya Games to choose Raid.
Yeah, but you know, this is in a way a rematch of sorts. We have seen a Raid S&D between Blacklist as well as Dunya Games in the past, and that ended up in a 6-0. So maybe, I don't know, could it have been a fake out by Blacklist International Ultimate at that point, or is Dunya Games just really, really confident that, right? Because if they took it seriously, they've done this already one time around, I think it shouldn't be something that, you know, they worry about too much this time around, right? So it's really, really looking good for the side of Dunya Games in terms of the rate, but the first matchup is what may make or break the win for Blacklist International Ultimate. If they bag that firing range, I think they've got a solid chance to win this competition. Okay, at least this series. Range.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. This sets the tone for the whole competition.
Yeah.
So the fact that firing range, where Dunya Games has never played hardpoint, that is definitely going to be something that will be for the side of Blacklist International. But take a look at what we have right below here. You already know it. Yesterday we actually hit the 50K milestone. So AJ, you go say what all of these lovely people are looking forward today.
Well, look right down here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got the Thermosphere crate. You guys get 3 of that, or the Amethyst crate, not either or, yeah? You hit 20 and then you hit 25, we get both of them. And if you guys want to take this all the way to 30K, we get the Special Ops 5 Stencil Strike. Now, this is amazing. Yesterday, we already got the RUS skin. We pair that up with the Special Ops 5. It's a perfect combo, right? As we make our way through in all of those ranked matches. Now, it is not just based on this one particular stream. This is a cumulative viewership across all of the languages, across all of the streams on both YouTube as well as Facebook. So if you want to help us all hit it, jump onto those other platforms and share it out as well as we jump on into this game, Beef.
Ooh, and here we go. I'm so excited. The boxing gloves are going to be out, and it will definitely be a ringside match. We're starting things off here. Firing range in hard point. You already know rotation is going to be key. Power positions as well. Trailer control is absolutely key. Already big kills from 10 already. Very opening big picks.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming through from the get-go. As Blacklist International.Ultimate, they look to hold on to those power positions. They want to hold on to auto repair first. You know, the sacrifice over at White Warehouse, that's a fight they can take on in a bit because of the damage Zen is bringing through in there. Now the backstab by Skirt will be able to open this up even further as Junior Games will lose those power positions as well as that hard point. 13-8, Blacklist starting off quite well.
Blacklist International already doing a good job at holding down this P1, and it's going to be the most open hardpoint that you actually can go into. That's why it could be very hard to go and defend, but just like that, DG Esports already gets a hold of it. So if you are going to be Blacklist International, you already had a very great start, but all you need to do is contest and also really just go for those power positions. Something that we didn't really get to see a while ago, but it's a really good thing. They really went in there. Not only that, the rotation going into P2 as well is going to be really good.
And it's very interesting, the rotation coming through from the side of Junior Games, but I do understand exactly why. They were losing 1 too many. They didn't really want to streak up the players from Blacklist International.Ultimate as they went in for the setup of Command Center. But now taking over that spawn is going to be tough as well. As Junior Games tries to step in, Blacklist International.Ultimate, they are winning each and every single one of these gunfights. Are they actually going to force the Indonesians to set up White Warehouse from the get-go? This is absolutely crazy, B.
Japan with 4 kills already going in there with the Holger. That is just absolutely nuts. They couldn't even touch P2 at all. At some point, there were 4 players of Blacklist International inside that hardpoint. Something you don't really get to see quite often because you have usually a few players outside, but then it's a good thing. They know they're actually going to win this without any single point. DG Esports is actually struggling.
Get it done. Blacklist International.Ultimate, this is the winner if they can pull this off, and I think this will be a huge kick in the pants for the side of Junior Games. 85-18. This is an unbelievable stat that we are staring at right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As the players now try to go in for the rotation, it's going to be Junior Games that's opening up a White Warehouse in about 3 seconds. But Blacklist International.Ultimate, what do they have? Here comes Kenshi with his Annihilator. Unfortunate for him, he gets taken down with a backstab. 91-21, being held back. Junior Games wins that gunfight, and now 2 of their players will be able to hold this down. Maybe the Indonesians can stake a comeback in Yabi.
It's very, very possible indeed. They have map control. They actually spawned into red bathrooms, so that's why you want that spot. So if you're Blacklist International, you need to flip it up, because if they keep spawning out that far, they're not going to be able to actually go and contest this point. So it's a good thing. We see Japan finally making a lot of great plays on what we've been seeing so far. 10 kills, Loki 11, goes in there. Will he take 1? Yes. Will he take another? Yes. Oh, but it does get traded out by Venom.
Yeah, but at the moment, all they have done is just swap the spawns with the side of Junior Games. Now, Junior Games spawning out of fight, but Blacklist International.Ultimate at the hard point, 100-48. These boys really looking to run away with this matchup. 2 more seconds in there. Let's see exactly what they'll be able to pull off at the 4th hard point. Barracks Hut now being cleared out by Jet Sky as he tries to set it up for his team members. All of them rotating in slowly, but he's doing an amazing job all on his own.
Venom, take a look at that. Both of these players already have the Annihilator in hand. That's going to be absolutely key for them. They can't even touch this hardpoint as well. But it's a good thing, though. We see here 1 player in the name of Kenshi going into the bathrooms. That's going to be very eventful for them because the spawn is going to be a little bit more controlled. But then just like that, he does get eliminated.
109, 110 now to 62. The side of Blacklist International.Ultimate running away with this matchup. 30 seconds on the clock. They won't be able to close it off here with all of those challenges. It gets just that much more difficult. AG unable to respond after that stun. It's going to be Jet Sky holding down the hard point for the time being. But really now, Blacklist International.Ultimate literally running away with the matchup, and almost nothing Junior Games has been able to do much about all of this question. 65, 1-2-2. Blacklist International.Ultimate still winning all of these gunfights, but Junior Games, they keep trickling in 1 by 1. Those spawns so far away, none of those players can do much.
They can't do jack. Just because they keep going in there, they're already being a little bit scared here. They're nervous. This is a different team, what we've been seeing like yesterday. Blacklist International looking so solid. 73, 122. We didn't even think it was going to be this far away in terms of points. But you can see here, such stronghold, and the gun parts are just absolutely crazy. We see early rotations. Not only that, they know how to go in counterplay.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, all of the power positions once again set up. Barracks Hut, they've got their 6th man over at the Barracks Hut, and 1 player down at the middle lanes now, trying to win over the hard point. Will manage to get that done, and who better than Tin himself, the absolute annihilator. And now with Zen making the play all on his own, 1 smoke blocks him out. Skirt drops in for the kill, but unfortunate for him, Zen is on point with the MX-9, winning all of his fights. Tin finally drops in, but the fight from Junior Games is not over. 87 to 114. Blacklist International.Ultimate running away with this matchup. Can Skirt finish it? One final challenge from Zen does not make it through, and the Philippines, they get the first match.
This is just absolutely crazy. Just because we thought Junior Games was going to be a little bit better here in hardpoint firing range, but it turns out it was the best map for the favor of Blacklist International. That was an amazing run.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
P2 was the best thing that you could... I don't think I've seen P2 being defended like that ever in this tournament so far.
Yeah, oh, that was just, you know, mechanical supremacy out of Blacklist International. I am freaking mind blown. Okay, now let's talk about 2 things here. Number 1, I'm mind blown by the mechanical plays, but you know, even before that, they blew my mind by solving the firing range problem. And this problem could only be solved by winning that coin toss, because the side of Junior Games, if you give them that option of leaving the firing range open, they are going to be bringing it in for that search and destroy, where they've been playing possum all throughout the competition until they went in there for the absolute destruction yesterday. And that was a risk Blacklist International.Ultimate was just not going to play. And they bring it into hardpoint. This was a do or die game for them. If they had won it, you know, it really sets up the competition for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. And no, man, oh goodness me, you know, I said it's going to be tough to pick, but now with that genius 200 IQ play, I'm starting to smile a little bit more, Beef.
Yeah, smiling a little bit wider, right? But both of these teams have played unexpectedly.
Oh,
just
yeah.
because Blacklist International doing so well yesterday, beating Sharper Esports, losing in firing range, but today just absolutely crushing. So it means they actually won. They did their homework. They were able to go in there, win this round. But it's another team that you need to worry about, because Junior Games, they usually don't do well in search and destroy. But they did win yesterday against Omega, which is usually a better team. So it might be the case of a opposite day here.
Yeah, I mean, raid, search and destroy, we cannot doubt exactly what Ihan will be able to bring into these games. Jeff is an absolute terminator out there. And, you know, the side of Junior Games, after they take a defeat like that, there is no doubt whatsoever they will be making a strong comeback. But the saving grace here for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate Beef is the fact that it's an SND. You take that loss, you calm down, you take a deep breath, you go back in there, you try to shake it up, right? As long as you don't keep bringing in the exact same strat that can be read and then counted, they're going to be all good. And if there's anything that we know about both of these teams, they know how to shake it up.
Oh, shaking it up and really just making things a little bit harder for any of the teams that they go in there. So yesterday we saw really greatness from the side of Blacklist International, giving that 6-0 to Sharper. But, you know, I'm pretty sure Junior Games watched that as well.
Oh,
so
amen,
if they
yeah.
do the same play as they did yesterday... Oh, there you go! Speaking of, Ihan takes that opening pick. AJ, you were right.
Oh, he has hit that first snipe, but we cannot forget, Jabin's still in there. It's a 5-4. Junior Games popping off because of Ihan. No surprise at all. But now, Blacklist International.Ultimate, they can respond. They've got the bomb in their hands. What is going to be the strat? Do they want to force down swimming pools, or do they want to back down into its gallery and set up that B bomb site instead? The bomber needs to stay patient whilst the others go out and look for a play. And it looks like exactly that is being done by Tin, but he gets punished by the one and only Jeff. Those 2 players that we called out at the start of this matchup, they seem to be hitting all of those shots. And now Blacklist International.Ultimate with 2 more players. It looks bleak for this particular round, but this is what Search and Destroy is all about. That deep breath in and that exhale out.
That's what we were saying a while ago. Ihan with that opening pick was just absolutely essential. And one play that I'm actually taking a look at was Jeff so deep into the spawns right now. And it really just went in their favor. So if you were asking me where should they go, they should have pushed in Alpha, every single one of them, and it's going to be AG, the only one left, but then gets one more kill, needs to get another one, spots one. Ihan though, again, big kills, doing such big things for his team. They need to stop Ihan, and it's really all about the sniper game here.
Yeah, the shot is such a meta now. One shot, one kill, you get the pop just right. It really does punish. I mean, MX9 and, you know, the shorty going up 1 versus 1. If you really don't get those shots in, you're really going to suffer. And now Ihan missing that one shot, but the information will be flowed right back through. And now they have to protect basketball court. ZZ getting that information, and this is what Dunia Games is all about. He gets that info, he backs away, not falling very, very carelessly. Javen gets taken down by Zen. What a defense by Dunia Games. And now they are daring Blacklist to take the plant.
Like I said, I feel like this is a very aggressive push, but too aggressive. It's a little bit careless, actually. So having not to clear anything, they were lucky that Ihan actually didn't quite get that shot from Cubby. So it could have been a different situation when that happened without even any smokes to cover you up. But then Jeff doing such a great job at applying that pressure, not knowing that there's going to be one person right in the balcony.
Yeah, I agree with you, Beef. I mean, I was okay with the speed. I was okay with the plan. I was just not okay with the no smokes, no stuns, you know, no tacticals moving in there. Now Zen punishing Skirt. The numbers now don't look good. Tin pulls one right back, but ZZ will just make it look way too easy. Can he hit the snipe? He knows ZZ's position. Tin trying to take the shot as well, but a 2-on-1 gets Zen that kill. 4 versus 1. One final player. Can she? Quick scope does not get the kill, and that information gets flown back to ZZ, who picks it up easily.
Blacklist International.Ultimate, a little bit in shambles. This is something that we haven't seen yet here in Raid. And I know it's a different opponent, right? But their pacing yesterday was way better than what's happening now, because they're dropping like fights. They're making plays that are pretty questionable. And now another very aggressive push going into Alpha. Hopefully, they do get to throw a smoke or a stun check first before even entering the site.
Yeah, I mean, once again, this is a round number 2, right? Blacklist International.Ultimate, they've already been in a 6-0 defeat at this raid. SND, and Kenshi just needs to keep finding those snipes. Jaben needs to hit as well. Kenshi hits a double. Bye-bye, ZZ. Good night. But now, this is by the side of Dunia Games. They do not have the ability to play with Tin anymore. That doesn't matter because they've already gotten the bomb site, and Tin usually is the guy who steps up front clearing the area. Now that they've already got this, it's all left to Kenshi to protect the site.
And Kenshi is going to be definitely that man who can do the job. Finds the head, but doesn't quite get it. That is so unfortunate. But then we see Jaben and AG doing a lot of good trades. It's a 1v2 situation. Very doable, but says no. Skirt, obviously, you don't want to be left with a 1v1 situation with a guy like Skirt, because he's definitely going to win that.
Yeah, but you know, the side of Dunia Games with Ihan, he's really finding those snipes. He's hitting his shots. The side of Blacklist International.Ultimate, they just need to be careful. You kind of got it right, Beef. They need to play this a little bit more slower, and it's not like they can't hold these rounds off, right? They've got 2 more of those opportunities to take the plant and win this round on the attacking side. Let's see if they get it done right. The bomb this time round going to be focusing towards the B bomb side. Gallery needs to be cleared up first, and they will send the one and only Kenshi up front to see if he can shut down Venom, and this fight might be good for the side of Blacklist.
You can see here, Jeff is going to be a little bit deep here through mid. One person that goes out here is going to definitely pay the price, and that might actually be Skirt if he's not careful enough. So the picks need to come through from Kenshi, but he just keeps backing off. At this point, they need to start making a move and choose what side to be in, but I feel like it's going to be Bravo. So they know one person is definitely going to be through mid, but they just can't see who it is. Jeff, there you go. Oh, that was heavy. I thought he was going to get the kill.
Yeah, Kenshi manages to hit the first one. Ihan taken out of the equation, and the rotation over to the B bomb side, which means Blacklist International now has an option. Can they just back down, double down immediately into basketball court? No, they want to force this. They want to force this at the B bomb side, but it's a little bit premature. They need to take down one more player. If Zen can get taken out of the equation over at Central Garden, that will be the opener that they require. But no, Venom is going to be a threat over at the B bomb side as well. Kenshi can be the undoer of threats. Turns around. Call of Duty mobile timing, as the great Jericho always says. Tin closing that gap, but unfortunate for him, he gets that skill stolen away. AG is there. It's going to be Jeff who takes him down. Dunia Games has left with one player instead. Can he make a play? He cannot get that bomb planter away. Nate gonna get popped off now. Should be able to take Skirt out of the equation. Hit marker not even available. 3 versus 1. The numbers don't look good, Beef.
It doesn't look good at all. He needs to go pick up a sniper if he actually wants to go and pick every single one of those Blacklist members that are still surrounding the bomb. And they're heavily defending it. Especially, you can see here on the statue, that's going to be very hard to beat. And without a doubt, we see one more, and we are tied up in a 2-2. So it's still anyone's game. But we saw Blacklist International lose 2 also, and you are going to be planting that bomb. Yeah. So you have this one more chance to go and make a difference into being in the attacker's side, and they're definitely going to have a harder job with the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kenshi, he was the guy who was finding his snipes. He should be able to hit this one on ZZ as well, but the timing looks away, and at that very moment, ZZ would pop his head out. Now, the opportunity does not arrive once again. Kenshi backs away. Can he find the opener for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate? It is desperately needed for the side of the Philippines. And now Kenshi, is this timing going to work against him? The shot flows through Kenshi. Oh, that yes. This is what we're talking about, right? The kind of audio equalizer the Xperia 1 Mark III gives you. It helped Kenshi out in that situation.
Yes, and you can see the awareness from all of these players, and that's why they're still alive. And they're playing very passively just because they weren't awarded when they went in there for the aggression. So, again, they might take their sights again going into Bravo, just knowing that it worked out for them a while ago. But DG Esports already know that, heavily stacking at 2 players and 1 player that can go in and go for the rotation. So, I feel like for this point, they need to make a play by getting at least 1 person. If they get 1, they probably should go and push, but if they don't get 1, they need to go to the rotation going into Alpha.
Oh, the timing once again. She's really unlucky in this particular round. He's really... Oh, as I say that, the guy, he hits it beautiful by Kenshi. Jeff now backs away, gets punished by Tin, and it's going to be Zen that trades him right back. By Blacklist International.Ultimate, they have got the beautiful numbers on their side. AG goes in here for the plant. ZZ as well as Ihan. Can they come in here for the prevention? It's going to be ZZ closing in from Central Garden, taking that shot up against Skirt, but a 2-on-1 situation puts him out of commission with the 1 and final player from the side of Junior Games, Ihan. Can he make a play with the snipe? The numbers really, really look terrible for the side of DG.
And take a look at that. Javen's going to be all around, just going to be absolutely crazy if he goes in for the backstab, but then 3 players right in front of him, not giving a very easy time. 18 seconds up on the clock. It's becoming more impossible as Skirt shuts him down, and finally we get to see Blacklist International having 1 advantage. But you know what? It's just 1 point. And we already know from yesterday's game from Omega and DG was supposed to lose that game. But it's very hard to close search and destroy, and we can see that Omega wasn't able to do that, but Blacklist International looking very solid here so far if they slow it down.
Oh, Kenshi. Now he has spotted that player already. Opportunity. They are teasing Kenshi. Kenshi takes that 1 shot, backs away. Smart plays. Tin drops ZZ out of the equation. It's going to be Dunia Games playing with 1 less man. Zen, is he going to be able to catch AG as well? If he gives his life up, it's going to be all over for the side of Dunia Games. The numbers will be just overwhelming as they drop this final one, but it's going to be Zen that punishes Skirt instead, and he equalizes the numbers, Beef.
I'm not quite sure that I like Skirt's play there going into the backstab. And yes, maybe that could have worked out, but then we didn't even know that DG was all the way back there being passive as well. So they paid the price for over pushing, and now they're both in an equal term. So that's still pretty good for both of these teams. And we can see here 1 engagement that we've been looking forward here so far. Jeff really just trying to see if he can actually go into the mid garden. Doesn't see anyone. It's a good thing he backs away.
Tin goes in for the Punisher, but Jeff managing to spot him out. MX9 for the slay. AG does not aggress on 4th. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they will not drop, nor will they trade. And Ihan takes 1 on Kenshi. It looks bleak for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. Ihan really hitting those shots. And now Venom going in for yet another Punisher. Does not find it. But now AG taken down. Javen, the final player. He gets shut down. Dunia Games equalizing 3-3 Beef.
Close games here so far, and I won't be surprised if we're going to take it to a round 11. So DG Esports also slowing it down, knowing very well if they push a little bit hard, if they become a little bit too impatient, that they will pay the price. Kind of like what we saw with Blacklist International.Ultimate in the first 2 rounds. So both of these teams have been doing a great job so far on the passive. So I feel like 1 blitz play can probably make the difference. 2-1-2 split here, very heavily defended. It might be very difficult. As we see 1, there you go, Kenshi. Big opening, big gets rid of Ihan.
Amen. Okay, now Kenshi, can he hit that one more time? Goes in for the reposition. He wants to back down at square center. I love the plays coming through from Kenshi, and it looks like the bomber on the other side for Dunia Games has the exact same thought. Kenshi reading their minds. Is he going to be able to make this tremendous play? If he gets one of these players and breaks them down here, that will be the kind of motivation that Blacklist International needs to go in for that aggressive play to shut down this round. But ZZ going in for the plant. Zen right there behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is pressure time. Let's see what Blacklist does now.
Blacklist International read this play so well. The fact that they didn't really see anyone in A-Bomb side, they went in for the full rotation going to Bravo, knowing very well there's going to be a bunch of DG plays over there. So it's a really good play so far, but we see one very important play then, but also with Japan taking very important picks, really getting the trades, and just like that, it's a 2v3 situation. And nope, a 2v2 situation.
Oh, Jabin just there to take him down. 2 versus 2. Venom looking for those kills, but Jabin from the back, and it's a 2 versus 1. Jabin gets shut down. Are we going to be able to see Kenshi getting down? Oh, his foot is sticking out. No! What a play by Dunia Games at the very last moment. One final second shorty for the pop. Great plays coming through from Jeff, and he gets the clutch.
My name is Jeff, and his name is Jeff. Absolutely crazy. J-Ben should not have lost that in any other circumstances, and that is just absolutely amazing for Jeff. Doing important plays already. One goes down though. Jeff again, speaking of Jeff, takes out Kenshi with a beautiful nade.
And that Punisher was a double curse, right? Because you get the nade and you also shut down Kenshi, who cannot shut down your players from afar, which means Dunia Games now can get very dangerously close. They've got the plan already. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they have got no other plays left. But don't forget, Jabin, he should be able to open up the plays here for the side of Dunia Games. Tin looking for the kill. ZZ just outside of his view, behind the doors of Tiki. Ihan looking for the snipe. Will he see the hit marker on himself? AG with the aggressive play, but Ihan still punishes him. Skirt trains him out. Blacklist with one final player. Skirt, can he make the play? The numbers look absolutely terrible, and Jeff finishes it off as Dunia Games takes match point.
Jeff is absolutely crazy, and he's just popping off every single round the more we get into it. And finally, we are at match point, guys. 5-3. One more win here for DG to make the difference. But Blacklist International need to go and make a different play and really just win their gunfights as they were doing a while ago in that hardpoint game.
Oh, history tells us 6-0 is possible, but it looks like Blacklist International.Ultimate has managed to bring those adjustments through. 5-3. It's a much better setting. It's a much better situation, but still leaving your opponents on match point, not a position anybody wants to be in. Ihan, quickscope does not go in and hit. Blacklist International.Ultimate already protecting that side solid. Jabin now with the pressure plays. Kenshi hits it. Jeff gets taken down. The Punisher from the side of Dunia Games not able to do much in here. Kenshi, will he go in for the wall bang? Spots a player who goes in for the access. Ihan is going to be dangerous in here. Kenshi trailing yet another player who will be able to get very aggressive with him. 3 versus 4 now. The numbers all of a sudden turned around against Blacklist.
You gotta hit those snipes, Kenshi. You really need to make a difference. And right now, Ihan seems to be like the more powerful sniper. Kenshi with 6, though. That's not a little bit too bad. But 30 seconds left on the clock. With the plant still ongoing, that is going to be very difficult for them to go and defuse. 3 and 4 teams. And there you go. Speaking of, Ihan wins that as well. Probably gonna get another one, but no. Skirt actually goes to make the difference with a double kill.
Oh, beautiful place by Skirt, but now it's a 2 versus 1. And now Zen exposes himself, but the numbers will be terrible. As Dunia Games closes this off 6-3. We saw that one coming, but it was great that Blacklist International.Ultimate, to the very least, managed to fight back just a little bit. Now, it's 1 apiece. Yes, Blacklist International.Ultimate managed to bag that hard point, but in Search and Destroy, Dunia Games, they pull it back 6-3 into dominate.
It's opposite day, like we keep saying a while ago. You see Dunia Games absolutely shining in Search and Destroy. You see Blacklist International shining in those respawns. So, you know, at the very end of this, we see respawn games in domination. So hopefully we do get to see DG finally get their footing back, because if they lose domination now, that is going to be very, very tricky, because what comes after that is also hard point. But you know what we keep saying, you know, search and destroy wins championships.
No, absolutely. And I think that's exactly why Dunia Games is very, very smart. They've been, well, at the very least, I assume, or I would like to allege that they have been, you know, purposely not giving it their all in a majority of their search and destroys, you know, over at the group stages. They drop it to AFN, they drop to WDC, they drop it over to SEM9 as well on that search and destroy firing range. So quite a number of times we see Dunia Games just not really hitting it, but when it truly matters, they know exactly when to step up. And they've been playing this mind game all throughout this competition. It seems to be working perfect, but Blacklist International.Ultimate once again with the pull of firing range in towards hardpoint, they've managed to at the very least kind of unnerve the side of Dunia Games, punish them over there as well. As we step on into standoff, will the Philippines be able to pull this back to their side once again? I have a feeling they might be able to do so. You kind of said it, you know, the respawn modes, Blacklist International, they surely hit heartbeat.
They hit really hard, and when it comes to this particular map, it's pretty 50-50 for Blacklist International. So I'm not really surprised that they actually chose this. They have a 50% win rate here. They only lost it to, guess what, DG as well. So this is a history repeats itself kind of moment. So we already know that DG and Raid will not going to be a good thing. So standoff as well. I'm pretty surprised that they, you know what, I take it back. I'm surprised that they chose search and for standoff, that they chose domination for that, because they lost to DG pretty closely.
Yeah, so the new format of the bans and picks, only 4 of the main maps are picked, and standoff for domination, that's the balance map. Because of the 7-map rotation, this was the map that neither side picked, but Dunia Games gets to choose exactly, you know, which side they wanted to start on. So it's understandable as well. Blacklist International.Ultimate, and you know, we can't fault them. We can't fault them for leaving this to that domination auto pick, because they had to find that solution for the Hackney Yard ban. They had to find the solution for the firing range ban as well. And there's just so many things that you get to do at a time, because winning the coin toss, yes, it gives you the advantage, but you don't get to straight away go and book all of your matches straight up, right? So, but you know, they have not been able to even manage the spawn pick for their side. So I end of Dunia Games has got the momentum moving on into this match. But Blacklist, they pull out the jack from the hand quite frequently. They've been able to surprise this beef. This might just turn out to be one of those situations.
Yeah, I want to be surprised. I want to see Blacklist International really come through with all the points here. And the rotation going into Charlie, they shouldn't go for Charlie. They need to keep A, because that is the favored side. So that's why I'm a little bit surprised that DG actually chose Charlie. So let's see what's going to happen, because you have more power positions if you actually go into A, especially if you get that top blue.
Agreed. I absolutely agree, because you know we've kind of, you know, spotted some of these teams making this plays. Initially they want to go and force that spawn flip. I don't know, maybe they want to unnerve the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate, or maybe they feel like they can play the power position of Bakery slightly better, right? Because overall, if you look from Granny's house, yes, you will be able to control it a little bit better from the side of Private Backyard, but I'm as confused as you. I want to see exactly what Dunia Games now goes in with this play. They don't seem to be doing anything different.
Yeah, nothing different here so far, but they've actually been winning a lot of their gunfights. So just like that, you can keep seeing Bravo being taken. Just slowly, one person, Jet Sky, makes the difference. Grabs Bravo also himself. Now, okay, that's probably why they want to choose Charlie, because they're just that confidently winning those gunfights.
Yeah, but now they're going in for the triple cap, and they're probably going to lose their Charlie spawn. Kenshi punishes, takes back that A flag, and it just doesn't look like there's a solid play coming through from either side. They are both scrambling, but Dunia Games managing to pull the triple cap by just winning a majority of their gunfights back to back. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they've been trying to adjust all throughout this matchup, and they are scrambling all over the map as well, because as they try to detect exactly what Dunia Games is trying to set up here, they are equally confused. And now, whether it's going to be that A flag play or that C flag, let's see exactly what AG is able to do here. Because he gets the spawn over at gas station, should be able to pull the distraction over at the Charlie flag. And that should open up the play at mid square. And the communication is right. Here goes Blacklist International for the cap.
Here we go. Hopefully they get to do that, but no, doesn't quite happen. Just because we see here, they're losing their gunfights. And Dunya Games is just backing Blacklist International into a corner.
Yeah.
They're hungry. They don't just stop in Bravo and just take any power positions there. They keep pushing them and eventually doing that spawn trap. And that is very detrimental for Blacklist. Really just degrading that confidence just like that. They need to go in as a team and really just push.
They just toss in all of those nades back to back and they're getting those kills. Zen dropping in with the support as well. 2-on-1. Jet Sky manages to trade him out instantaneously. Blacklist International.Ultimate now with that B flag. That prevention does not come through from the side of Dunya Games Esports. And now they need to make a play. They chose the side of Guerrilla Base. They gave it to Blacklist International.Ultimate, the more powerful side. But Dunya Games just managing to win a majority of these points purely with the mechanical plays alone, which makes me ultimately concerned for that second half beef. Because when Dunya Games, they swap over to that Special Forces base, they're going to be an even bigger threat.
You're absolutely 100% right, and when they do have that advantage, they will definitely take it with them to their grave and really just shut down Blacklist International. But Blacklist International is actually doing a really good job right now, 55 and 70. The round's going to be ending really soon, so they're not going to be able to utilize Bravo that well. So I think that's what's missing for me in Blacklist, is the fact that they don't really have a strong presence in top blue. They keep going into Granny's house, but I'm not sure why they don't hold down that really important position.
Well, let's see exactly where Zen pulls this through. You gotta walk me through top blue, man, because the callouts for the Garena one is a little bit different. Which side are we talking about?
This blue house right beside up that ladder, that little room. P3 in the hard point.
Fair enough.
Really, it's honestly, in some place, I'm not quite sure if we see DG also go in for the same power position, but it seems like it's not going to be the case. Oh yeah, we see one person, and that's why we see ZZ right going in there. But he does dive, and a lot of these points already going in for the side of Blacklist. Really good start so far.
Oh, absolutely. But then Dunya Games, they have got the power position as well as the favorable side. Can they snowball that into the capture of that B flag? They need to continue winning their gunfights like that first round, but it is Blacklist International.Ultimate that does a majority of the slaying this time round. AG not able to make a strong play with the Annihilator. He gets shut down, and now Dunya Games, they are, all spawning right back at the Special Forces base, not really able to bring on a strong fight for that B flag cap. Can they now drop in towards Granny's and clear out the back of the hotel shortcuts? It seems like they're able to do exactly that, and now with a solo cap, this should be doable.
It's very doable. Oh, and you can see here one person making the difference. Him though with the equalizer tries to make that difference as well, and it's gonna be very difficult. You see here, Blacklist International they don't step on B just because they just want to clear it out before they go in for the take, but then they just keep losing their gunfights individually, and they need to make a comeback right now because 97 and 83, the gap is going to be wider and wider.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And now to that 100 point already. Dunya Games Esports try to run away with this matchup, but they are having a terribly difficult time because Blacklist International.Ultimate, they should be able to fight this back. Oh, but the prevention by Jabin. Now ZZ holding on to Granny's house just brings out all of that firepower, and the defense for that B flag is just absolutely solid. None of them have gone in here and activated their sentry just yet. The setup is just absolutely difficult as they try to go in here and wake up all of their score streaks. Blacklist International.Ultimate just seems to be winning all of their gunfights right back and forth, each and every single one of those fights. And now Dunya Games clearing off all of those markers, but the distraction over at the Special Forces base shut down either way, and DG now clearly running away with this matchup beat.
They keep going for Alpha, and it probably would have worked out if they tried it in the last two times if it worked the second time, but they keep going for it, and it leaves there for the triple capital, what we see it here. So I don't like what I'm seeing, right? They keep going in for alpha, they keep losing their gunfights, they keep going for doing the same mistakes over and over, and this is the price that they pay. Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie already being occupied by Esports, a really aggressive team that you know will push you at a very uncomfortable spot, and they just used it so well.
And the Dragonfire came through once again to say hello and went back out. In a situation like this, the information isn't going to really change the game. 148, 149 now. Bye-bye Blacklist International.Ultimate. Junior Games Esports says as they shut this domination game down. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it was an unfortunate situation. The side of Blacklist International.Ultimate, they found a solution. They didn't want to play Hackney Yard. They pulled away firing range. But this domination map, they just could not push away. There's no other way, you know, this could have just broken down. And Junior Games Esports, they punished them, but it was not easy for them at the end of the day.
It just seems like it's a one-trick pony for Blacklist International, really just pulling off that firing range map. So they need to be consistently good, and now we are going into a hard point takeoff. They've been doing well in takeoff, so hopefully it's going to be the same story for them once we've seen the games really pull through. But you know what? Let's give credit when credit is due. Jeff with that 28. Again, Jeff has been absolutely crazy, not only in the respawns and also search and destroy as well, but one guy that I really just thought that actually made the game, especially in that second half, is going to be Zeze. Zeze was there in the power position that we were talking about a while ago in top blue. You saw him really just eliminate 3 players all at once, and that could have made the difference between them winning this competition.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And you know, Jeff, the absolute strongman all throughout, but fought against really well by the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate Stin. You know, he's been quite the playmaker for the side of Blacklist all throughout this competition, and he comes in here this time round, hard-hitting as well. But if we take a look at Kenshi, he really wasn't finding his mark much, and Kenshi, he can't be playing these games like that. They're definitely going to be suffering. But as we move on towards takeoff in that 4th game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it will be Junior Games Esports in the lead. But I feel like this map pick might have just been Junior Games handing the game over to Blacklist International.Ultimate, and we will be seeing that match number 5. Because, you know, history tells us takeoff, Blacklist knows how to hit hard.
Oh yeah, definitely. Blacklist International, they've been really good at takeoff here so far, so I'm really excited to see what happens there. But they actually haven't played takeoff in hardpoint. They have played it in domination, so that's definitely going to be a difference to how they're going to be performing. The rotations are going to be key. We already know that takeoff is such a huge map, so you need to have like that buddy system with you. And if you are going to be definitely, you want to choose the side of the guerrilla base, because you are going to be in near P1 and P2, so that little second floor is a power position that you want to get.
Yeah. I personally prefer starting off at the Special Forces base because your early entry is towards the launch center.
Sorry, Special Forces base, I meant that,
Okay, no problem. Then we are in absolute agreement, because when you play scaffolding, you get to control that first fountain really easily, and then you just get to snowball that over into P2. And where is that? Right where you're standing at scaffolding itself.
Exactly.
Launch center. Yeah, so it's all about those power position plays that comes through. But a roller launch, you know, the opposing team that does not manage to win over launch center, they can still maintain control, or at the very least put on heavy pressure by playing the second floor of that Aurora launch as well. So let's see if or not those plays do come through in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as this map number 4 kicks off. Blacklist International.Ultimate opening up things quite well here, but Junior Games, of course, as usual, making that comeback through strong. Scaffolding held by them, Aurora launch held on by the side of Junior Games.
Well, this is just absolute chaos. We already see here Junior Games having the advantage of having scaffolding, yes. But, you know, Blacklist International, they have a fire up their butt, because if they lose this hard point, it's bye-bye for them. So it is GG for them. But the rotation needs to come through from this team, and Blacklist International is actually nowhere near to do.
Oh, absolutely right. And, you know, the side of Junior Games, he may be able to dominate this, but their comeback should be pretty much possible for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate, providing, of course, they win over the spawn towards the side of the Special Forces base and then trickle over in towards that launch center. That's going to be P2, the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate, suffering, struggling in here so far, but on here for the fight, and it is going to be much more difficult as they suffer continuously.
That was unfortunate from Javen to actually not get those shots. The free fires would have been really good, but then the patience play was just absolutely key. Again, there's so many points already. 40 points already going into DG. Really great comeback here, but Tin does get eliminated just like that. Skirt making big plays as well. The most they can do is actually go into the test, so it's all just raining. Look at that, concussion grenades all over the house now.
Yeah, and the one time where the Dragonfire was actually functioning really well, we don't get to see the Dragonfire in play. One of the players brought it out at Visitor Center and shot it off towards crates, and that was what was giving Dunia Games all of that visibility until that point. Blacklist International.Ultimate finally breaks their hold, breaks their spawn, takes over control of this hard point, but it's a little bit too late. They play for scraps and now in for the rotation for Aurora launch, but Blacklist International.Ultimate, they cannot play such a straightforward game. Yes, they have to clear out control rooms, which is what we see player number 4 and 2 do. Skirt as well as Javen, they need to win this gunfight. One more for the side of Skirt. The backstab might be coming through. At the moment, the Generators is the spawn of the side of Dunia Games. Still getting all of these fights. That's exactly what this side of Blacklist International.Ultimate needs to continuously do. Gas area, they have got the wrong spawns. They need to start flipping it now, Beef.
They need to flip the spawns just so you can actually go in for the rotation in the next hardpoint as well. So that's going to be an interesting push going in here to P3. And we already know it's going to be absolutely key. We finally see Blacklist International making that comeback. Really winning those gunfights in 22 seconds is going to be really good for them. Plus that, you also have the advantage of being in the position to go and rotate early enough. But one player is going to be definitely crazy for that. Jeff already making that early rotation.
Yeah, the gods of RNG, they just helped out Blacklist International.Ultimate. Nobody was holding on to Generators. And, you know, RNG just says, okay, Dunia Games, you die. I'm going to send you over to the Guerrilla base for a spawn. Giving Blacklist International.Ultimate a little bit of a leeway. The upper hand here, they've managed to control the fight a little bit more. But as they trickle on in towards this fourth hard point, they win their gunfights. And amazingly, can they actually hold on to it? The answer is no. They fall, but now they take over. They take over the Special Forces space and they move on in. Here comes those power plays, but now this is where we need to see all of those operators pop out as well.
Annihilator gameplay really good for Kenshi, getting a lot of kills, getting one as well with AMAX. And just like that, a sentry gun as well. 2 sentry guns. Oh, I thought it was 2. Okay, putting in there really just solid gameplay here so far. Solid defense, and they can't even go to touch it. They can't even go and contest. This is what we needed from Blacklist International.
Oh, absolutely. And now Kenshi just getting all of the job done here. And look at the placement of this sentry. Should be able to guard the corner. ZZ unable to do anything. Kenshi just shutting them down. And the Bread missile is available. He activates his XS1 Goliath as well. Can Kenshi get it done for the Philippines? 101 to 72. And we go in for the reset of these hard points, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bread goes in for the accelerator. Kenshi manages to get just 1 kill with that, but has that setup been enough? Oh, Jeff getting shut down even with the Annihilator in his hands. Dunia Games losing a grip on this matchup.
AMAX doing such a good job at those long-range engagements, but from far away. So that's going to be really good if you just keep playing for the assist going out. But then DG already taking a look at the hard point. Really solid here so far. Jeff has been doing a really great job at the defense and really just winning all those gunfights close range. And somehow no one has actually was able to stop Jeff here in really just terms of going in there for the ODJ.
Yeah, and Blacklist International.Ultimate, they're just not playing those power positions, spawning out of Aurora launch. The gods of RNG now taking a dig at them. They're still unable to hop onto this hard point. This hill seems to be absolutely dominated by Dunia Games, and it doesn't really matter. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they've already bought that insurance for themselves with the previous hill. They just need to focus in on that launch center. Go on over to that P2 and try to fight for your lives. 115 to 113 is definitely winnable, but of course, Dunia Games Esports, they'll be looking for the comeback on this hill now.
Oh, but take a look at that. There's going to be an XS1 Goliath in our midst. Kenshi doing big plays already. But then no! It was shut down by the Predator missile. That is the play of the day. That could have won Blacklist International this hill. But no, that was perfect timing, and that is just all unfortunate to see. 118 and 119, it's very close here, AJ.
Oh, jangan buat begitu, Pak. Oh, itu tidak boleh, Pak. That was absolutely crushing. Dunia Games Esports, is that the winning play? The takedown of Kenshi's most beloved XS1 Goliath that they built up for so long, but now Skirt making a play for himself. One final hit, he runs out of bullets, gets punished, but it doesn't really matter because Blacklist International.Ultimate with that play from Skirt, they bought enough time for themselves. 136 to 119. B, I apologize. I'm gonna pop off a little bit here. We have got Venom. He's activated the Annihilator already. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they cannot finish it off. But as we go to a roller launch, this is do or die for Dunia Games, Beef.
Do or die, but then you can see here 142 already, and Dunia Games has a hold of it, but then it's going to be very great because the sentry gun is going to be there for the assist of Blacklist International. Skirt really made the play, just denied 4 plays to end P2, but then P3 is where they want to go and end it. 150, 121, Blacklist International with the comeback, and even though they weren't able to use that XS1 Goliath, it doesn't matter. They live another day, and we're taking it to search and destroy, AJ.
Oh my goodness. What an opener for the competition. Dunia Games as well as Blacklist International.Ultimate. You know, we said it at the start of the show, Beef. Any of these teams make the exit, it's just going to be a heartbreaker. It's just going to be an absolute crusher, right? If they lose this, they don't exit immediately. They still get to play for the 3rd and 4th spot. But that's not exactly what we want for both of these teams. But that's not how the format of the competition works. Black Skirt picking up the MVP, 27-20-11. This guy with that final play over at that second hard point on rotation was just perfection. Could have even won the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate the game.
AJ, I swear, it's opposite day. We see Dunia Games doing well in Search and Destroy, and with Hardpoint, we see Blacklist International doing just absolutely crazy. Mind you, for everyone watching, before this day, they have a 28% win rate in Hardpoint, but we're seeing a different team here today, and that's what we like to see, the growth of a team, knowing how to correct their mistakes and just crushing it against a team that will supposed to be really good at respawn, just absolutely shutting them down.
So Summit Search and Destroy. This was the map that we saw Blacklist International.Ultimate destroy the side of Sharper Esports 6-4. Are we about to see the same beef? Dunia Games, they are no Sharper Esports. They have the Ihan on their side. They have the Jeff on their side. But you know, the boys from Blacklist International.Ultimate, they've got some firepower as well. And this is going to be a blockbuster. Can we just skip this match and not like keep it for the end of the show or something? I don't want to see either side lose this.
Me neither. I mean, it's just heartbreaking to see any of the teams that we have here just say bye-bye, but then unfortunately we have to say that, but we are going to be starting things off finally here in Summit Search and Destroy. Like what you said, AJ, we saw greatness in Blacklist International.Ultimate here, beating out Sharper Esports. Not only that, also AFN. So they've had like 100% win rate here. So if they do a really good job, I feel like it might be a complete shutdown if they have the rhythm.
No, absolutely. And Dunia Games, I believe they have not played Summit for Search and Destroy yet. So technically they have got no data. And I fear no data. I absolutely fear no data.
Yeah, it's something that the analyst in me, I'm just like, okay, they don't have Summit. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I'm so nervous for Blacklist International right now. But still applying that pressure.
Oh,
but
what?
Not quite getting the kill. I was surprised, but then AG makes a difference. Finally gets that opening pick.
Now let's see the attacking side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. They're starting things off well here. Skirt drops Jeff, and the defending side, the numbers do not look good. Trophy system taken down, and the first round should go over to Blacklist International.Ultimate. Games equalizing the numbers yet again. Kenshi punishes ZZ, and it's gonna be Blacklist still continuing with the numbers. 10 finishes it off. What a round by Blacklist. It looks like Dunia Games are gonna be struggling a little bit here.
the struggle is going to be real, and you already have that very big opener from Blacklist International. We already know that they're very confident here in this particular map, in this particular game mode, so DG Esports has the amazing job to go and stop that. The push going in already very hot from both of these teams, but then it's still pretty passive so far. You already know that Blacklist International has been doing really well on the passive end, so for the side of doing the games, you need to go be a little bit more aggressive, but at the same time, not over push, because we saw one player a while ago just over push, and it was Zen, and he paid the price for it.
Yep, Kenshi checking all of his corners really well to make sure he doesn't have to pay any prices later on. You cannot drop Kenshi in the search and destroy matches. You know, absolutely instrumental player, trying to spot Zen out, but the satellite in front of his face is absolutely annoying. Trophy system plays, the setup looks good. Zen trying to spot the player out. Kenshi just on his left-hand side, but he actually sees, I believe, the tip of his sniper. Kenshi's about to get punished. Zen already has that information, and now the nade flying through. Zen gets that info as well. Kenshi spots him right back out, and that hit marker is all Zen will be able to get off Kenshi. He can no longer push him.
It's a good thing that Kenshi just really backed away, but then Zen knows very well where he is spotted. So Kenshi, if I were you, just go ahead. Try to go into another position, because Zen already knows where you are, unless Zen is going to be taken down. But the information is already given just like that. Still, no one is going to be dropping just yet. So this is a very, very passive round. But then just like that, we see here the trades after trades. Ihan already getting that turnaround. Kenshi goes down. So that is why you need to go out there and really just position yourself in another way, because everyone else from the other team knows where you are, but then Skirt getting a really big kill.
Oh, but they traded out immediately. Ihan gets the beautiful sticky onto AG. Ihan looking for yet another, does not get the scope as the timing's just a little off. Tin and Jabin just punishing the side of Duty Games. And now with just Ihan all alone in here. Can he make a play? Skirt right in front of him. The shorty ass out, goes in for the quick scope, and Skirt just a little too quick. The timing not doing him well at all. Skirt backs away with the MX-9, I believe, in hand. Skirt should be able to play shutdown with this right now. Oh, Ihan, what a spot with that shotty. Can he make a play? 10 more seconds in here. 2 versus 1. Tin shuts it down.
Blacklist International.Ultimate played that to perfection, and they could have lost it already, especially with Ihan just popping off like that. Ihan has been a really great member of his team, getting 3 already, but you can see here, Venom, Jeff, and Zen have 0 so far. I mean, granted, there's only been 2 rounds, so but with those many players having those 0 kills, you need to step it up.
Absolutely. How do you step it up against a team like this, right? I mean, they're so sharp. They're so good at all of their positioning. Absolutely undetectable in a majority of these situations, which just leaves Ihan as well as Kenshi to pull those initial punishes. And Kenshi, yes, he is trying to get the damage done on his side, and he's able to deliver as well. Dunia Games, on the other hand, with the side of Ihan, he's going in, hitting those shots, but the rest of them, they need to find those marks. And now all those players stacking up towards that B bomb site. Bomb will be back in a way. ZZ spotting a play against that shot. Skirt dropped. EG gets taken down by Jeff as well. Tin will manage to strike one right back. Is he going to be able to get more numbers on his own? He stacks himself up behind the crates. Should be able to make a play here with the backup of Kenshi.
They need to go very, very carefully, as the heavy defense in Bravo might be a little bit too much here. They need to have one more shot from the sniper, get one more pick just to make a difference and even things out. Because if they go in Bravo, it's going to be very difficult, especially with 3 players just stacking that. So it's a good thing they're sticking together here in 2F, a power position that you would always want. But Kenshi needs to be in the position where Tin is actually at. Because Tin has the bomb, and if he goes down, you need to make a play around him. And Tin, with the aggression, is actually going to be good for you.
Oh, Tin just going in there with the immediate punisher. Zed could not react in time. And now Venom manages to catch Tin. Did the plant go down though? Venom will be able to catch it. Yet another one. MX-9 in hand. The punisher onto Kenshi's dropped by Jeff. What a takeover by Dunia Games.
And it's all just because of one player. And when Tin was planting the bomb, everyone else from his team wasn't there for the defense. I could have easily been defended, but then unfortunately for them, they were just a little bit too far away. So Jeff just making a lot of big plays yet again. And Search and Destroy, he's just absolutely crazy in here. The timing, Ihan doesn't really quite get the snipe. Potatoes the shot, and we're going to be seeing Tin really just going in there for that 8 point, but then no, gets spotted.
Oh, now all of those flashes going to be annoying them. Venom The backup. Oh, look at the hit markers on Tin earlier, man. One more nade should be able to shut him down. Beautiful spot by Zen. Punishes Tin instantaneously. And now we'll be able to get the stun set up as well. That stun comes through. Venom goes in for the Punisher. Kenshi taken down as well. Dunia Games, what a response!
I don't know why Tin just committed there, knowing very well there's one player. There's no reason why they should have rushed it. They had time, but they just proned both of those. I can't wrap my head around it. Tin, I think, was he with Kenshi or was it with Skirt or I think it was AG. They were just proning, knowing very well that someone's going to be in cable car. That is just crazy to me how they just went in there. They could have just backed away, repositioned themselves. They have the time to do so.
Ihan with the dirty shot. Calm down, Ihan. Kenshi. Trophy system plays. Is he going to be able to catch Zen out of the equation? Zen not holding on to a position that Kenshi can punish him at just yet. But now, as I say that, Zen getting a little cheeky. Is he going to see that punishing blow come through from Kenshi? That opener from the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate that is desperately needed for Blacklist now to take this lead, to take one final round before they give the bomb away to Dunia Games.
The bomb still alive. They need to go and plant it already. It's a stalemate right now. No one's going to make a sound. Both of these teams know very well one little mistake can mean the difference of actually making it to this competition. And if you guys just came in here early, you didn't know how well this team actually performed in Raid, and now they're performing well here in Summit so far. And if you did just come here, welcome. We are at a match point, and whoever wins this will move on to the finals. So a lot of things happening here. The pressure is definitely going to be really great for all of these guys that are playing right now.
With a 5-man push. Still a 5-5 Tango. Kenshi punishes Jeff, and that's the Punisher that is desperately needed from the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. Kenshi, will he be able to find yet another Venom trying to go in and trade one out immediately? But he's going to find absolutely no one. Kenshi does find yet another overextension by Venom. Proves to be absolutely useless. Zen will be able to trade Jabin out, but Zizi, what is going on over there? Yeji as well as Tin taken down. Zizi trying to make a play as well. The hit mark is good. One more shot. Scud going in for the block. Kenshi with the defense from the back. Ihan shuts him down with the shorty. It's going to be Ihan going up against Zizi. 2 versus 1. Blacklist International.Ultimate. Scud does not make a play. It was very, very sloppy, but for understandable reasons, everybody was
just hear a pin drop just because of how quiet it was. No one was moving, but then we can see here that the time was going down very slightly. But ZZ absolutely just made the play in that round with that double kill, where Blacklist International could have won that with a numbers game, but unfortunately for them, it just didn't happen, and it just fell apart. And I feel like for Skirt, he didn't have to go that close into the bomb site. He could have had a little bit more range, knowing very well there's 2 players there. Yeah. So I feel like that was just jitters for him, just wanting to go in for that kill, but then the aggression just didn't pay off.
Yeah, it really didn't. But, you know, we can't blame the players from the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. You know, heated matchup like this, a couple of mistakes definitely there. But as far as he's concerned, that was one decision that he did, or he decided to make in that one split second, which just turned out to be absolutely not useful to his side. And now a 5-5. The side of Dunia Games needs to figure out exactly down from the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate before they can go in for the push, but Kenshi misses in one shot. Zen unable to punish, and they will back away, but Skirt pulls that kill away. What a response! And now Dunia Games, they seem to be bleeding. They take the bomb plant as well. Let's see exactly what breaks down here now, as A is the main call.
DG's late game response has been absolutely great though. We already saw in that past round Kenshi getting those 2 frags, but then we still saw DG absolutely just kill it. Venom getting
Lord.
1, getting 2.
Oh my lord.
There you go. The late game response already being so strong from the side of DG.
Oh goodness me. Venom just absolutely slain. Too easy. Ehad shoots the final bullet. Dunia Games about to finish off Blacklist International.Ultimate. My, oh my, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, either way this ends, I am gonna be a sad man. Tremendous display by both of these teams in here. Only one to the grand finals. The other, they'll have to play for the third and fourth spot. Ihan making the access in towards that second floor. Will not spot anybody. Tin with the aggressive plays. Does not shut down Venom, but Skirt takes advantage. Beautiful distraction by Tin. And that's exactly the opener that Blacklist needs.
We see Skirt finally making the plays, and pretty slow at that. Usually you get to see him really frag out really well here in Search and Destroy. Jaben also, on the other hand, also struggling, only getting to see 1 kill for his name, and we're already here in round number 7. So that's going to be very difficult for you to actually go in there, get a lot of these kills, and the mindset that you need to go and do well. One person already down for doing the games, and that's going to be very important for Blacklist International, but we keep seeing it after the past 3 rounds where one person drops. Oh, Kenshi misses the shot.
Oh, I feel for the guy. I truly, truly feel for Kenshi right now. Kenshi is not going to be happy with that at all. Hopefully, he does not start playing games with his mind. Ihan looking for those shots as the players from the side of Dunia Games back away deep in towards the Gorilla base. Away from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. Now Jaben, is he going to get caught out by Ihan? That sniper Jaben gets punished by a quick scope. And now Ihan, he has traded out, but Skirt, what a return! He takes down ZZ, Kenshin shut down as well. Back to back, these numbers flow, but the attacking side, 3 more players, and they are about to plant the bomb. What a setup by Dunia Games now. Will Blacklist be able to respond accordingly?
That was really good. They played for picks here. DG did such a great job at really just thinning the herd. Then after that, choosing a side. That's something that we don't really get to see from the side of Blacklist International, where they need to go play for picks and really just make sure a side is going to be there. But then AG with a really big kill, really just having an advantage over here. But then one more person is going to be right there, right below him. 2v3 situation. It's looking very good for Blacklist International.
Oh, one mistake by Zen, and Din just goes in for the punish. This is Blacklist International Ultimate. Zen should have just shown a little bit more patience there. Clearly, they know the numbers that are flowing out, but it's all jitters. All of those hands absolutely nervous, shaking, palms sweaty, ladies, German boys and girls. Mom's spaghetti? Nope, not on their sweaters just yet. 4-3 Dunia Games trying to run away with this, but Blacklist International Ultimate trying to stop them in their tracks. Kenshi still looking for those openers. Needs to look towards his right-hand side. Might be able to find one.
We see here Dunia Games really just being a passive play. That's really good. On the surface, they look calm and ready to drop bombs, but they keep on forgetting what they wrote down before this, right? So really good game for Blacklist International in that last round. So they did a great job at the response. They need to do the same here and do the counter plays that they've been doing well. So they need just to keep the pace, keep it going, keep doing what they're doing, and just win all their gunfights.
Oh, amazing plays coming through from Blacklist International Ultimate. I love the ideation here, going for that long flank from the edge platform. But Jeff as well as Ihan, they see it coming. Zen goes in for the shutdown as well. Blacklist International Ultimate. Skirt manages to get a trade right back. Kenshi trying to thin the numbers back down. Can they make it a 2-2? 11 more seconds left on the clock. Time runs out for Blacklist International Ultimate. Zen shuts it down. Dunia Games, match point, series point. Are they going to be the first ones to move on to the grand finals? The Philippines, can they now stop the Indonesians from moving on?
I'm so stressed right now, AJ. I don't want to see any of these guys go, but then it is what it is. This is what's going to happen, and for sure, there will be a response to Blacklist International because they have to. This is the pressure point where they need to go in here. The funnel is going to happen.
The beautiful opener on City. Is that going to be what they need? Ihan picks that bomb right back up, and the numbers don't good for the side of Dunia Games. The question is, what is the setup? Jaben with the aggressive push. Kurd will be taking Zen down, and this number just looks absolutely perfect for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. But Jeff, he trades Kenshi out, and now they need to look for yet another one. Is Jeff going to be the damage dealer? 10 looks for one, but Ihan punishes. The numbers now all equal. Ihan looking for yet another kill. One player inside of control room number 2. They've managed to take over the edge platform already, and that B bomb site might now just be open beef, but they have to be careful. AG is on the lookout.
AG, they're pretty spread out right now. More spread out than I'm pretty comfortable in actually saying, because one person is going to be right in front of them that actually make a difference. Jaben needs to be quiet. He does get spotted. Ihan does a good job at checking his corners. Could have easily gone down, and Jabin has had a very tough time here in the search and destroy. Maybe that is the reason why here Blacklist International.Ultimate just struggling.
And also, Dunia Games just really playing a really good game. I mean, check your corners. Play your games really right. Both teams have been absolutely amazing in here. But Dunia Games, as usual, just pulling out slightly ahead, showing that they are better than their opponents. But now, time is running out. Blacklist International.Ultimate scared, as well as his partner, AG. They need to make a play. Venom right in front. They go in for the shots. Venom almost got taken down earlier. Skirt needs to make this shot count. Gets the kill. Skirt, get another. Stun onto the left. Turns around, but it's all over. The dream is over. Dunia Games, on the other hand, they win the series secured. Grand Finals secured.
Grand Finals already in their midst, and that plane ticket is waving right at them. Dunia Games did such a great job here. It's really search and destroy that wins everything for them. They're usually known as the respawn team, but no. They show that they are both. They can do both. Win, search, and destroy, and domination just to make a difference.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, all throughout the competition, that's exactly what Dunia Games has just been. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Ihan, when the team needed him the most, the guy just rises up like that hero. He gets his shots sorted out. 11 kills in total. Zen as well as Jeff, they play their parts. Venom, he found his shots as well. ZZ was there. He got those plants. He got those assists all the way through. It was a team effort, but it was definitely a strong fight from the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. But unfortunately, this is exactly how the chips will fall. One supreme team will be able to step on forth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and that supreme team is Dunia Games Esports.
Dunia Games, congratulations, and Blacklist, they did an amazing job. You can see here, the points are pretty close here. They were able to serve it up and really just show everyone how well they can actually do, and I really want to see what else is going to happen for this team for sure. So, Dunia Games did such an amazing job. We already kind of predicted it, and I'm sorry, Jericho, but your pick may not actually go and get that. So, Dunia Games looking very solid here so far, but we're going to be seeing a very interesting matchup right after this, though.
Don't burn the poor guy. He's already crying. It's all right, Jericho. It's all right, okay? I'll come and hug you later, man. 150 to 87, 150 to 121. Blacklist International.Ultimate. Valiant effort, but 6-3, 150 to 100, and then yet again another 6-3 at the final search and destroy. Dunia Games destroys the hopes of Blacklist International.Ultimate, representing Garena at the world stage, destroys their hopes and dreams of moving on to the grand finals. But of course, the dream of maybe placing up high is not over just yet. The third spot is definitely smiling at them if they are able to move on over and win their next series. Dunia Games, on the other hand, they'll be comfortably waiting in that grand finals matchup. Once again, firing range, I think it was perfectly played by Blacklist International.Ultimate by immediately pulling it in for hardpoint, not allowing it to go for that search and destroy. But Dunia Games just proving, regardless of what map you play as at search and destroy, even if you pull away that secret weapon firing range, we're still going to annihilate you. Raid and Summit was just absolutely perfect from this side B.
It was the plays. It was the counter plays. The late game counter plays that Dunia Games had was just absolutely crazy. It's something that I actually kind of see. Reminds me of how ALMGHTY plays. And that's how Dunia Games is just amazing, just because of how much homework and how much growth that they've had here in this competition here so far. Just doing your homework, knowing very well who your opponent is. So whoever gets the win in that next matchup will definitely see a different team to who they played in that last 5-7 days that they've been playing.
Oh, absolutely, dude. But you know, I'm afraid it's gonna end up like a You know, the probability of it ending up as a rematch between Dunia Games as well as the side of WDC is definitely there. But ALMGHTY, they've been proving themselves in this competition. And as they took the slice against M42 yesterday, they were extremely convincing. Let us not forget M42 Esports, the same team that actually beat Blacklist International.Ultimate 3-0. But of course, as we moved on with this matchup, Blacklist, they showed us exactly how great of a team they were. In firing range, it was definitely a solid showing.
It was a very solid showing for all of the teams that we've seen here, but then with DG just being that a little bit better in this competition in that particular matchup. So again, I like stats. I like to pull out the stats. And if you do have ALMGHTY going up against DG, ALMGHTY will definitely have a little bit of an upper hand. But with how DG's been performing here so far, they have the fire, they have the momentum to just really go and keep everything. But WDC as well, they had a very interesting play yesterday, really just bringing things into a round number 5. And that's why I'm scared for everyone that actually goes against ALMGHTY. ALMGHTY has never had a game 5. So around in this competition, everyone else has. So you're going up against that giant and knowing very well that ALMGHTY has 0 of that game 5s. That is just absolutely crazy.
True, but at the same time, it was a opponent that we know they are able to take down, and it was just like basically history repeating itself, right? Like the search and destroy at Raid. But Dunia Games once again managed to bag it against Blacklist International.Ultimate. If history repeats again, in that matchup with ALMGHTY against WDC, I don't know. I don't know. It's really, really hard to make that call. I personally want to see, do I even? Yeah, I think I personally want to see ALMGHTY get that win, right? Because it really will set up the team for such a great storyline. For after all of that grind, not being able to step up onto the Garena stage and bag those big titles. In the past, we know who those past kings were. Now it's all wide open. Are they going to be able to bag it perhaps for the side of MSP? But WDC.Freeslot, they have just been, the monster of the competition. With the number of these teams, Beef, I've seen some of them like perhaps, in Dunia Games, sometimes they hold back. But WDC.Freeslot's that one team that I've never seen hold back in any of their matches, which really, really concerns me as they take on ALMGHTY later on. But, this matchup where it went into a triple cap domination at standoff, Blacklist International, they couldn't go in here and do anything with this map up. They had to get rid of firing range as well as the Hackney Yard. So it was just ultimately unfortunate.
Unfortunate for them to really just lose that domination so badly, because they could have just really gone in for the power positions. But then here comes a game mode again that they've been struggling here so far, but they just really did so well at the later half of this. Really just from that reset point, we just saw greatness come into Blacklist International. You can already see here they were picking up all of the points, and DG did so well on those open points. But when it comes to the P2, we're going to be seeing it shortly for sure. Skurd just absolutely popped in that reset, got rid of 4 players of DG trying to go and infiltrate into the hard point. And it's really just moments like those with Blacklist International. Granted, they're a younger team compared to everyone else that's actually performed here. This is probably one of their first really big tournaments here so far, but for them to make it this far, that is very impressive for next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kenshi's play at Takeoff was one of the best that we have seen in a long, long time. I mean, he played this P4 to the T, just managing each and every single one of his score streaks really well. But that one final moment where things kind of broke down for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate was the play of that XS1 Goliath, which was immediately shut down. But, it showed the tenacity out of the Filipinos. Even with the XS1 Goliath shut down, they still took all of their gunfights and they managed to bag the win in such a well-fought Takeoff match.
Yeah, and it really was a great time for DG. And at that point, I actually thought personally, oh no, they were able to shut down that XS1 Goliath, so that's not going to be good, looking really good for Blacklist International. But it doesn't matter; they don't need a machine to actually go in there because they have their mechanical skills to really go for it. And we're going to be seeing it here in a little bit, where Zen, it's just so bad for them to actually go in there. 4 people dropping for DG just in the hands of 1 player.
Absolutely, man. I mean, you know, overall, both of these teams, you know, just absolutely supreme, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, give some love to the both of them. Either way, you know, we are all being represented by these teams. That one supreme team that moves on to that world stage will be representing the server overall. Dunia Games, you know, they took a very well fought matchup in this takeoff, but Blacklist International, they kind of proved themselves on this map. But it would just kind of end takeoff, because after this it was the unfortunate search and destroy finale.
And it's just unfortunate to see Venom with a really great read over there, and Jabin being a little bit too far from the defense. And that's so, it's there you go. There you go. It's this moment that I think, wow, Blacklist International, they're kind of out of it in this particular tournament. You know, one person's going to be in cable car, and you have 2 players prone just like that, being sitting ducks. So it's really just moments like those where I'm just like wondering, they're not really confident enough in actually going in there for the infiltration and all for the plays. So again, it's really just small mistakes like that, kind of like what we're seeing now from Skurd.
Yeah, I mean, tiny mistakes from both sides, absolutely acceptable and understandable at this level of gameplay, right? Both teams pulling these strats round after round after round, and I feel like it was both managed quite well. But Kenshi, he just tried to go out there. He was looking for his shots. I don't think he got the sort of backup that he usually used to get. I think he just wasn't able to go out and be as aggressive as he wanted, which was just a little bit unfortunate. Dunia Games, on the other hand, and it's not like they couldn't go out and be aggressive because they didn't have any power players on their side. It's just that they can't be aggressive against the side of Dunia Games. You get punished. You instantaneously get punished. And that just held back the players from Blacklist International.Ultimate. But at the end of the day, who else better deserving than Jeff? A huge playmaker for the side of Dunia Games Esports. 17-14-4 on the KDA average beat.
And look at that, the average score being 2,200. So that's 2,256 points for him. And without a doubt, look at that. He even has his little gun already, ready for the battlefield and ready just to dominate. But again, I really just want to touch up on Jeff. He's been absolutely impressive for both respawns and non-respawns as well. But I want to give credit to every single one of his teammates. Venom did an absolutely amazing job in that summit map. He was always in that little balcony, and Blacklist International, even though they knew he was going to be there for sure, he doesn't get shut down. So it's really just those key players and those key points where eventually led them to win.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you know, Dunia Games, they went in there and they have succeeded. I would like to give you guys a good news. It seems like you have succeeded as well. Thank you so much for helping us hit our very first milestone. There you go. This is the code for the Thermosphere crate. You guys get 3 of that. Take the code, share it out with all of your friends. Don't keep it for yourself, because it's not like when, you know, someone else redeems it, you don't get it. Everybody gets to redeem it, right? So put it on all of the chat, in your WhatsApp groups, in your Telegram. It really doesn't matter what. And ask them to join us on this broadcast as well, because as you can see, the action is just pretty much crazy, man. Blacklist International.Ultimate, the Filipinos will still be jumping on into yet another matchup, and that's just going to be the play for the 3rd and 4th spot, but that will only take place after the 2nd series. Beef, the next one is going to be pretty much as exciting as the opener of the day.
Here we go, WDC.Almighty. You guys already know it. You got the code, you got the entertainment. Everything we're doing is for you guys. So we're just as hype as you. Really knowing the next matchup is gonna make my hand shake just because of how much we've seen here already. I want to see Almighty go down and really just bring WDC to a game number 5.
I think you might be able to get exactly what you're asking for, because I don't think this is that one series where they can afford, like all of the previous ones, where they don't go to a game number 5. My dear sirs, it's probably going to go to a game number 5 as we head on to a 5-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll catch you in series number 2. Don't go anywhere.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021 Major Series Season 5
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to find him. And on the other hand, whoa, yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran. ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไปหมดตอนเดียวว้ากันดีกว่า
但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把某某给穿死。
Well, look at that. We just had our first round. Welcome back, guys. It's been an absolutely crazy time. I'm Beef Mommy. I'm joined with the amazing Mustachio AJ. Really just bringing the action to you. But honestly, the action is being brought to us just because of how well these guys have been playing.
Oh, absolutely right. And the first game, definitely a heartbreaker. But the dream, the run is not over just yet for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate in terms of playing in this particular competition. They still have to play for the 3rd and 4th placement in series number 3. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's gonna be series number 2, where we see WDC.Freeslot taking on the side of ALMGHTY. And I don't know if or not I want to take a pick between these two teams, but here's what I can tell you. If you want to play Call of Duty Mobile at the highest level, then you want to pick up for yourself the Xperia 1 Mark III, the official mobile device of Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021, the best mobile device for CODM or any FPS games for that matter be.
Yes, this phone is just so crazy. You can step up your game. You can see here, you have the ability to enhance your game. You don't get to have that with normal phones. So with this one, it is primed for FPS. You can see the movement. I've played with this before. AJ has been having it, and I really like the fact that you can really just set it up when you're playing a game, but when you're just using it for your normal use, you can just shut it down just because you already know that this particular phone is going to be absolutely crazy.
Oh, absolutely, right? And of course, you do have the 120 Hz refresh rate display, which is most of the time only found on monitors, but as technology just grows, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's being brought onto mobile phones as well, and it's going to absolutely change your gameplay. On the native 120 Hz refresh rate display, fast-moving objects are rendered clearly for seriously smooth gameplay, and you get to spot your opponents faster than they spot you. And I think that's a win already, Beef.
Imagine that. In one tiny device, you already have that 240 Hz touch scanning rate. It remembers every single touch that you have. So when you're playing a game like Call of Duty Mobile, you usually really have that touch and really just go in there to really just respond very well, but not on this phone. Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III will definitely perform a little bit better than the previous model, but then that's the reason why that we have this phone here so far, just because of how good it is. You have that precision right in your fingertips.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, as we jump on through, you think it's not gonna get even better? Of course it will be. Yet another feature that's only available on gaming PCs and monitors brought onto the phone. You get to strike first in the dark with the low gamma rays, enhancing image details in the dark areas without highlighting and overexposing the bright areas of the screen. That is the best win, and technology like this, man, absolutely insane how they got to fit it into such a tiny device at a low price point as well.
You're right about that. And you know what? Not just that. This is what we keep saying. Sounds are probably one of the most important things when you're playing any FPS game, and when you can actually do that on your mobile device, you will get your edge against any opponent that actually doesn't have the same phone as you. So Sony is definitely gonna have that here. You have that equalizer to your agreement here. You get to have that to your own personal taste, so you can heighten the sounds of every single thing that you really want in the game.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, sound truly matters, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But of course, with the technology co-developed with pro gamers, there's just no going wrong. Responding to the demands of pro gamers, Sony recorded the finger movements of pro gamers and then performed touch response tuning whilst reproducing those finger movements with a robot for precision control. So they know exactly each and every single time your finger comes in connection with that particular screen, you are going to be registering each and every single one of those touches. Just like what Beef mentioned earlier on, you get to dictate whatever that happens on that game through that mobile device. The best mobile device for any FPS games that you can pick up, the Xperia 1 Mark III.
I mean, for me, it's always just a struggle of being really, I guess, direct with my phone, because there's so many times where I just mispress everything or my phone's not good enough, and it doesn't mean that I'm a very bad player. It's just my device just is cut out for me. But Sony, man, this phone is definitely so crazy. But then speaking of craziness, you can already see what we've been seeing here so far. Single elimination, best of 5. You can see here from the points itself, so many teams already said goodbye, but just like that, we see Blacklist International just falling down into that bronze matchup. But we're still seeing what is going to happen here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, WDC.Freeslot and their lineup, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, Ambition, Blackjaw, the Kiss X, Guitar, Dolphin, as well as Cheek. Do they need individual introduction anymore? I mean, each and every single player in this lineup, superstars in their own accord, Beef, they are able to shut down and create stellar gameplays on any of those maps that they jump on into. And you know, this is the site that has been very, very curiously jumping on and banning Hackney Yard for quite a number of times in here. I wonder if that will be the situation here today as well, or are they going to leave it open finally? Maybe they were playing possum. Maybe they want to play that showdown on takeoff.
I really like this team because we saw how great they played, and you really made a great point a while ago where you always see this team giving 100%. So there's a reason why they won the Garena Invitationals a few months ago in the start of this year. So when the fact that they don't give up, speaking of a team that doesn't give up at all and have been absolutely just crazy here, Irfan J, Adapt, Incendio, Heaven, and Shut Up representing Almighty. They honestly, all of these teams don't need any introduction, but then this team in particular is just on everyone's mind. I made a poll on Twitter, and I put there, okay, who's going to win within these 4 teams? Almighty has been the highest so far because of how well they've been performing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the numbers, Almighty look like they're absolutely crushing it out there. And Heaven has been that one sniper that has been so consistent all throughout the competitions. And, you know, he's just going to go in here and absolutely wreck it once again, potentially even picking up a majority of the MVPs on the side of Almighty. You know, he's been such a stellar player all the way through. Incendio, on the other hand, he just holds the team together like glue. Irfan J, the guy, he knows how to pop off. Potentially the biggest or the most biggest threat from the side of Almighty the WDC needs to go up against, especially in those respawn modes, Beef.
Yeah, the respawn modes is Irfan Jace's playground, but then we see here Heaven is also going to be a player that can actually go and deliver. And speaking of Heaven, we can see here head-to-head, average kills of 24, deaths of 12, average assist of 8.5 with an average score of 3,563. Right beside him is not even close. You see 13 average kills, average deaths of 12, average assist of 8.25, and an average score of 1,940. Numbers. Yeah, definitely there's a really big gap, but then Cheek has always been known to just pop off, and if he does, anyone who's at the very end of his barrel will definitely regret it and see the light of day.
Yeah. Even on the 2.0 on the KD, and you know, most of the times you know exactly why he manages to get that, right? He pops off, but most of the time he takes those risky plays, putting himself in the path of harm because he wants to send that information back to his team. He wants to get that info back. He wants to secure those plays and open up the map for the side of Almighty. And I'm very sure he's going to be playing the exact same role in here today. If it's not broken, don't go and try to fix it. Heaven, definitely, he has not been trying to fix anything. In fact, the side of Almighty, they've been trying to perfect each and every single one of their plays, and they seem to be hitting it on point, Beef.
And take a look at that. We're finally going in there. We see WDC winning the coin toss. That is the best thing to ever happen to them in this tournament. Bans Crossfire.
Fair.
Yeah, that's pretty fair because Crossfire, you don't want to take it out. Okay, we might see a Hackney Yard takeoff is going to be banned as well. Okay, I really like what I'm seeing here so far just because of how predictable it would have been if we saw Hackney Yard being banned.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Now, the first things here, WDC, they take the ban against ALMGHTY, taking Crossfire out of the equation. Now, we've seen ALMGHTY pop off at Crossfire multiple times now, and not just in this competition, but in the past ones as well. Against performance yesterday would have been very, very convincing, 150 to 89. WDC wants nothing of that. But the surprising part is they do not go in and ban Hackney Yard, which has been a constant permaban for the side of WDC all throughout the group stages. So that really, really keeps me curious for that map number 4 when we see ALMGHTY dragging them in for that second hardpoint, if we get there.
If we get there, we'll see, because ALMGHTY has been known to just 3-0 the house down, but we're taking a look at our standoff search and destroy right now. ALMGHTY hasn't played standoff or search and destroy, so we don't have any information on that. On the other hand, WDC has played search and destroy here in standoff. They've been doing a really good job, 100% win rate for them, but against a team like ALMGHTY, they'll definitely have a very hard time. But we're taking a look right now at domination, firing range. Both of these teams have been really good here so far, so they're pretty even on the playing field and the win rates here in domination.
Okay, so based on these mappings, Death Machine and Sparrow getting taken out of the mix here, so Annihilator is going to be unlocked, and we all know exactly how well ALMGHTY just goes out there for the slay. But you know, here's the interesting thing, it was left available by the side of WDC. They want to bring the firepower, they want to bring those aggressive plays, and they know for sure they can shut down the side of ALMGHTY, and they've seen how effective the side of ALMGHTY is whenever those death machines are played, especially in those respawn modes. Guarding those flags is definitely going to be a pain, taking that fight up against ALMGHTY. I love the bans coming through on the operators as well, B.
Absolutely. It's just getting people to just ban that operator skill, because you have the chance to not only get rid of a whole team with a death machine and a sparrow, so that's why the Annihilator will definitely be used here. And we're starting things off in raid hardpoint. Again, both of these teams have been doing a really good job at hardpoint, but ALMGHTY just doing a little bit better, winning every single hardpoint they've been playing in this competition so far.
Oh, look at ALMGHTY just make it so difficult for the side of WDC, going in, popping off tons of smoke as well as stuns, and now it's the side of WDC who just overcome all of that initial pressure, winning purely from the gunfights. But ALMGHTY fighting back one by one. WDC winning a majority of those, but laundry takeover now by the side of ALMGHTY. This might be the setup that they're looking for. Early Bread missile dropped by Cheek, shutting down Adapt, and I think that's a little bit too early, but WDC doesn't seem to be the kind that cares, because they know they can pick up those score streaks yet again with their mechanical plays.
That is probably the earliest Predator missile I've seen in this competition so far, and Cheek already being that MVP this earlier on. We only have 13 seconds left on the clock, and so far WDC is just getting every single one. But the push already going in here in Kitchen, and the infiltration from WDC needs to be very solid. Jungle. Oh, there you go, Irfan J really doing a lot of big plays here with the double kill.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming through, and Irfan J once again the man of steel over for the side of ALMGHTY. And now Cheek brings out the Dragonfire. Information early game like this, that's how we want to see it being played. And now 52 seconds to go. Can they manipulate that information that they have already gotten and go in here for that flank? Yes, they do flow in through Central Garden. Information being flowed right back through. They win their gunfights as they get there, but Heaven, he is protected by Irfan J as Blackjaw is dropped, and this Kitchen is definitely fiery, but ALMGHTY, they are the ones doing the cooking.
And cooking they are doing. This stew is very hot, and Heaven has been having a really solid hold here so far. The defense from him is really good, but you can see here, you need to go in for the rotation going into P3, just because Garage is going to be that money hill where you can make a difference, and WDC seem to be like they have the advantage of going in for that early rotation. They leave Kitchen. That's a really good job here so far, but if you're AMT, you shouldn't stack Kitchen that heavily. You really need to go in for the rotation.
Oh yeah, I mean, but look, at the fact of the matter is they stacked the Kitchen and they played those points. They equalized 46 to 46. Without that stack, WDC would have been able to overtake them really, really quickly. And now this is played quite well by ALMGHTY. Although a little bit later than WDC, they are there to ask those strong questions before the side of WDC runs away with this. And the patience from Heaven to not go in and over-aggress whilst he waits for the flank and then back up from the rest of his teammates just shows the reason as to why ALMGHTY usually is able to make those comebacks. But we're talking about the mechanical plays by WDC here that just seems so commanding that ALMGHTY is not able to break. And now into Garage, a 4-man push. Let's see if they pull this off, me.
And here we go. It's going to be very difficult as we can see Blackjack is going to be able to go in there. But then just like that, they are probably going in for the rotation already. We see here Incendio going in for the early rotation, going into basketball. They finally get the scrap points going into that garage. So that's going to be really good for them. And even though they struggled majority of the time, they still get a little bit of points. And that will definitely bring you a long way. Incendio is going to be the only one there. But it's very unfortunate for him that there's going to be 3 members right now just going in there. WDC doing a really good at the rotation here so far.
76-66 is 10 points between them, but WDC already at that hard point. Are we going to be able to see the points from ALMGHTY break this? The question is if they are able to. How? The bread will be the opener. And Dolphin, though, the response is an annihilator. Deb steps on in, breaks the hill immediately for the side of ALMGHTY. And this is the play now from Incendio. But Ambition goes in for the reversal. And he wins his gunfights. Unfortunately, shut down. ALMGHTY still with the heavy power play. Guitar taken down by Heaven and ALMGHTY. Can they make the comeback? They have 73 now to 88, and WDC.Freeslot, they are pulling in the pinch. Let's see if they now can reverse this out. 20 seconds to go, B.
And the pinch doesn't really ensue as the gunfight was lost on top of stairs. So they're still going in there for the contest, though, and also getting scrap points as well. Not only that, you're seeing here Cheek already going in for the full rotation, setting things up. But look at that sentry gun already. That is going to be absolutely crazy. Very great plays from Cheek. I love what I'm seeing, what he's doing so far. Ever since that first hard one, he's been just absolutely key.
Oh, yeah. I mean, early bread and then an early sentry over in Central just to hold down the spot, even though it's not activated just yet, giving them that opener, that 6th man in there. And now Dragonfire going to be brought in once again. That early information key for WDC to shut down ALMGHTY. Playing those IQ plays against the Singaporeans themselves. Who would have known that it will be possible, ladies and gentlemen? 8 to 85. WDC now trying to run away with this. ALMGHTY, they will go ahead and pull that hard point back. 30 seconds in here. Can they go in for a stronghold? They win all of their gunfights to make that comeback. 96 to 109. The boys might be able to pull this off.
And there you go, just like that. They're going to be overtaken in just a few seconds. 19 seconds left on the clock. But then no, the denial already. Ambition doing such a great job. 11 kills to his name so far. Is probably going to get that 12th kill. And that is the presence that we like to see individually, where they just win all of their gunfights and get those scrap points going in there. The rotation, though, needs to come through. You can see here, they already have the power position in top lobby. That's what they've been firing for. And Cheek lost that gunfight, so that might be very big for AMT.
Ambition always repositions himself after each and every single kill. This guy is an absolute insane player, and WDC.Freeslot is going to be able to run away because of those insane plays. But as we go in here for the reset, ladies and boys and girls, opening square center once again. 43 seconds on the timer. 109 on the side of ALMGHTY, but WDC running away with this matchup. Laundry control not in there. Predator missile dropped in, finds absolutely nobody. WDC maybe a little bit of that shine wearing off now. Those heavy plays coming through from Laundry, and this is that opportune moment for ALMGHTY to make that play right back. Cheek gets taken down, but only 11 points to now close this game off. The ties definitely smiling. Will ALMGHTY be able to make a stellar comeback in here? It looks impossible, B.
They need to go and make that rotation going into kitchen, but no, it's enough. It's enough for them to actually go and close it out here in P1. And even though they tried to go in there, ALMGHTY just couldn't go in. But then here we go, the contest coming in from Heaven is the difference that they had to make in going through the rotation into kitchen. That is a very good pressure point for Heaven. And now ALMGHTY is going to be sitting right there in that hard point. They only have a few seconds left, 3 seconds for WDC, but knowing ALMGHTY,
Yep, Almighty now. The Annihilator coming out for the pop. 127 to 147. Can they hold this to the T? WDC.Freeslot trying to grab it from them. Blackjaw goes in for the shutdown with the MX9 for the slide, but it will be Adapt that goes in for the Punisher. One more time, and the Annihilator goes in for the pop. It's going to be 140 to 147. Irfan J. Can he make the play with the MX9? He does not over-aggress. Waiting for Blackjaw. That smoke on for the pop at a very good time. Adapt with the Annihilator play. They equalize 147 to 147. Almighty 149 and 150. Almighty with the IQ plays and an eternal comeback to shut down WDC.Freeslot.
WD.Freeslot, their mistake was they committed to P1. And yes, they could have ended it there, but then 1 second of a contest, which Heaven did, by the way, is the difference of you losing this. And instead, they just went in there, late rotation going into kitchen, and 122 was the score of Almighty. And points left for WDC, and they just dropped it. They should have just made the early rotation going into P2.
You know, the game was won over at Square Center, right? Because if they had gotten just a few more seconds over at Square Center, it was a GG WP. They had to push it in towards kitchen, and even after they make that kitchen play, it was not going to be an absolute guarantee, because the previous times where they did drop into kitchen, it was just an absolute wrecker, because it just went back and forth between WDC as well as Almighty. But Heaven picking up the MVP. Heaven, can you stop outdoing everyone, man? I mean, on the snipes, he is there, and when we drop him into the respawns, the guy is there getting all of the job done. An absolute heavy carry for the side of Almighty. Lion City representing Almighty. Oh damn, they look good.
Heaven's presence of mind is just unmatchable. The guy's wit, the guy's smart. His IQ is just off the charts, and we see really bright moments for him, and it really just paid off. And not only does he dominate and search and destroy, he shows everyone that he's also very good within Scud skills, not even without a sniper. So now we're heading over to Standoff and Search and Destroy, and Standoff has been a map that has been really great for Almighty. They've just been absolutely great here. They keep winning this every single time, and maybe not in this competition, yes, but I already know for sure that they will probably get a lot of points, but how far they can take it, we'll see with how WDC will do in the first 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, with the side that WDC managed to win this hardpoint matchup, dragging us into raid, that one, it was a pick that I just did not know how to make that call. I didn't know exactly which side is this going to fall. We have definitely seen Almighty jump on in towards raid in the past, but in terms of hardpoint at raid, it was definitely rare, right? We've seen them move on in towards that search and destroy, but in terms of just playing it to the T, both teams were really, really good. And it's all about that final play. When we went in there for those rotations, winning it over at that Square Center and extending the game before we went into Kitchen Beef. If that play had not been pulled off, it would have been game over.
Yeah, well, speaking of a game that is about to start right now, this is going to be Standoff, Search and Destroy. Almighty, known very well for being a really good S&D team, but it's not going to be easy. WDC is going to be that team as well. Search and Destroy is their baby. They've only ever lost once, and that is definitely going to be very hard for Almighty to actually go and stomach.
Almighty, early takedown on Ambition. See what else they will be able to do as Heaven looks for the flank as well as the backstab, but the information flows through and Cheek will be on him. Cheek drops back, doubling down on the defense towards the warehouse shortcut. Dolphin, on the other hand, already with the invade towards the private backyard, will be going in for the plant. 45 seconds now on for the call from the side of WDC. What's the response from Almighty?
Almighty, they're just going to be sitting there. Just because we see Heaven already going in for the backstab, and that's going to be very difficult for WDC. Cheek is going to be in that upper hand, but then he doesn't know that Heaven is right below him. A very cheeky play indeed. But then here we go. Oh, very big double kill from Dolphin. Incendio as well, but then Heaven already ready for the backstab.
Oh, Blackjaw goes in. Beautiful slide, but gets punished by Adapt instantaneously. Almighty, what an opening defending round. Getting the, just opening up that bomb site to the side of WDC. Freeslot go going in for such a clean retake. And Dolphin, the playmaker from the side of WDC, initially with their 2 kills, but, you know, immediately traded out by the side of ALMGHTY. And I feel like the opener was definitely Heaven. So much of pressure made Cheek back away towards the warehouse shortcut, and that just thinned the numbers down at that private backyard. Very smart plays from the Singaporeans.
Now, what WDC has to do is to just really watch their back, just because they know Heaven is going to be right there. So we see already one person, that's going to be Blackjet, really just seeing everyone that's going to be here. But no, they actually leave it a little bit open as one person going down already. Ambition takes down Heaven, so that's a really, really good part here. So we're seeing one more person going in here into the very back end, back alley. They need to go in for the rotation because they might just lose the gunfights here for ALMGHTY.
Yeah, it's a GG. It's a double snipe setup coming through from ALMGHTY, but Teak! What a beautiful sticky set through the roof. And it's going to be Irfan J sacrifice. Dolphin takes down Incendio as well. Takes another one against Shada, but Black Jao was there for the assist. And now ALMGHTY with the final player, Adapt. Can he make the play on towards his left? Cheek will be there to ask those questions. Quick in and out, Cheek. Very cheeky.
Very cheeky plays. And you know what was really cheeky? They had the audacity to push in very deep into the spawn, bomb in hand. That is just, Dolphin has what it takes. He has the confidence. He went in there knowing that if the drum is going to be dropped, then everyone else in his team might have to go and rotate and play against that, but he doesn't care. He's playing it really well, kind of like a respawn game mode. So that awarded them very well. So now they're kind of feeling each other out, right? You see, if they're a little bit more aggressive, ALMGHTY just stutters. But give them a little bit of time, ALMGHTY will definitely go in there for a counterplay.
Well, 2 rounds in here so far. Nothing much to worry about if you're the fan of either side. The attacking side, of course, WDC.Freeslot once again moving in towards that private backyard to take an early plant because it's wide open from the side of ALMGHTY. But they have to be very careful. Shut up earlier, managed to go in with those punishing scopes, and now the nade gonna get popped in. Oh, what a beautiful placement right above that roof. And now the questions will be asked. Trophy systems being taken out one by one. Shut up with the beautiful entry, but the stun will slow him down. Heaven, on the other hand, does win his fight, leaving just one player there. No, I take that back. Ambition's been shut down. What a beautiful defense by ALMGHTY.
ALMGHTY had a really great time there. And not only that, it's the timing. It could have been really easily with all of those grenades pouring down from that rooftop. You could see it. It was like basically raining. So it really was COD timing at its finest when that one player just scooted out just in time for them to actually go in there and really just defended very heavily. Again, a very heavy push going into the boxes. So what they need to do now for WDC is to really just be more quiet and just to play for picks, because they keep rushing into the side, and every time they rush, that's when everything just goes downhill from there.
Evan, can he get caught out here by Ambition? Needs to step out from Hotel onto that second floor. Should be, oh yes, actually he's on the first floor. Ambition might be able to catch Heaven out here with the backstab. Heaven just needs to make that mistake, doesn't check his corner. Ambition, on the other hand, backs away, does not punish Heaven, and that's going to be a huge loss for the side of WDC. If Heaven wrecks Havoc, that's just going to be an absolute miss.
You can see here, that's just very difficult, and there you go. The fact that we didn't get to see Ambition pop off there and really just go in for that kill, 1v5 situation. Irfan J shot up an Incendio, having 3 apiece. You really pointed out very well that if Ambition made that play and went in for the aggression, right, he would have gotten rid of Heaven. Heaven wouldn't have gotten Cheek. So it's really that domino effect, right, where you need to just be there. Don't be too aggressive, but then I feel like at that point he could have had that. He could have won that gunfight for sure.
I mean, look at Heaven. He's the playmaker in here for the side of ALMGHTY. He keeps going in for the overextension. They trust him. They are allowing him to. Heaven takes that shot against Ambition, shuts him down. And that's exactly what I mean. They're allowing Heaven to go in here for the overextension because they trust that he will be able to do a good job. And as soon as that punish is brought forth, you know, in those back alleys, the side of WDC, they are going to get thinned down. But Cheek gets a double for himself, and I don't even know how he flipped that.
He is just absolutely crazy. Cheek already popping off, had 1 before this round, but then just easily put 3 into his name. And then just one more person. also just left in there just to go and help him out. So Dolphin and Blackjaw is going to be the only people left here. 2v2 situation, but you are up against Captain Incendio and Heaven. But there you go, Incendio goes down. Heaven is going to be the only person left, but Dolphin with a beautiful double.
Dolphin just making those plays for the side of WDC. Not just this round, he has been serving the side of WDC quite well in the search and destroy standoff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But you know, Irfan J, he needs to step it up just a little bit more. I'm not saying that he's not doing great. He's doing, you know, stellar performance by the guy so far. But his usual stellar performance hits a little bit harder. And the side of Almighty, they need him now. Heaven once again going in for the opener, punishes Ambition. Round after round, the positions that Heaven holds is just being mixed up by this guy, which just confuses the side of WDC over and over again. They don't seem to be able to find a solution for Heaven.
The guy is cracked, and for every single round that we had so far, he's been in different positions, and that's why you like to hear. Just because if you are going to be in the same position, you're going to be predictable. And WDC so far, they've been having a hard time reading that. It's always just the Heaven show here. The guy is just absolutely cracked. He has so many kills to his name, really just having important plays as well. But then Heaven getting one more kill, gets rid of Cheek, but then Dolphin with a response as well. 2v3 situation, Shut Up gets the equalization, but no! And just like that, we see a 4-2 WDC, supposedly their best game mode in search and against Almighty.
Almighty, are you going to do it, Almighty? Lion City representing Almighty 3 and owing WDC.Freeslot. I would have never thought. Heaven now once again going in for the opener, but it is going to be that smoke that just goes in and blinds him just a little bit. That nade's not going to be doing much against the Almighty Heaven, but Blackjaw! Oh, with the hit marker onto that second pop. Blackjaw immediately punishes him with the MX-9. First time we see Heaven just going in with that sloppy play, but is that going to be the end? Because WDC, they seem to be struggling with those numbers either way.
Ambition needs to wait right now for Blackjaw. They need to go and reposition themselves together as a team, because that's the only way they can go and win all of their gunfights with the numbers that they barely even have. So right now Ambition goes in here, doesn't even quite check the corners, but then still gets the kill, finds one more person, doesn't quite get it. 1v3 situation right now, and it's up to Blackjaw, but it doesn't really happen. And now we're finally at match point. Almighty having that advantage, 5-2. That is just so difficult for me. You can see here, look at Guitar. AJ, take a look at the egg, the donut that Guitar has. Usually this guy performs.
Yeah.
But that is probably the reason why they're losing this much.
Yeah, I feel for the side of WDC Freeze. Oh, hit marker. Heaven knows exactly who is there. He can go in for the punish. Will be sending one nade in as well as a follow-up. Is he going to be able to find that kill? That hit marker earlier. And this time around, he does not get the kill, but Heaven will still be throwing in all of those shots with those pressure plays. They're not able to unlock that A site. Will they double down and perhaps find the plant outside of the hotel yard, just beside convenience store? The B bomb side seems to be calling out to them. But you know, we've almost never seen Almighty play that. Almost every single round, it should be that private backyard push.
Yeah, exactly. And going into the back, that Almighty just really shine here so far. The backstab is something that they've just perfected here. But then the solid defense coming in from WDC.Freeslot is just absolutely great as well. They're just playing for picks at this point. Almighty just really want to see, really just gathering that information, but WDC is actually not giving them anything. That's why they can't go and push, because they don't know where any of the players are.
Yep, and Heaven just needs to be the guy that opens things up. And with the position he was holding on to earlier, it just seemed to be a little tough. And now Heaven repositions himself, waiting for that backup though. A little bit of push from Incendio definitely will be helping him, but Heaven positions himself just nicely for Cheek to take that shot at him, and he shuts him down. Incendio going in for the pressure, manages to get the kill, but Cheek once again will strike. Adapt taken out of the equation, and Cheek strikes once again, taking the third kill in this round. Alive and kicking. Cheek, can he be the playmaker? Can he be the difference for the side of WDC? Dolphin goes into serve as well. Cheek and Dolphin, the absolutely unbreakable combo this time round for WDC Beef.
And you can see that duo is just absolutely cracked. You can see Cheek already having that 6, Dolphin having that 11. So yes, they're slightly popping off, but you can see when you do an early shutdown on Heaven, you can win it. That guy, if you shut down just one person, they keep winning everything. So it's all up to Cheek. And even though he only has 6 kills, he has very important big kills that have been winning a lot of the rounds if he does find Heaven.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Now, Heaven, is he going to be able to finish this off, or WDC? Are we going to see them push this into round number 11? Oh, good questions coming through from Sheik. Did that get deflected accidentally? Okay, but it's all right. He's not going to be able to get any sort of check markers, but the quick in-raid in towards that private backyard, very easy as WDC.Freeslot. They want to play retake. Let's see how they pull this off.
Just a very slow push. Really? Just slowly. 39 seconds left on the clock. We need to see WDC really go and push in just because of how much time left that they need to go towards. Doesn't quite see Incendio right there, double kill. But then we can see here Guitar also getting finally a lot of these kills, but Shut Up as well gets the trade. And Guitar is the only person that with just a mere 1 kill. But you know what? It's not looking good, okay? This is basically Almighty's pick already. They are definitely going to be winning this in Heaven, closing things out at a very amazing fashion. And Almighty just showing everyone at home how it's done, shutting down one of the best S&D teams here in this tournament.
Excellent plays from the Lion City represented Almighty. Incendio, all smiles there, and he after this stream, he's definitely going to put up his phone. I'm very sure we're going to be able to catch a glimpse of his girlfriend Ilish, who's been so supportive all throughout this journey. If Almighty actually bags this beef, I tell you, I'm going to lose my mind, because this was an impossible run that they are actually going through in here, taking on one of the best teams in Garena and quite honestly shutting them down 6-3. Heaven once again picking up the MVP. Sit down, Heaven. Give the rest a chance. Incendio was close there this time around, but the guy beat him by 30 points.
That is just so far away. Every single one of these points already. Take a look at that. Guitar with 1. And that is just something very unfortunate to see because of how well this player actually really performs on the daily. But right beside him, Shut Up having 6. I mean, yes, Adapt has 2, but then the plants for him is definitely going to be his job. So the kill doesn't really matter. So you can already see here a very dominating search and destroy and standoff. A very different story from what we actually saw here in Hardpoint. Hardpoint really just breaks my heart, AJ. You can see here WDC almost had it in the bag, just 3 more points, but knowing this team, they actually won the Garena Invitationals with a reverse sweep against DG. If it's possible here, it's in this particular map too, firing range domination. If history is gonna repeat itself, I'm gonna shave my head off. I'm gonna shave everything on top of my head and just tattoo their name in my scalp.
I will take
I'm
your
not gonna
word
do that.
on that.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm just kidding.
No, not even the shave. Okay, no, don't make bets like that, Beef. Very, very risky. Very risky. WDC.Freeslot. I mean, I feel for them. Guitar really was not playing at his best in that matchup, and they desperately needed him. But even if Guitar did manage to meet the mark and play the game to his best of abilities, I don't know what sort of a medicine they would have been able to find for Heaven, because that guy was sniping on a whole other level. That guy is a whole other beast in those respawns as well. Heaven is turning out to be the best player in Garena thus far, and that is a huge statement because there are a few others that are hunting for the exact same title as well. There was one player by the name of Jeff in Dunia Games who potentially might be able to bag that, but Heaven's really showing us that he can take this. Will that reverse sweep happen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? This is gonna be domination. If Almighty bags this, it's grand finals time for them. But if WDC manages to buy themselves a lifeline, this competition gets that much more exciting.
And this is the last chance for WDC to make a difference. Already very aggressive push going in there, ambition winning his gunfights, but then just like that goes down. It's a fight for trailer control that Almighty wins, so that's going to be very important. Cheek, why didn't he just slide away, knowing very well that he only had a sliver of health left?
Well, domination, you go in there and you buy everything. You go in there all in, and it looks like WDC wanted to cash all in for that Bravo flag, and they move on in once again. without taking control of all of those power positions. Just auto repair held on to, but ALMGHTY just shutting them down from the side of Barracks Hut. Way too open, but WDC, they do not want to give up. They continuously try to make this play. They are forcing that B flag, and you know, some might think that's a terrible idea, but I think it's a perfect idea, and they're now going in for the triple cap. Are we going to see the clearing area prevention come through? The one and only Ambition goes in for the final pop, but unfortunately hit marker after hit marker will plague him, and clearing area gets dragged back onto the side of ALMGHTY. That B flag not secured just yet, but the play coming through from Guitar will be able to get that done. The guy doesn't get the kills, but as long as he can get the caps, I'm all good. WDC, can they make that comeback through? ALMGHTY fighting back.
Firing range domination is definitely going to be very scary, but you can see here, finally, ALMGHTY is just as scary as well. Triple cap is going to be in order, and just like that, we're going to be seeing it a little bit in shambles. WDC needs to go in and just choose 1 point. They don't have any power positions here.
Clearing area taken back by WDC.Freeslot. You are right, Beef. Power positions not just being played by the side of WDC. Surprisingly, ALMGHTY is not playing a majority of these power positions as well. They are just jumping in there for those, you know, power mechanical plays instead. Now White Warehouse finally jumped on in. Dragonfire going to be giving the side of ALMGHTY extra information. And now you play this late in the game, it's going to bring you no good. But you play it this early with 35 more points on your side to go in for the pickup. You're going to be able to grab and hold on to 2 of those flags very well on to that 75-point mark. ALMGHTY with those IQ plays at the moment looks stunningly good.
The map control is just absolutely crazy for ALMGHTY. They have a hold of it every single time. And not only that, they just keep going in for the triple cap. We just keep seeing WDC for that catch up, always having to have 1 point, but then they always just get shut down. And speaking of, here we go, another triple cap is going to be in order. They don't have any sort of control whatsoever.
ALMGHTY just dragging this back. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we said takeoff was going to be fun if we make it to that 4th match. And it does not look like ALMGHTY wants to allow us to go there. Beautiful Predator once again being dropped. And as you can see, all of those score streaks being brought out by one team. And that beautiful triple cap held on by ALMGHTY against the supreme WDC.Freeslot. As we hit that 75-point mark, we'll be able to tell you exactly how hungry the Lion City representing ALMGHTY boys are.
But this is the reset that WDC needed. If they get to have this reset, really just refresh their mind and not let that loss of a first round affect them, they can definitely do it, because they did so well in that first half in that domination round. So Guitar doing really good job here so far. Not usually the kill that he usually gets, but then that double kill is going to be very essential. Looking to get a third, tries to go into free fire and doesn't really win that gunfight.
77-39, and it looks like WDC.Freeslot are doing good with the Barracks Hut hole. Another Dragonfire being brought out by the side of ALMGHTY. This time, Dragonfire actually being sent around shooting range just to make sure if anybody plays the power position for the White Warehouse, the information will flow through back to the side of ALMGHTY. XS1 Goliath comes in for the play as well, and this just looks like it's going to be a shutdown play from Incendio. Gets a double for himself and then backs away, but XS1 Goliath actually getting taken down. No, almost taken down by that FHJ shot coming through. And now, one more shot by Blackjaw. Doesn't... Incendio still alive and kicking in here. Guitar going in, making those plays. Incendio finally now struggling a little bit. And WDC, they, on their very own accord, seem to be struggling as well.
They can't leave firing range, and that is the map control that we love to see from ALMGHTY. A triple cap so long that they can't possibly go and come back for this shutout with that 15. Already, look at that Dragonfire. It's already a GG. Take a look at the map control. It's just absolutely insane. They can't even touch that cheese. Oh,
yeah. This is the first time someone's actually using the Dragonfire to perfection. Back to back to back to back to back in a match. ALMGHTY. It took ALMGHTY to bring in those IQ placement. Triple cap. Beef. I'm sorry, WDC. ALMGHTY. They've done the absolute impossible. I am speechless that ALMGHTY has managed to pull this off in this fashion.
that setup is just nuts. You have 2 sentry guns, 1 Goliath, a Predator missile, all right there, just showing absolute dominance. It's a GG, well played. WDC, you tried your best, but then this is Almighty's playground. If you are going to be going up against them, the Goliath does go down, but then they need to have the longest triple cap that we've ever seen in humankind.
Oh, somebody call the referee. This one's a done deal. 143 to 61. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a beautiful setup by WDC.Freeslot. Tremendous effort being shown, but they could not, they cannot make it past the Lion City representing the gods of Call of Duty Mobile from Singapore. Almighty.
Take a look at the smiles on these boys' faces. They are just one step away from getting that ticket all the way into the World Championship that we had. We didn't get to see it. Let's take a look at Irfan J. Oh, look at
Irfan,
these
you're
love
beating
boys
Incendio,
right
man.
now. I know.
Incendio didn't get to flex that. Yes, he had beef.
He's gonna flex it when they probably win.
Yeah.
If they win.
Yeah, exactly. If they win. Because, you know, the fight against Junior Games, that's not going to be easy at all, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This has been a unexpected, definitely an unexpected victory, right? And, okay, I can't say an unexpected victory. Almighty looked strong to go in, but it was an unexpected finisher in just 3 games. I was expecting a 5-match blockbuster, a 5-match showdown. And that's what happens when production does not tell us before switching on over. Well, the guy panicked, man. He was like, oh, wait, we're back on? Not yet, production.
No, we're ready. We're ready right now. So I was kind of like expecting, okay, I think I have a feeling that they're going to switch into cams now. So I was drinking my water, but you know what? I'm going to put it to the side. Really great. That is COD timing at its finest. But anyway, so we keep saying now, I'm so excited to see it. I mean, I wanted to be wrong that Almighty wouldn't pull through a 3-0, but the guys are just crazy and proving every single one of us right.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. Call of Duty Mobile at its best. You know, a lot of people expected Smart Omega to be able to deliver Call of Duty Mobile at its best. You know, a huge portion of the Garena scene was expecting Smart Omega to deliver that. But Almighty, you know, they seem to be dishing it out. But can they dish it out against Junior Games later on? 150 to 147, well-fought, hard-fought battle at Raid. 6-3 at standoff, it seemed to be a little easier, but at firing range, it was a beef mommy that I did not see coming. And you know what's the absolute kick in the pants for WDC? This was a map that Almighty didn't even choose. This was the map that was left to the final one, and they still bagged it like crazy.
It was a walk in the park for them, and it just goes to show that Almighty, it doesn't matter if they lose that coin toss. Every single map that they play on, they can deliver. I think everything just fell apart for WDC in that raid, knowing very well that they could have won that, but didn't. They didn't even come close into winning that standoff, and it was even worse in firing range domination. So it's a different team now. Almighty has been an absolute beast just cooking in the few months that they've been absolutely dominating the scene, but they deserve it. There's a reason, exactly, and there's a reason why that they're the pick to actually go and win. But if that's going to be another case here, we're finally starting here in their highlights. So we're taking a look here where WDC almost won this hard point.
I mean, it's just gonna be a sad replay for me. You know, sad songs playing in the background as I reminisce all of those amazing plays in the past that WDC has been able to bring into this competition, but not against Almighty. As that song just keeps playing in the background, we see all of these flashback moments where WDC put up an amazing fight at that first hard point, but when it went to the kitchen, Almighty showed them that they want to cook a little bit better. They managed to equalize and pushed it into garage, but WDC.Freeslot, they were driving those better cars and they managed to hold down the base at this point. The game was not looking like it was going to end. It had to be pushed all the way down in towards that basketball court as well. And even up to that point, it just seemed to be so balanced between these two teams, Beef.
And that's the reason why you need to push into a side even though you have 15 seconds left on the clock. If Almighty didn't push in there and just gave up Garage to go and rotate into basketball court, it would have been a different situation that we are experiencing.
Yes.
But they did get the scrap points for Garage. Not only that, the rotation from Irfan J going into basketball court was also very essential. So they got a lot of points over there. And then going into the setup that's very early from Cheek here in P5, that was really good, but then it wasn't good enough because everyone, they couldn't really hold it very well.
I don't know, Beef, because I'm of the exact opposite opinion. I think this was a stupid, crazy hill that was held on very well by both Ambition and WDC. And the fight from Almighty was quite solid. But, you know, that was the place where Ambition really shined through and WDC looked like they were going to close this off. They dropped back into Square Center. They continue picking up those points. And it was all dead and gone. There was no way Almighty was going to make a comeback. Look at that score. 147 and about, what, 117 earlier. But when we dropped back into Kitchen, it was that final hold of desperation out of the side of Almighty, holding back WDC to that 147. Crushing their hearts, and they brought that momentum into the Search and Destroy as well, where Heaven was the MVP. He flew in here, picking up that MVP title once again. Cheek managed to, you know, respond a little bit, but he was nowhere near as good as Heaven in terms of those snipes in this matchup.
Heaven was the MVP for Hardpoint, MVP here in Search and Destroy as well. Really critical plays from this player. Not only is he fragging out, but then he positions himself well enough where every single one of his kills is actually just really, really important. And having so many kills already, Cheek tried to go and manage that, but then it just wasn't enough for him. It really was those key decisions where they had the advantage sometimes, but then it's this one. They're becoming a little bit too aggressive and not checking their corners. We always get to see it. It's the reluctance as well from Ambition. That one play that you actually said a while ago where they were at Courtyard where he could have gotten Heaven, and after that, price.
Yeah, in this firing range, let's not go ahead and break it down because it was a heartbreaker, right? That Search and Destroy definitely had a lot of story in there, and surprising mistakes being made by WDC.Freeslot that we've never been able to see in the past. And I guess to a certain degree, to a certain point, that's not very surprising. When you take a matchup against the side of Almighty that plays the IQ side way better than the rest of these teams, you need to figure out exactly what your strats are going to be. And clearly, the mechanical plays by Almighty seem to be absolutely stacked as well. And it was just an unfortunate situation in that Search and Destroy, right? Play after play, Heaven just kept finding those snipes, not checking those corners, just proved to be the absolute death of WDC. And then in this firing range beef, well, like Jericho always says, it is what it is.
It is what it is, AJ. Come on, AJ. Let's keep doing it, AJ. Let's go, AJ.
Don't do it.
Let's go,
Don't
AJ.
make fun of my
But
friend.
anyway, I love you, Jericho.
Yeah,
I really miss you. But then we keep seeing the dominance here. You see the score streaks just going in there. Either it's a Sentry gun, either it's a Nexus 1 Goliath. They, at some point at the very end, just funneled all the players of WDC in one corner. And without a doubt, Heaven is going to be our MVP with average kills of 24, average deaths of 11. Dang, AJ, you can see all the points really racking up for him.
Did he just increase his KD against WDC.Freeslot?
He did.
Who increases their KD against WDC.Freeslot? Heaven, oh my lord. This guy, this team, blowing my mind on every single level. I cannot believe... Okay, you know what? Let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about Almighty and how they are a Singaporean team. These boys, not all of them are full-time gamers. And, you know, the problem with the side of Singapore is it's a country, a first world country that's very, very demanding. You need to make the moolah. And the gaming world is just not super lucrative. For the past 2 years, they've been in the Call of Duty mobile world, grinding it out, working full-time jobs during the day, still finding time for those scrims, still investing all of those hours, those weeks, those months and years into this game for this one moment. And do you think it has paid off, Beef?
Most definitely. The reason why they are seated at the grand finals, it's all of the hours, not even all the hours, all the months they've been grinding. Crazy. Not to be only really amazing mechanical players, but to be balanced players and
Oh, yeah.
people as well that need to balance work lives, that need to balance playing gaming. And yes, technically this is work. So the fact that they can actually be a really great team with every other thing that's happening within their lives, it's very impressive to me.
Yeah, I disagree that, you know, it's a balanced life if you can lead a pro scene gaming plus have a full-time job. Like you said, Beef, and it's both a full-time job. You have to invest hours and hours and hours to get good at the game in terms of strats, going in, making sure you perfect your communication. But you saw those mechanical plays that they took against WDC. They made WDC look like they didn't know how to play Call of Duty Mobile at points. And that's the seriousness of the situation as to how good they have managed to develop themselves in this competition. But you know what? I think after all of that screaming beef, we're going to take a extra long break in here before we set up the third series.
Yeah.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. Eds on the other hand, whoa! As yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะเลข30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把某某给穿死。
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to find him. And on the other hand, whoa! Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Garena Regional Qualifiers. This is the day where you get to witness the grand finals, where we see that one team that represents our server at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021, presented by the Xperia 1 Mark III as well as Sony. Beef, today has been absolutely amazing, and what has been making all of these games amazing is the fact that these players are using this amazing phone.
Yep, this is the best phone to actually go in there, going for your play. We keep saying it a while ago, we're going to keep saying it again because of how good this is. This is how you step up your game. This is how you maximize all of your settings, and you can do it with this particular phone. The tiniest phone, but with the best everything when it comes to FPS. This phone can definitely do anything without a doubt.
Oh, absolutely, right? And if you're wondering exactly what those things are, for example, you get to RT wreck. Yep, as you wreck your opponents, you get to reverse time and record the past 30 seconds of all of that wreckage that you just brought out there onto that map in Call of Duty Mobile. And that's absolutely fantastic if you're a content creator.
Yes, if you are a content creator, this is definitely one thing that you need to go and work on. The recording of 120 FPS. That's high quality. You don't get that anywhere else.
Yeah.
So if you're a content creator out there, you really want to make that really great videos, this is definitely the phone for you, and you're going to relive all of your best moments with this particular setting.
Yeah, absolutely. So a few people ask what's the difference between the quality as well as the FPS. You can record it on 1080p, but when we record it on that 120 FPS, slowing it down, you get those amazing slow-mo clips that's just going to make all of your audience go crazy. This is one of the biggest problems that mobile gamers have been facing for a long time, that Sony has found a very smart answer for. The HS power control, what it basically does is when you plug in the charger, it powers the phone systems directly rather than charging the battery, and this reduces the thermal stress on the phone as you continue to game on for hours.
Yep, exactly. And speaking of something that's really great, even though a lot of people just are on the fence about it, the 3.5mm audio jack, that is probably one of the most important things that you can have in a phone nowadays, just because you always have that USB-C plugged in. But no, for this one, you have 3.5 audio jack for the best headset, for that really amazing gaming experience. That surround sound, that's going to be very important.
Yeah, quite honestly, this was a blessing by Sony, because yes, you do have all of those wireless gaming headphones out there, but not all of them can guarantee you zero latency like the 3.5mm jack can give you. And of course, with the combination of the 888 5G Qualcomm Snapdragon, there is no other processor that you will need, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is for your superior gaming performance. Once again, the Xperia 1 Mark III by Sony, the best phone that you can pick up for Call of Duty Mobile or any FPS games on mobile.
And I just love to see all the things that are so great with this phone. But speaking of greatness, we've seen absolute smack dab right in the middle, Almighty just dominating against WD.Freeslot, not even giving them a slight chance into winning. And just like that, you can see DG Esports as well, gonna be seeing them right in the grand finals. But then right below them, Blacklist, International, and WDC are fighting for that third spot. So there's still a bunch of plays that we still get to see here from both of these teams.
Oh, amen. And I'm so excited to be able to witness that. Blacklist, International.Ultimate, as well as WDC.Freeslot. You know, amazing plays from Blacklist, International.Ultimate. WDC.Freeslot, on the other hand, were not allowed to make those tremendous free plays that we see them make all of the time. Almighty just going in with those shutdown gameplays back-to-back, 3-0ing them at the semifinals. I am still mind blown after the 10-minute break.
Yeah, we were still trying to talk about it actually during break, where ALMGHTY just did an absolute sweep against one of the best teams here so far. We expected at the very least the game 4, so we're going to be taking a look at what is going to happen here with the lineups that we have. Take a look at that. WDC.Freeslot, they've already had that one game, and maybe their hopes are a little bit down, but Ambition, Blackjaw, the Kiss X, Guitar, Dolphin, and Cheek still have a chance to make it into that top 3.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, they will be gutting to take exactly that. But of course, against a team as strong as the side as Blacklist International.Ultimate, the question is, will they be able to bag a solid one after a performance, after a stunning performance from their opponents ALMGHTY earlier on? WDC weren't able to play as effective as they usually do, and we did see today specifically today, Guitar, he has not been able to strum to those tunes that he usually brings this particular team through, and they're going to be struggling if they cannot let him find his mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they are going up against Blacklist International, so they have a little bit of rest time to really just pick up all of the points and really just pick up the morale of what's happening here with these guys. So there's still a lot to win here. Obviously, there's still money on the line. So they did go up against Blacklist International in day number 2. They did win that. They had 2 points to their name, but they lost that standoff domination. So both of these teams have been kind of defeated here, but that shouldn't be the case because there's still a chance to really just climb up the ranks. And for WDC, after that loss, I think they just really want to go and win at the very least that 3rd spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, that's the best that you can play for at the moment. Why would you just allow Blacklist to pick it up? This is the lineup of their opponents, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Speaking of Blacklist, Kurt, Kenshi, Flex, Tin, Jabin, as well as AG. I really thought in my little itty bitty heart that I will miss Yato as well as Yobabs in this competition. I am sorry, Yato. I am sorry, Yobabs. You guys are fantastic, but I'll see you boys in a year or 2. But the ones who have replaced you seem to be picking up the pieces absolutely fine. Blacklist International.Ultimate has definitely made the Philippines proud, Beef.
I hope they keep this roster all the way through going into the next year, just because of how young this team is. I mean, obviously, 2 of their members couldn't really push because of the age resistance, but it doesn't really matter because the people who replaced them just absolutely just delivered. If they keep this roster up, if they keep growing this team, then they can definitely take it all, because the performance that they gave yesterday against Sharper Esports, which is absolutely phenomenal. The performance that they gave today was also very impressive against a team that was already very, very well put together. So again, big things right now for Blacklist International.Ultimate.
Yeah, and let's see exactly what they will be able to bag against the side of WDC.Freeslot, because of course, you know, it's potentially going to fall down to those coin tosses and who can dictate some of these matchups. Both Blacklist as well as the side of WDC, I believe they will not want to play at at Hackney Yard. But walk me through the head-to-head here, B.
Oh, let's take a look at that. They're pretty even, okay? I mean, there's a little bit more for the side of Skurd, but not by that much. We got average kills of 15, average deaths of 14, average assists of 5.20, and an average score of 1,950. Right beside them, Dolphin doesn't really have that much of a difference from him. Average kills of 13, average deaths of 15.67, average assists of 3.33, and an average score of 2,158. So if you're going to put that together, Dolphin actually has an upper hand when it comes to the scoring, but when it comes to the skill and the kills, Skurd has just a little bit of an edge.
And that little bit of an edge is all Skurd will need. I mean, we saw him make those plays earlier on, especially at takeoff, where he was holding on to the bottom side of the second hard point, and that's the kind of, I guess, momentum we can expect to see out of him. But the bigger question here is not whether or not Dolphin will be able to fire back, because he has been on point today as well. But Guitar, you have to fall back onto him, because if he does not manage to find his stride in these games, I mean, he can't be performing like that once again, like what he showed us in the previous matchup.
Yeah, Skirt has always been that reliable person for Blacklist International, where he can always just pop off. But that's probably one of the things that happened a while ago. Yes, he popped off just a little bit, but it's his other teammates that kind of just struggled to just pick up the pieces. We saw their Jabin kind of struggling into that search and destroy, and probably one of the reasons why they kind of lost that against DG. Dolphin, on the other hand, has been performing pretty okay, pretty consistently. But again, there's still a lot of things with the other players, with Guitar kind of struggling that as well. So these two players have been carrying their team the whole way through. Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you know, some of the shots from Kenshi on those snipes, they were really hitting their mark. But when it truly mattered the most in that final matchup, earlier on, they kind of fell through the loop as well. So this time around, it's going to be a heated battle for sure between the two, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But we want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to be the victor of this matchup? And don't forget, we still have all of those giveaways lined up for you guys as soon as we hit some of our targets in here. We've already managed to hit 20k viewers earlier on, which has been stellar from you guys. But the Amethyst Crate, 3 of them specifically, is awaiting you at 25k CCV. So please do hit that like if you haven't already, and share this stream out. Once again, one quick round to all of those Call of Duty mobile groups that you're a part of, so we can call them in for them to witness absolute perfection in Garena. This is history. We're making esports history right now. We are sending one team over, going all the way overseas to finally have our first LAN tournament, the first world qualifiers, and that is going to be very exciting. And not only that, Southeast Asia has been definitely the hub for mobile gaming, and that's why it's so important to have that presence internationally. And these teams are proving that they are really just top-tier quality international teams that can just go on and on and on. And speaking of going on, let's keep going on with the maps and modes. Blacklist International wins the coin toss yet again. There you go. So, Hackney Yard basic bans for both of these teams, quite honestly. So, Blacklist is doing WDC a favor. WDC doing themselves a favor by removing Takeoff from the list. They don't want to play there. I understand why. Skirt's going to be a problem. Blacklist is going to be a problem. And Hardpoint, let's see exactly, where do you think this is going to be? Is it going to be Summit or Standoff for you, Beef? I want it to be Summit, just because I know Blacklist International performs very well in Summit Hardpoint. Yeah. But for WDC as well, I feel like I'm pulling up all of the things that they've had. Summit, Nani? Firing range? Okay, that's very interesting. So now that firing range is in the situation here, that is going to be a completely different story here, AJ. What? Okay. I didn't see that coming. That literally took all the words right out of my mouth. I mean, WDC, yes, granted, Lord is not here to go in there to firing range and pop off, but WDC, they are still absolutely stellar when it comes to those firing range plays. I mean, they've only, I guess, dropped it against Remo Sadewa at that search and destroy. But still, Blacklist being able to pull this off, I don't know exactly where they're coming from. But that raid response from WDC when we move on to the Hardpoint second time round, if we get to that map number 4B. They want to redeem themselves in Hardpoint raid. If it does finish into a game number 4, which I think very likely it would happen, Annihilator and Sparrow are going to be banned. Oh, this is going to be very interesting here, AJ. You already know Death Machine is going to be absolutely key here for our respawn. So that is a very good thing, because aggressive plays are definitely going to be seen here. Yeah, absolutely. I prefer to watch the Death Machine popping off in comparison to the Sparrow. The Sparrow is just way too OP for those captures. It makes it way too easy, right? I mean, with the sort of meta Call of Duty mobiles just going in with all of these competitions, they're removing all of the overpowered weapons in the competition. VTOL taken out, you don't have your cluster strikes there. They want to see mechanically which is the better team. And, you know, the Sparrow kind of spoils those moments for us, right? With that being removed, let's see exactly how both of these teams manage this particular first Hardpoint and firing range. And take a look at that. WDC already had a very big opener there, but they couldn't really go in for the infiltration. But speaking of, Blacklist International already goes in there very powerfully. AG already getting that one important kill, and that is very good for them. They're positioning themselves very well enough, and we can see WDC kind of scrambling to get in those power positions. Yeah, Blacklist though, holding on to the Barracks hut. It's not going to give them a lot of hold on to the Hardpoint. Not a lot of, power positions being capped by them as they try to play White Warehouse as well.
WDC shutting them down, and now auto repair as well as White Warehouse being taken over by the WDC players. This should be quite an easy one for the Thais to run away with in terms of those points. 20 seconds left. Good hunter-killer drones being popped out. Not going to be able to find anyone just yet. Skirt still holding down this White Warehouse. And Cheek finally going in for the access. A 2-on-1. And he does not win that fight. As WDC holds on to it, they should lose the hard point now.
And there you go, the rotation needs to come through. We see WDC not really going in there for the rotation going into P2. We already know Blacklist International is going to be very solid here in P2. We've seen it already so far. They do such a good job in this particular hill that it's so hard to see WDC maybe even go and break it. But then just like that, it's going to be a lot of gunfights already ensuing. But then unfortunately for Blacklist International, they're actually going ahead and winning all of those gunfights. But then just like that, it's going to be Dolphin with the really big kills and really going in for the infiltration.
Yeah, it's just back and forth in this particular hardpoint command center, not really being capped by either side here aggressively. WDC.Freeslot finally having the time in there because the spawn for Blacklist International.Ultimate all the way back at the backyard and warehouse number 4, the B-bomb side usually for the search and destroy that you guys see. 34 to 27. WDC managing to run away just a little bit now. Cheek unable to hold on to it. AG takes over for the final 13 seconds whilst WDC.Freeslot sets up P3.
That's the price that they pay for trying to get the scrap points. They need to go in there for that full rotation going into trailer. Yes, it's going to be a little bit of a short ride, but oh, you can see here, Tin's actually making really big gunfights. He's gonna get one more, and there you go, getting rid of 3 players already into trailer, and P3 control already for the side of Blacklist. That is gonna be very impressive, all because of Tin. And if he just keeps popping up, that's gonna be looking good for them.
Yeah, 52-34. Now Blacklist trying to run away with this. Dragonfire being brought out by the WDC side, though, trying to get this information before Blacklist runs away with this completely. Yes, they do have the spawns over at Shower Room, and that will allow them to pile on all of these players in towards that White Warehouse. But they also have to win their gunfight and make sure they send at least a couple of players towards the command center so they can try to spawn cap a few of these players and force them to spawn out of the corner house instead. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening here. WDC.Freeslot getting everything done right to the T. 15 more seconds in here, and it should be quite the runaway train in terms of this P3. Blacklist International, they need to set up the defense at Barracks Hut. That P4 is going to be instrumental for them if they want to win this game.
That was a really good retake into that trailer, and the control and those points are going to be essential just because of how close we've seen a Guitar finally getting his rhythm back, having that 3 kills, but obviously with the death machine you will definitely get that. But then we can see here Blacklist International going in there, but then one more person already having 14, having 15, and there you go, they finally get the point, and it's all just scurvying all the way around here. WDC wants to go for that pinch, but doesn't really quite work out. You can see here the Dragonfire already being deployed, but doesn't quite get it. But here we go, the information is key.
Yep, absolutely. The information is key, but they haven't been able to use it for themselves that much so far because of the mechanical supremacy of some of these Blacklist players. And yes, although Guitar is finding a little bit of his composure in this matchup, Blacklist International, they seem to be winning those important gunfights and now taking over Barracks Hut. These players from Blacklist International, they seem to be doing a majority of the work here. Dolphin managing to bring the death machine into play, trying to win all of these external fights. But if you don't go in and touch that hard point, you're not going to be able to stop WDC. You're not going to be able to stop the side of Blacklist International from running away with this matchup as well. Good plays coming through as they win the scrap point for them. Let's see WDC go in for that reset. Auto repair should be a more solid one for them, Beef.
WDC always getting the scrap points, but then it took them just close to 10 points in between, so that's what's important. But then the one thing over here is that I thought Blacklist International had a very early rotation going into P1, but then sadly they weren't able to utilize that. They just went in, tried to kill every single one of them inside the Barracks Hut, but then this is the price that they pay. Just like that, we can see here 94 and 91 being contested though, but it's going to be occupied yet again by WDC.
Yeah, early rotations in there. Gods of RNG just smiling at WDC, sending the spawns all over the map, basically granting them a pinch push on to take over that first hard point. But once again, Blacklist actually winning it over with those mechanical plays. And the power position being held by Jabin as well as his LMG is just going to be showering all of those bullets down. And nothing much that the players from WDC can do. And now a double play coming through. And with Dolphin taking Jabin out, that is the run out of time here. Even the scrap points are not available for WDC.
Absolutely. 106 and 100. It's still too close to tell who is going to be winning this. And finally, we get to see WDC having a very good push going into P2. Something that we didn't really get to see a while ago, but it's one more person to make a difference, and that was a very big kill. 10-29 already. Looking for that wonderful 3-0. And there you go. 3 people already inside the hard point. The defense is going to be absolutely solid. We can actually go and end it here. But then as we see, Guitar and Dolphin wins their gunfights.
Blacklist International.Ultimate, they made the right choice by bringing in the hard point towards firing range. Kenshi going in here to shut down all of the plays, not even pulling out the death machine just yet to control this hard point. He knows that they will be able to get the winner, and the timing of the plays for those operator skills will definitely mean a lot. And if they pull it out at the wrong time, the WDC should be able to make it back through. And now, about 10 seconds left onto this hard point. Blacklist International.Ultimate actually running away with this matchup. Okay, we seem to have lost these ladies to have voice, but it's okay.
Hello, sorry about that. Hi.
Yeah.
That was a really good thing, right? And when that happened, they got the scrap points. Not only that, they went in there for the early rotation going into trailer, but it doesn't matter because we can see here WDC already went in there, won the gunfight. AG was the only one left here in trailer. Wow. And he was, big kills right now from Ambition.
Oh, but Dolphin, he's holding this spot. He does have the death machine in hand. Nobody else is going to be able to step on in. Ambition holding it as well. Didn't win a majority of those fights outside, but just like WDC were doing earlier, you can't go and clear the outside area without stepping on into the hardpoint. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they jump on in with Javens. A beautiful and well-timed death machine to take the victory. It was... it was quite balanced at certain points, and then in the others, Blacklist International.Ultimate seemed to have been running away with that matchup.
Blacklist International in P2 in Armory is probably their baby. They hold that point so well, and they were able to win that with every single point that they've got.
Yeah.
And the rotation going into trailer, that was pretty early, yes, but then WDC, especially with Dolphin just popping off and Ambition as well, give them a really hard time. But it really goes to show that Blacklist International can still fight even though it's going to be full of players from WDC. But you can see here, the points are just, it just without a doubt, Tin with 36, Skurd with 30, and right beside them, Cheek is the only one in Dolphin that can kind of touch them just a little bit.
Yeah, and it's just absolutely crazy the way the players from Blacklist International take this fight. Yes, the hopes of representing Garena is done and dusted, but you're right, Beef. We still have the moolah on the table. The money is there to be won. Exactly who's going to be able to pick up that third spot, and it looks like the fight is still alive on the side of Blacklist International. And, WDC, they did put up a stellar play. Guitar stepping up this time around. We did see him pop out on that second point. Sorry, was that the fourth hard point over at Barracks Hut as well with the death machine. And he was going in to deliver those shots. But at the end of the day, it was that final... sorry, it wasn't the final one. It was the second hard point on rotation that won it overall for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. But as we move on in towards Summit, Search, and Destroy, how do you think the chips are going to fall for the second matchup, Beef?
Well, WDC needs to go and step it up because right now the momentum is going into Blacklist International, but if it's going to be a map mode that can actually go and do that, definitely they can make a difference here in Summit just because of how well they can actually play. Cheek has been absolutely phenomenal here in being a sniper. He's the only person that can really just give that information, but with Summit being such a small map and the corners are just wrapped around, they're going to be having a hard time because you can see AG pop off, you can see Skurd. We've seen Skurd really absolutely do well here in Summit.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see as we jump on into Summit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is going to be that search and destroy between the two teams playing for the third spot. Are we going to be able to see Blacklist International.Ultimate impress us once again, or WDC fight a well-fought match right back in here and force a fourth game? It's going to be Kenshi with those early scopes in, not going to be able to find Ambition as he plays this very smoothly, backs away from all of the danger, sends a nade in instead and gets the check as he backs away. Information is key, and WDC do not want to drop early.
That was a really good push, and Kenshi almost gotten very badly hurt. So a very aggressive push going into the side of Blacklist International, just wanting to get the position of 2F. That is something that you want to do, but it's a good thing that WDC didn't really overextend, because if they overextended in 2F, they probably would have been dead already. Oh god, timing! You see Blackja just by a little bit just go against the scope of Kenshi.
Kenshi not being able to find it. The guy has just been a little unfortunate with the timing in here today. Will be able to spot Blackja this time around, but he does not take that hit quick enough. But it really doesn't matter. Blacklist International Ultimate, they can take their time. Cheek looking for the opportunity, might be able to find Kenshi if he makes one mistake over aggressing. Cheek now backing away as they try to reposition themselves. The play towards that B-bomb side does not seem to be super solid. Jabin checking if or not the cable car edge would be a more viable option. The bomb seems to be rotating over as well, and this seems to be the play that Blacklist International wants to go for. But Kenshi needs to open up with a snipe first.
30 seconds, now 22 seconds left on the clock, and Cheek is going to be the person that can probably make the difference. Bomb is going to be going down, really just equalizing things at 40. Still, no one drops from both teams. This is probably the most passive game I've seen here so far, but that's not going to be here for too long. You can see finally Kenshi having that opening pick, gets rid of Dolphin, gets another one. Guitar going down as well. Ambition though with the trade. Oh, we can see here it's all WDC.
Oh, Kenshi, come on! Hitting those snipes like that, not going to be given the players of WDC any choice whatsoever. Cheek now trying to play the cheeky defuse, but Skirt punishes him. Kenshi, the playmaker for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate in the search and destroys. He is awakened, and he will be looking for more of those sneaky snipes.
Oh yes, it's going to be Skurd, and it's going to be Kenshi that will make a difference here. It was always going to be Kenshi for the opening pick, but for the finisher, it will definitely be Skurd if you want to get into a 1v1 situation or to clutch up a situation here. But again, a very passive play from both of these teams. It's a good thing that WDC, even though yes, they lost that, they were able to hold down a side very well. And Cheek with a very cheeky spot, seeing some person going into that top, but then doesn't really quite get rewarded as to one headshot.
Well, trying to spot the players over at the cable car edge will find absolutely no one. We do have Jabin on the spot though. AG with the bomb still sitting down in the middle of control room number 2. They don't want to aggress on forth. Jabin gets spotted out. Cheek sees his shoulder, but will not be able to take that shot as Jabin backs away. We do not know if or not Jabin has that information, but Cheek does. And AG steps on forth. I believe that's a quick stun check in. He will not be able to get that check, and Cheek does not aggress on forth. He should have spotted the foot of Kenshi though.
This is actually kind of unfortunate to see. Take a look at the map right now. One person, it's going to be Tin, that's going to be right behind them. I'm not quite sure if he was actually staying there or if he got disconnected, but it's a good thing he's actually going in for the rotation right now. Maybe they just actually waited for him to come back. So finally, we're gonna get to see a move. 3-2 split going in here, heavily stacking Bravo, but finally, Skur taking that opening pick, gets another one. Dolphin and Cheek going down for WDC.
Now, are we going to be... Oh, Kenshi goes in for the strike as well. Guitar has been dropped. Ambition looking for the comeback. And Tin gets punished instantaneously. Ambition backs away, but the backstab from Jabin cuts him off and brings Blacklist International Ultimate their second point.
And here we go. 2-0. WDC struggling to find all the points. Cheek, Dolphin, and Guitar having 0 already. And all of the boys right now of Blacklist International looking really good here so far. The passive play seems to be like it's working for them. Cheek with the hit marker. That is just so unfortunate. That could have been really big.
Yep, he could have taken the second one as well. Just misaims it just a little bit. Unfortunate for him. Guitar as well as Ambition, they do not miss. They for the strike. And the numbers look good for the side of WDC to make a comeback in this one particular round. The defense has been solid, and they have eyes on the bomb, and in fact they stand right above it, guarding it.
Guarding the bomb very well. Bomb is going to be going down. That's a really good read. They know very well where it is. 3v5 situation, and Blacklist International needs to find a way to go and get rid of Dolphin. Stun check if they still have any of those. Skurd could be the person to go in there, but they need to do a bait and switch. Skurd, here we go. Finally gets to see one.
Oh.
Does quite get that. Dolphin goes down. Really good plays here. And that is the kind of movement I like to see from Skurd, but they still need to do the instrumental job to actually go and pick up the bomb.
I thought he was going in for a bait and switch, but the guy waits for no one. He went in there for the bait and the kill. And he took a couple of seconds before doing that as well. Skirt, ooh, this time punished by Ambition. And the numbers, although they do not look great for Blacklist International.Ultimate, Tin has the power possession, goes in for the second shot, and Kenshi just missing that one will be quite upset. The bomb on the ground, Kenshi misses yet another, has to reposition himself. Tin taken down, Guitar punishes both of them.
That was just unfortunate for Kenshi, and I feel like he needs to get a little bit more patient with all of that. Yes, he did, but at the same time, you are hard scoping like that, you are going to be vulnerable to everyone else around you. I feel like the fact that they know where he was, and he still tried to get that shot off of that person off of the other side, it really just left them to really just get rid of Kenshi. And there you go, 1 and 2 in the favor of Blacklist International still, but WDC looking really good in that round.
Oh, now let's see exactly what the nade will bring. Cheek with the toss in. But luckily for the player, they back away in the nick of time. So no check, no nade onto anyone, no early kills for the side of WDC, which is going to be a struggle. They need to find those opening picks. And Cheek, if he's not going to be able to hit, because he's got sitting on the 0 so far, even those nades, they need to at the very least connect here, Beef.
Yeah, not only to connect, but to just give information that someone is going to be there. And WDC has a hold of that 2F. Kenshi doesn't really quite make the shot. That is just very unfortunate to see, but the information is there already. With that in mind, you actually have to go in for the pinch, knowing that a lot of players are there. You need to go in there for the pinch, go into that side, and really just get rid of every single one of them in that top point.
It's good here, but AG, on the other hand, does not watch his back. And Cheek immediately takes advantage. Skirt opportunity, but Dolphin! No bait and switch. The guy does it all on his own. And the backup from Cheek does not need it. Kenshi, as well as Tin. Unfortunate for Cheek. He goes in with a quick scope, does not get that kill. And he backs away. 5-3. The numbers still look solid on the side of WDC just to equalize this right now.
And if I were like Blacklist International, knowing very well that every single member of WT is going to be in that top, you need to go and rotate into Alpha instead, because they have the opportunity over there. But here we go, Guitar gets rid of Japan and also from Tin. It's only Kenshi all by himself with that sniper. That is not going to be good. As we see here, everything is going to be evened out. But like I was saying a while ago, they had that information from Kenshi that there were multiple players in that top, but then they still wanted to engage that even though they were at the bottom. If you're in 2F, you have the advantage of looking down, of getting rid of everyone, but instead they just took the fight, and that was like bad for Blacklist. They need to do it something different with in terms of like counter plays.
I agree with you. I mean, you know, they thought they could force their way through, but this time round Cheek will go in for the punish, and Tin, their main man, has been dropped, but Kenshi with a beautiful return. Guitar dropped by Jabin as well, and they go in for the early push this time round, securing that B-bomb side. Skirt manages to get the punishment, and he serves it up onto Dolphin. Are we going to be able to see Jabin step up as well? It's going to be Blackjaw. Jabin right behind that wall. They don't take it. They don't need it. They've got the bomb site for themselves already. But Ambition, sneaky plays, should be able to bag him quite a bit. Is he going to stop the bomb, or is he going to go in here for a sneaky diffusal later on? He plans to go in for the diffusal, on for the retake. AG right onto the right-hand side. He shuts down the first player and backs away, but the numbers game do not look good. Skirt drops WDC's players, leaving just one more left in here. Ambition winning the first one, but the numbers will catch up.
And there you go. That's what we like to see from Blacklist International. And even though that Cheek got that opening pick, they said no. They kept that power position, which was 2F, and they just rained down a bullet just right in between the head right now of Ambition. And yes, he did a good job there, just really holding everything down, but it wasn't enough. And I feel like that was really good for WDC. That wasn't a poor performance, but it's right now. You're going to have 3 and 2 already. You can see Tin with a double kill, Cheek and Dolphin going down.
Oh, Tin, what a play so far. Getting those numbers on the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. The bomb on the ground. WDC, they need to scramble and pick this up. Let's look at the pinch coming through. Tin drops Guitar out of the equation as well. WDC, the boys, they have got no up. Oh, too quick.
Too quick indeed, and Javan already putting things up. That was a very quick round for this team. And 4-2 already. We're inching closer and closer for maybe another win from Blacklist International.Ultimate, but knowing WDC, they might close the gap just a little bit more. So we can see here, finally we get to see WDC having a hold of that bomb. Kenshi doesn't quite get that shot. Needs to go and reposition himself, but then the information from Cheek already comes through, knowing very well that multiple players are going to be in control room.
Yeah, unfortunate for for them. That stun is going to be helping the side of WDC take over the side of control room. AG as well as Skirt, they win their gunfights. Ambition trying to trade things back in. It's a 3-2 so far. Ambition, one more guy behind, but he should be able to find Skirt. First information given back to the side of Blacklist International, and now Ambition, he is Blackjaw needs to come in here for the save, but Ambition, he makes the play, snuffs out AG. Ambition taken down, and the shorty will strike. Skirt finishes this off. Blacklist International.Ultimate with the match point, try to run away with this game.
And it was just all up to Cheek to just give that information. Instead, they went in there a little bit too aggressively. My dudes, this is not supposed to be team deathmatch. You know very well that there's going to be people into the center. You can slow it down if you want, but then the bomb down was already like that. But Ambition with a really big kill. It goes down. Nice. Really good opener. Ambition with another one.
Oh, Ambition is really doing the heavy lifting for the whole team in here. Guitar shuts down Kenshi, and this is really required from the side of WDC.Freeslot just to equalize and stop the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. But once again, they are on match point. And WDC, they need to hustle up if they want to be able to grab this. AG now thinning down the numbers, but a 4-on-1 should soon catch up.
But then he does have a really big advantage here. He has top, but then it doesn't really matter because 30 seconds. That is going to be a very pressured job here because Blackjaw is going to be right there in that corner. Quite see him. And we already knew that was going to happen. Again, another point going into a WDC.Freeslot. One more point for Blacklist International. But we've seen this before where a team was supposed to win. That is Smart Omega. One more point, but then it just didn't really happen. DG was able to go and pull through with that sweep. But then we'll see if that's going to be the case here for WDC.
Well, keeping it alive, WDC.Freeslot. Cheek looking for those quick scopes once again. Will find nobody. Kenshi, on the other hand, with his heart, will be absolutely turning out empty. AG will find a quick frag on Ambition, and that's the punishment that they need. And with Ambition out of the equation, Cheek is desperately looking for those scopes. He will be able to find one. Skirt right behind all of those boxes. Will Cheek be able to strike once again? Tin has been spotted. The quick scope will not be able to find Tin, and the pressure play from the side of WDC slows down. Skirt goes in for the response, drops Open as well as Guitar, but then taken out by Blackjaw. Still, the numbers here look equal. Are we going to be able to see that plant now come through? It is still on the side of Blackjaw. They can make that play now. Oh, where that Bravo side, but J-Bird with that backstab just undoes it. And now Blacklist International.Ultimate with the final fight gets it done. 6-3.
And here we go, Blacklist International just getting that really big W, 6-3. It's actually, I expected it to be a little bit closer for WDC, but it's just not that bad for them. Ambition went down early, and at that point, I'm like, okay, it's done. We can see done. Blacklist International is definitely going to win that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ambition, once again, he was doing a majority of the heavy lifting for the side of WDC, and with the guy not in there, not there to make those plays or open up these matches for them, it's just absolutely untouchable, right? The side of Blacklist International.Ultimate, they were overall good because of the team play. I mean, look at the side of Dolphin this time around, not really finding his mark. Cheek struggling as well, and how often do you see that? And Cheek was the sniper on the side of WDC that really needed to find those openers. And when, you know, Kenshi wasn't finding those openers, AG as well as Skirt, they definitely stepped up to the plate. Skirt more than often, you know, opening up these matches for them. Ambition, there's just so much that he could get done for the team beef.
Yeah, the heavy lifting really was on the side of Ambition. Every time he went down a little bit too early, that's when they would actually go and lose the round. Cheek, on the other hand, he wouldn't actually go and get a lot of those important kills. And yes, you can see here that he's a very talented sniper, but that 6-3, the information, I'm not sure if it was misinformation, just because there's so many times where he could have said to your team that, okay, there's going to be a lot of players in here, let's not engage.
Yeah.
But instead they did that.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you know, all of those unsure decisions that they forced through, thinking that they could bag at the end, were just poor plays that they really need to fix in the next matchup. But if they are able to bag this, that reverse sweep may be possible. Standoff domination, it's not going to be easy. Let's take a little bit of a look on, you know, past history and the matches that they've taken in here, Beef. WDC.Freeslot, not really a team that drops a lot of these matches. I mean, a couple of those hard points, I would say, at Summit as well as Takeoff. Those were mainly where we saw them struggle. At Takeoff, not really as well because it was quite close. But there was the strong fight from both teams. But as we move on here to this next matchup at Domination, do you think they can bag it?
Well, if we're going into what happened before, we actually saw WDC go up against Blacklist International before, and we already saw Blacklist really dominate that search and it's going to be standoff in Domination. So if it's going to be the same case here, probably not, because I'm really hoping WDC finally gets a map off of Blacklist.
Okay, now let's see if or not they will be able to hit this, right? Because, you know, just in terms of the data, no data, sir, very, very difficult. Dolphins moving on through and, you know, try to cap that B flag, and they should be able to pull it off with the numbers here. But the power position being played and that smoke at the right time will allow WDC.Freeslot to play this, even though the power positions are being held on by Blacklist.
The play of the smoke is just absolutely crazy. That was really good timing, but then Blacklist International going in there very slowly, not quite capping it just by a little bit. The Kiss already doing so much damage, just denying that cap here in Bravo. But then you see here one person already making a lot of difference. That's going to be definitely Kenshi going into that top blue. So maybe they can go and clear out everything, but with the Predator missile right there, it's going to be very hard.
Yep, strong plays coming through from the side of Blacklist. Finally, as they will go in for that cap on the B flag, they should be at the very final second before the kills come through from the side of Gita. And it is going to be WDC.Freeslot struggling a little bit here as they try to regain their momentum on this map. For the time being, it just seems to be a lockdown from Blacklist International.Ultimate. They have got the favorable side on the Special Forces base. They hold on to Grannies and they're holding on to the private backyard as well. And what I'd like to see is that the overextension from Jabin is out towards the statue as well as Tank, and I think that's actually going to win them quite a lot of these pressure plays. And without Jabin, it really doesn't matter because Age is really picking up those pieces there.
Exactly. It's a power position going into that statue that really makes a lot of difference. And the fact that they have that, even though they spawn so far away from it, that is one thing that WDC needs to get a hold of, that power position off of statue. You get to see every single one of these angles, and that's why you really need to get that. Really powerful plays here from Blacklist International, even though they had a little bit of a shaky start. It doesn't really matter here, but one person already might actually go in here for that solo cap, Dolphin, but he doesn't really quite do that.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough if they don't go in for the exact same play, right? Either you dismantle Grannies or you go in for the smoke play once again. So wide open in that way, it's going to be absolutely impossible for WDC to cap this. And yes, the players will fall one after the other. Blacklist International.Ultimate playing this map to the T, and they are playing domination the way it is supposed to be. WDC, on the other hand, I do not understand the struggle here. This is not the usual side that we are used to.
And that's why you need to get Alpha, because it's how dominating you can be. Because you have Tractor going into Statue to get that power position. You have Granny. You also have Top Blue. And that's why all of these players just favor Alpha just a little bit. So Tin already going with a lot of kills already here so far. Ambition tries to get that, but only with 5 kills already to his name. AG, on the other hand, having 12. And look at that cheek, how just near 4 kills.
Oh. This is crazy. 75 to 54. We reach the halfway point with Blacklist in front and WDC just struggling. Kiss X with 3 kills.
Yes.
They are struggling, Beef. They are struggling.
It's really those individual gunfights that they struggle to really just get over, but then now you can see here Blacklist International getting a hold of that, and they know that they want to get that Alpha flag. So Javen already pushing himself all the way there, but Cheek is there for the defense. The Holger 26 is definitely going to be a gun that can do that from long range, but he's going to bring out his Death Machine, so that might actually make them go in for the push, but I don't quite see it. It's not here. He's getting a lot of these kills, yes, but no one's actually stepping on Bravo.
Oh, Kenshi all streaked out. Literally, man. The guy is stacked and he should be bring much of firepower into this matchup. And when we look at WDC.Freeslot, what sort of answers do we have? A double Death Machine response can come through, and Kiss has already pulled his out. And this just seems to be a situation where Blacklist International.Ultimate will be able to back a stellar gameplay towards the end to finish this off. WDC.Freeslot, they are being forced to use all of their score streaks early in here just for the desperate attempt for the cap on that B flag, which I think is going to be the undoing of the ties.
And take a look at that. Even though they have the very powerful spot here and even have the operator skills going out, they weren't able to do anything. It's like there was no strategy going into when you pull out all of your operators. Make sure that you are going to plan on going to Bravo, but instead they went for picks. And yes, that's going to be important, but it was so open. There was one point no one was going to be in that center. So when you're planning out when to use that score streak, you really need to have that strategy of when to push and when to use your operators.
So Jabin right now finally pulls out his death machine. How much of damage will he be able to bring in Tin? He does not get the second piece for himself. The shutdown will be through. And now the B side, the B flag has just been open for so long. Cheek making a crazy play with his position that he holds on to, but punished at the end of the day. It's going to be Jabin still in here. The sentry as well as the Pred missile can be dropped onto any of those heads as they try to get the final second cap. And I think Blacklist International still have this game in hand because of the score streaks that they are able to play in those final moments. And they don't have to panic just yet because the comeback from the side of WDC does not seem to be set up. A long time, WDC had those opportunities to go in for those double caps. They don't take it. And finally, they are trying to play that C flag. But Blacklist, they will go in for that prevention. Predator finally is dropped onto that B flag. No cap for them, but no capitalization as well. So Blacklist, they're making a few of those mistakes as they try to win this matchup.
Oh, take a look at that. Skirt almost having that solo cap and then Dolphin just for the shutdown. But then just like that, it's going to be such an amazing push here. 3 and 4, the Kiss and Cheek going in there for that Bravo push. Wins their gunfights. That's going to be a very good push. And Blacklist International, that's not going to be very comfortable to see. Halfway point. You only need a few seconds left. And there's going to be a lot of players right now from WDC to try and make a difference.
Yeah, this is potentially the longest matchup that I've shoutcasted that the B flag has not been capped at stand-up. And Tin literally goes in there now to clear off those markers. Blacklist International.Ultimate trying to get it done. Kenshi trying to win all of those gunfights as well. But from the back, she will just undo the fight as he shuts down the play from Jabin. The score streaks now need to come in here for the pop. 122 to 101. I think Blacklist International.Ultimate is just leaving this too much towards the last point. And now a 3-man cap should be able to bag this for Blacklist as they take the B flag finally.
WDC just struggling here, and I am so excited to see it. C flag almost getting captured as well. That Bravo, they need to get the triple cap at this point. WDC is just inching away slowly into even trying to grasp that third spot, but Blacklist International says no. You can see the setup is just absolutely perfect. You can see there's going to be a sentry gun right in that top floor. Gets to it already. You can see that triple cap going on, but then not quickly enough.
Yeah, so, you know, Blacklist International.Ultimate, they've been sitting down on this triple cap for so long now. WDC has got no chance whatsoever to make a comeback, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 147 to 110. A tremendous effort from WDC, but they just seem to be showing up short match after match after match in this final day of the Garena Regional Qualifiers. And Blacklist International.Ultimate will not give away that free chance to step up and shine. They shine. Oh, so good they do shine as they bag this tremendous victory and the third spot as well, Beef.
That is just so impressive for a team that is just so young. And yes, we've seen a bunch of these players from different teams, but together, playing together, and the fact that they're so young, it's just so impressive that they reached that top 3 spot, and they deserve it with every single point that they had. Look at that. J-Ben just getting 31 finally. You can see Tin having 29, Skirt with the 30. It's just so unfortunate to see WDC with such a light just falter like that with a very clean 3-0 from Blacklist.
Yeah, 2 of those players even jumping out right after the matchup has ended. We understand the disappointment from the side of the WDC players. Dolphin getting a lot done there, but, you know, overall, as part of the team, those power positions plays were pretty questionable for the side of WDC.Freeslot. And even when they were going in, I thought they were going to show us something new when they didn't play those power positions. And I like that smoke opener to go in for that B flag capture in that first half. But that was one of the only moments where we saw I guess, any sort of a solid strat from WDC. Apart from that, they just kept going round and round the battlefield trying to win these gunfights, and it was quite the equal trade between the both of them. But it was the objectives that were played slightly better from the side of Blacklist, and above and beyond everything else, that final 3-man cap just went ahead to get that sorted out. But WDC, they didn't make it easy. It was by no means at all a walk in the park for Blacklist International to get those 3 men in there safely.
Yeah, exactly. And WDC, they probably struggled a lot in that domination, but where they actually really kind of shined was in that hardpoint and firing range. At some point, you thought that they could make a comeback into that trailer, but unfortunately for them, Blacklist just won mechanically, because you already know that individually, they're just absolutely crazy with the individual gunfights. But it just really happened into every single game mode that happened here. Search and Destroy. This is the most surprising to me, because I thought it was gonna probably get into like a round 10, round 11, but again, with a very dominating fashion, Cheek kind of struggling to get that kill and really just gathering information and not really using it to their advantage.
To a certain degree, I understand why would WDC kind of seem, you know, under the weather, we can say, for this one particular matchup, because they were in many ways the favorites to win this competition, to move on to the world stage and represent Garena because of their past dominance in this competition, in the Garena scene in itself. But you know, as the chips fall, Blacklist International.Ultimate, they were the finisher. As WDC, they were not able to cut it against ALMGHTY earlier on, man. That was an amazing matchup, Beef, that I think absolutely took the win out of them. And Blacklist, I won't say they had the easier job, but after not being able to get it done against Dunia Games, you know, it was do and die then, but this was the very least that they could pick up for themselves. And they said, hey, why not? We are all the way here. And they went all the way. And they managed to, you know, impress us. 3-0, definitely unexpectedly.
Imagine that, you 3-0 WDC and you actually gave DG a hard time, and you took away Sharper. You were the reason why that Sharper did not make it here today, so that is something to be really proud of.
Oh, of course,
maybe today is not their time, maybe this year is not their time, but for them to just hone it, I hope to God that WDC stays as a team, that Blacklist International keeps the roster, because there's so much shine into this very young team that needs to be honed correctly, and future world championship material, you know?
Oh, I 100% agree with you. I mean, this is the team up, and I hope they keep Yato as well as Yobabs in the matchup, right? Because if they can just guide them and show them this is how your senpais, your big brothers have gone on and represented the team so far, I'm very sure Yato as well as Yobabs, they will be hungry. They are disappointed that, you know, the age restriction did not allow them to come in here and show us a little bit of the supremacy that they'll be able to bring into Call of Duty Mobile. But even without their supreme gameplays, Blacklist International.Ultimate, they still managed to bag that number 3 spot. But with those powerhouses, will they be able to move on even further? We have to wait for those future competitions to see them pop off. But overall, I think both of these teams, you know, phenomenal display. It's just the WDC, they showed up short multiple times in here. And it was Guitar that had those questionable plays as well as performance quite a number of times in here, Bia.
It really was Guitar, and we have such high regard for him because how excellent he is as a player and with those past performances, right? But I guess today it's just not his day. Maybe something happened to him, but I guess this is what pro players have to go through. You need to go and overcome any other psychological thing that you're going, drop everything for the next few minutes that you're going to be playing because of how much pressure. I don't think we say it enough, but the pressure that these guys have to go through is just absolutely monumental, because imagine you're representing a country, you have thousands of people watching you, so we have to commend every single one of these players that get in here, not only for today in the playoffs, not only for yesterday, but to even make it into the group stages. That is a very big deal.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, there's a no-brainer at all to make it up to this stage. It's exactly what each and every single Garena player wants if they're looking to jump on into the pro scene. And this is the biggest stage of them all. Skirt picking up the MVP, the soldier of the game title here as well, with the perfect 2.0 KD.
Take a look at that. 24 average kills, an average score of 2,891. This guy just absolutely cracked. And it's not only that, he's very consistent. And
oh, yeah.
Everything, I mean, it's not just him that's very excellent as a player, but every single one of his teammates actually shines in different ways. If Skirt doesn't perform, you best believe J-Ben's gonna also perform, AG's gonna perform as well. So that really makes up a very solid team. But for some situations, it was just so close for them to beat DG. I was just too close for me to be very comfortable with, and I'm very happy that they gave DG a hard time. But now we are moving on into our granddaddy, the final matchup for today, AJ. You know what, let's save our picks later for when we're going to be talking after the break, but both of us, we're going to be talking about it during the break, okay? Who's going to win?
Oh, absolutely. Now, before we move on with the show, we want to give you guys something that you guys have been looking for. The code, the Amethyst Crate. Thank you so much for helping us unlock it. We've hit our 25,000 CCV concurrent viewers in here. So here you go. This is your code. Jump on in there, punch it into your game. If you've got a clan, if you've got a WhatsApp, a Telegram chat with them, pass on the code to them as well so they get to claim it. As long as they have it, and the broadcast is up and live, they should be able to get it for themselves as well. 3 of those crates for you. I wish you all of the luck so you get to bag exactly what you want from these crates. But don't forget, we still have another one for a giveaway. Once we hit 30k viewers, the Special Ops 5 Stencil Strike. It'll go really well with the combo of the RUS you guys got yesterday.
Oh, that's something I really wish I had, but I can't play Garena here, so all of the codes, I'm just like, I can't get it for myself. So you know what? Everyone in the chat, please do it for me. Please get that 30k, because I know yesterday you guys did such an amazing job. So all of these skins that you have here, you're not going to be getting this after the broadcast, so that's a lot. You don't have to pick up your teammate's dead body's gun, okay? You gotta flex your own. You gotta keep your own.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, something like this is exactly what the community has been asking for so long. Where are the giveaways during the broadcast? But here they are. You know, as I say that, I have to thank you guys because, you know, as we put out all of these targets, you are helping us hit it. So thank you so much for clicking that like, and thank you for sharing out the broadcast as well. A quick short break for Beef and I. We'll be back for the grand finals of the Garena Regional Qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Catch you in a bit.
เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. And on the other hand, whoa! Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับภูเก็ตไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把某某给穿死。
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
Welcome back, community, and this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Welcome back to the Garena Regional Qualifiers. It is I, Beef Mommy, and with me here today, the one and only AJ Mustachio. And you know what? You guys, you've been asking for it. We've been wanting to see who is going to win it. 2 countries left in the mix, and AJ, we've been talking about this. I want to know what you think about the 2 teams that have made it this far in the competition.
I hate them both for putting me in this spot because I cannot choose, right? Junior Games, absolutely in love with the boys, absolutely in love with the players that they have always brought in to any one of the Garena Invitationals or the competitions that we've had in here, and they have proven themselves time and time again to be the supreme brand in Garena. But we have seen also the boys, the Lion City representing ALMGHTY, continuously stepping it up. I mean, the Singapore Championship, they bagged a 12-0, a untouchable run. And then in this competition, they have kicked out big names. Absolute solid players in here so far have met the side of ALMGHTY and not be able to do anything against them. This matchup, Beef, I don't know, man. It's going to go 50-50, but it is going to boil down to those map picks and those mechanical plays. But quite honestly, mechanical plays, they should be 50-50. Map picks, it should be that for me. Venom, Jetsky, Zen, ZZ, Ihan, as well as Jeff stepping onto the plate once again. But this time, I don't know if it will be easy to hunt these lions.
It's not going to be easy. These are apex predators, both of these teams. So who's going to be able to pick out one another? We'll see. I feel like we'll have a little bit more of an idea once we do get to see the maps and hopefully try to see if they are going to perform with whatever maps that they choose. But DG Esports really just being an amazing team here so far, proving that they are absolutely instrumental with what just happened. But it's not going to be easy just because of how much pressure that ALMGHTY has already placed with every single one of the teams that they've gone against so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And Junior Games Esports, they were stellar in their performance against Blacklist International.Ultimate earlier on, but against the side of ALMGHTY, this is a totally different ball game, which they very clearly understand, and it looks like they are ready for it, right? It's not the first time that these boys are going to be jumping on into a match, not the first time that they're going to be meeting each other, friends outside in real life. They are adversaries out there on the battlefield. Only one can survive. Only one can be called the Kings of Garena. And what will it be? Irfan J, Adapt, Incendio, Heaven, as well as Shut Up once again. Lion City representing ALMGHTY. The boys look absolutely perfect in here so far. But are they gonna get smashed by DG? My palms are sweaty, B.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this team has been absolutely phenomenal, giving 3-0s all over the place as if it was just Halloween, giving the trick or treats. Okay, here you go. Here's a treat for you. But
Oprah.
DG, I will definitely 100% think that this will not be a 3-0. Almighty will have a hard time here just because of how well DG has been performing. And yes, DG had a little bit of a hard time getting that win off of Blacklist International because we did see things into a game number 5. Almighty gave a clean sweep, but this is definitely not going to be clean because DG is out there for blood. But Almighty, the knives are in their hands as well.
And let's see exactly what they will be able to pull off here. Irfan J, if he can't keep a hold onto his webcam, he's going to have problems out there on the battlefield. He should be able to sort that out. You know, talking about Irfan J, stellar player so far. You know, I'm actually quite surprised that MVP is falling down to heaven after how many times Irfan J has managed to step up time and time again. But, you know, I kind of missed the step with the Steph because of Jeff. Jeff Bro coming in here with his just slightly below 1 KD. Not as impressive as Heaven, but in terms of holding down the plays for the side of the Indonesians, Jeff definitely is your guy, Beef.
But you can see here, the point difference is just absolutely astounding. You can see 24 kills already for Heaven, and look at that average score of 3,500. That is 1,500 more than the best of Dunya Games. So if they work as a team, maybe they can shut down the likes of Heaven, but everyone else in Almighty can also pop off. We've seen the likes of Irfan J really pop off. Shut Up as well can really perform. But again, it's a pretty even playing field, and I'm pretty excited to see what is going to happen here. Dunya Games wins that, and I think that could be the edge that will make a difference here. And who's gonna ban Hackney Yard? Of course, Hackney Yard is gonna be banned for sure. They like to really just ban that. I'm pretty sure Crossfire might also be banned just because DG might want to keep away because Almighty just okay. Takeoff is actually banned. That is interesting.
Yeah, because Almighty will love to play on Crossfire. They want to jump out there and dominate Crossfire. But of course, Summit definitely saw this coming from the side of Dunya Games. Search and Destroy from the side of Almighty, though. Now, this can go quite a number of ways, but I'm thinking it will be quite solid if they play this on Raid for themselves. They also have got quite a solid opportunity. Where else have we seen them play Search and Destroy and dominate, right? Firing range potentially could be the play as well. But Crossfire, of course, that's going to be the hard point response from Almighty in game number 4. If, once again, we go to a game number 4.
Yeah, if we go there, Almighty is very scary in hardpoint Crossfire. It's their playground. I think the only team that can finally just shut them down is already out of the competition. That would be Omega. But with Dunya Games, they've been doing a little bit so-so in this map here so far. I believe they weren't able to even play here. So it's still, they don't have any information going out there. But then we're going into Search and Destroy Raid. We already know Dunya Games could be actually really amazing here. Almighty as well has been a very interesting pick. So Raid, that is going to... Heaven is going to be right there sniping the house down.
Oh, but this is the solid response coming through from the side of Dunya Games. I knew they were playing possum with this S&D firing range all throughout those group stages. And finally, we should be able to see it once again if we get to that game number 5. But of course, this map that nobody wants to have anything to do with standoff, it is the unfortunate map that gets left for our domination.
Oh, yeah.
And that is going to be potentially the
My
decider.
dogs are barking. Sorry about that. They're just so excited. And I keep trying to mute my mic because of how much they've been watching the game so far. So anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, even the dogs want to have a say in this matchup, man. Annihilator, Death Machine taken out of the mix, leaving the Sparrow open for the pop. Almighty, what have you done?
Did that surprise you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to just shout in your ear like that. But yes, you can see here, right behind me, it's already daylight. So what a way to actually close out the day with the sun just rising right behind me while we're actually going to be crowning who is going to be winning here. So again, we are finally going into our hardpoint matchup here in Summit. We already know Almighty actually really likes to perform here. So it's all up to DG Esports how they want to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Second floor entrance from from the side of Almighty. Oh, pressure play, come on, Irfan J with a beautiful opener. Jetsky is the first blood, and it looks like Almighty will immediately take over this situation by winning a majority of their gunfights. And now Heaven needs to get this, and he does exactly that. And Almighty will be able to control that second floor of that control room number 2 once again. A 2-on-1 situation. Heaven shuts down Jetsky. 18, 19, and oh, Dunia Games did not see this one coming.
It just blindsided them right off the bat. You can see here DG Esports struggling to even go and touch the hard point. Finally, the contest does come. ZZ having 2 already, Holger 26 in hand. And there you go. They finally get a hold of the hard point, and they were able to flush out all of the members. And you can already see here, they're winning their gunfights as well.
Yeah, but that one mistake over from the side of Almighty. They don't keep a hold onto the spawn of Gorilla Base, and they didn't kind of focus in way too much into control room number 2. But now's the time they have to go in here and swap that spawn around. Green Radar Station's going to be the play, and as we can see, it is going to be the one and only Irfan J heading on beeline straight towards that power position, and he will get taken down, and that's the kill that was so important from the side of Jetsky. Almighty, they do not get the spawn over at the Green Radar Station, and Dunia Games should be able to bring on the pressure here, but they just win those gunfights left, right, center. The Singaporeans are crazy.
It's the individual gunfights, and this is Almighty unhinged. They want that win so bad, and in a very, very dominating fashion. But we are still early into this hard point, so a lot can still happen. We can see Almighty all across the board for the kill feed. ZZ only making that difference. Zen is struggling to have that kill as well, so the pinch does come along and really just try to see if he can actually go and kill that, but no, it's still Almighty all across the board with 22 seconds left on the clock.
Keep it alive, 62-13. They are absolutely wrecking this. Even though they lost the play on the spawns, they still managed to win it with sheer gunfight and all of those mechanical supremacies. And now giving away scraps. Now let me repeat that. Giving away scraps. Let me repeat that for anyone that did not hear. Giving away scraps to Dunia Games. Something I have not seen any team do in the past. 67-16. And they are opening up cable car platform as well with that fella early rotation in. And now they do hold on to the spawns, but the spawns are all they're going to be able to hold on to if they don't go in here and fight. And now with the Sparrow plays coming through, Heaven should be able to go in for the shutdown, but Venom fires back, and Dunia Games should be able to make a comeback in here, but the fights need to be won by ZZ. ZZ stepping back to the Special Forces base, winning over the spawns, but Almighty doing it once again with the mechanical supremacy beef.
And it's just a back and forth, and GG's actually giving it all their got. And it's going to be a very hard push here. Zen tries to get one, and it's very unfortunate that a Sparrow was actually going to waste and not really able to utilize that very well. You can see the rotation already coming through from the side of Almighty going into that next hard point. And there you go, the scrap points, like what you've been saying, is already given for DG. 42-85. That's more than double the points already that DG's got here so far. So that's a very solid hold. Almighty is actually really known to hold this point very well.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Summit now used to be an old playground of Almighty, but they haven't come in here and danced as seriously as they have been doing out there on that Hackney yard. Understandable why Dunia Games wants to have Zen now flying through with the Sparrow kill. Should be able to hit yet another, but the Call of Duty timing at its worst. Turns around, gets shut down, and Almighty running away with this. 40 seconds now in this blue radar station. They were there early, but the spawn's been taken over by the Indonesians. They managed to win over the hard point as well, and with the control over the spawn, Dunia Games, can they set up a comeback? They need all of the final 25 seconds.
There you go, the comeback might actually ensue as Jetsky gets a lot of that pressure on. Adapt goes down as well, and even though they were faulted a while ago for just losing all of their gunfights and the operator skills that they weren't able to go and utilize very well, they still get a lot of points here. 77 and 93, the gap is closing quite a bit, but that's still quite a bit of margin. 10 points just in between them, and they need to go and rotate. And guess what? Already Almighty is going to be in that early rotation. The rotation from Almighty from every single hardpoint has been very perfect.
Oh yeah, but the Dunia Games players, they jump on in there and they win all of their gunfights. This time round, it seems to be a little bit of the opposite. And they make a comeback in here, 92 to 93. They make that equalizer, and they pull on forth. Junior Games, they didn't need this. Now trying to run away with this. Then needs to win his gunfight. But at that point, ALMGHTY steps on back into control room number 2 and takes over this matchup. Junior Games not allowing them to run away with it, but the numbers don't look good. Those players trickling in one after the other. ZZ needs to win all of his gunfights. ZZ cannot fall. ZZ does not fall, but at the very same time, ALMGHTY is actually on the point. They are running away with the points. ZZ needs to go in for the challenge. Finally drops in there with the backup. They will be able to pull this away from the side of ALMGHTY. A heated matchup between Indonesia and Singapore at the grand finals of the regional qualifiers B.
ZZ always making a difference. He's a playmaker for DG right now. He's doing such an amazing job at holding a side all by himself. So that's really good. They just close in the gap just little by little when it was so wide a while ago. But then the rotation already, you can see here ALMGHTY being positioned in prime. But DG, doesn't really matter for them because they can infiltrate there very, very well. So DG already doing a good job at before going in there, finally getting that hard point. And there you go. The pinch needs to ensue for the side of ALMGHTY.
Let's see if second time's the charm for the side of Junior Games. They once again win the spawn over at Green Raider Station. And this is the site that Venom needs to hold on to. Heaven, he will be going in to take it over. Earlier on, they did have the spawns, but they lost their gunfights. And once again, they do have the spawn, but they lose their gunfights. And ALMGHTY picking up those points against them. But Junior Games this time round, they don't want to give it up so easily. It will be Jetsky flying on in, but Incendio, as they left the Sparrow open for the play, they bring it in, raining all of those arrows down onto the players of Junior Games. Unable to make the play, the bait and switch just hitting perfectly for the side of Junior Games as the communication is on point. It's going to be 133 to 120. ALMGHTY running away with this matchup. Jetsky activating the Sparrow. Can't pull it up. Play at the cable car platform. Needs to pop off for the side of Junior Games.
Oh, speaking of Zen, taking a look at that, he loses that gunfight, that very important gunfight, but you can see the spawns are in the favor of Junior Games right now, but both of them actually going out very, very much. So it's anyone's hill right now, and we do see ALMGHTY right there, but we've seen it before where DG tries to go in, but then that was a really good push that unfortunately just didn't happen. And there you go, 120 and 150, ALMGHTY just showing everybody who's boss yet again, still becoming perfect here in Hardpoint. No one can touch them in this game mode.
Majula, Singapura. Oh, these guys are absolutely crushing it out there. And all throughout the matchup, they have been leading this game. Junior, I have never seen in my history of shoutcasting for Call of Duty Mobile any team leaving scrap points for Junior Games to pick up. And that's exactly what ALMGHTY was doing all the way through. And can you give me a break, Heaven? How many times will you be consistent in a game that it is absolutely impossible to maintain consistency in? I have no idea, Heaven. These guys are just blowing my mind today.
You can see Jeff and Heaven, the MVPs for both of these teams, respectively, doing their job. And it's not like DG slacked off, but it's just the rotations were just late all the time. You always saw ALMGHTY giving the scrap points, and that's the play. They know they can give a little bit of scrap points just so they can go and set up to the next hard point. And yes, we saw DG just go in there a little bit late, can actually hold it, but ALMGHTY already knows that as well. So with a response, without any kind of hesitation, they just win every single one of that.
A very, 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 very possible, but funny, but heartbreaking thought passed through my mind just moments ago before I laughed. Do you think it's going to be possible?
Yes.
To 3-0?
Yes, I already know. I knew you were going there.
No. I hope it doesn't. I hope they don't, man. I hope they don't. I mean, DG, they struggled in that Summit matchup, and it was heartbreaking to see them, be put in a situation like that. But with ALMGHTY playing such supreme mechanical plays all the way through beef, what else can we get?
I mean, what else do we actually go and think about it? Because we've seen the growth of this team all the way from the Singaporean qualifiers to the group stages to the playoffs day one. They just serve everyone the L with amazing fashion, without a sweat. Without a sweat. And now it's just like Junior Games, come on, BBs. Search and Destroy raid, they've been doing well in Search and Destroy, right, AJ? Right. Come on, I just don't want to see a 3-0. Come on. I want you to be wrong, even though I know you're probably not.
Nah, I think Almighty is going to take raid only because of history. Only because we know they they pop off slightly better at raid. And the Search and Destroy, I mean, with the way Dunia Games is struggling with the mechanical plays in here so far, and the way Heaven seems to be finding all of his shots, it's going to be tough. Dab taken down Sen, but immediately traded out by ZZ. That's the kind of gunfights that we want to see, but the bomb is out on the ground. And the side of Almighty, they will be struggling from the get-go. But the question is, will DG be able to reposition themselves and cut off all of the entry points? And now, Incendio almost winning. Oh my lord! Ihan with 1 HP goes in for the slide and pops it shorty, snuffing out one of the best players from Singapore.
And there you go. Not only that, the bomb is going to be going down, but Heaven, with that kill, gets rid of ZZ out of the equation. And that is the Heaven that we know and that will perform all throughout this game. And finally, bomb is going to be picked up. They need to go and regroup. It's a 3v3 situation. Very winnable for both of these teams. We don't know what's going to happen yet, but it seems like they are going to commit into that Bravo push. So that's good. But then we have one person that will actually go in there for that surprise shut-up. Is going to be very quiet. He needs to wait for this play to go around. Yes. Yes, there you go. Finally gets that spot. But no, he actually doesn't win that gunfight.
I understand the trigger discipline. He wasn't really confident with the head glitch there. Poor guy turns around and gets snuffed out. But now, Dunia Games, they've got the numbers that they require. Venom now, second up 2 players in front. Jay, too sharp, and Heaven shuts down Jeff. Just like that, the numbers, they switch around. Ihan with the shorty in hand. Heaven waiting, goes in, oh, hit marker. Shorty doesn't get the hit marker. And usually that doesn't happen, but Dunia Games just hitting all of the worst luck possible today.
Shadi's like a melody in my head. That's what basically Heaven's been seeing the whole time. Not only is he good with that shorty too. If he can go in that close range gunfight, he can definitely deliver. Heaven is going to take a look at Kitchen and also has a little peek in here. Bravo, but there you go. Ihan finally gets rid of Shut Up. And it's really those first engagement that DG always wins, but how they can actually go in their late game knowing that, it's going to be very hard.
How did he even hit that shot, man? Crazy Ihan. Now, he just needs to find those snipes. He just needs to unnerve Heaven a little bit more. The guy that has gotten 3 kills in here so far, just from the first round alone. Yeah, we can definitely depend on him to make sure Almighty secures this win. Adapt now with the bomb, not aggressive forth at all. But as you can see, the attacking side of Almighty already have 1 player in the name of Incendio at that B bomb site. If he pulls off this backstab on Venom, it will be an absolute unfortunate situation that befalls them. And I don't think Incendio and Venom know that they are standing here beside each. It's an absolute class matchup. And oh, timing! As Heaven drops Venom out of it. Oh Lord, Beef, what are we even watching?
Please go and rotate already at this point, DG. With that rotation, it's just too slow, giving Heaven so many chances for them to get picked up. You already know and have the information that majority of the players of Almighty are already over there. Incendio gets 1-1v4 situation. That rotation needs to come through, and yes, Zeze is going to get 1, but it's going to be 1v3 against one of the best players that you can come across. So it's a good thing he actually picked up the DLQ, so he might actually go in there for the clutch, but with 24 seconds left on the clock, that seems so impossible.
The Incendio with the final shot in. Second point picked up by Almighty as they look to secure the second matchup and potentially even bag a 3-0. Possible or not, you let us know in the comment section exactly what you think. By the way, still looking for our 30,000 viewers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Don't forget to hit that like if you haven't just yet, and do help us share this particular stream out, not just on this platform, out on Facebook, YouTube, anywhere and everywhere you can find it. Shut Up, taking down Ihan, and the sniper from the side of Dunia Games will not be able to pop off. This is a GG from the get-go for DG.
Very interesting thing that Almighty always just goes for that Bravo push and commits to it. And I feel like for DG, they're just so not used to it because everyone else tries to go for Alpha, but no, this is a different play that we keep seeing from Almighty. And this is the play that they've been keeping. So all guns are out, all plays are out. They want to be unrecognizable in this particular situation. And now Venom might have a really good spot here, but the passive play coming in from Almighty is just so amazing to see.
Yeah, and you know, They are taking the search and destroy the way we expect pro teams to take search and destroy. Nice, calm, collected. Get that information first. Early frags are all key before you go in for the rush. Don't just blindly go in for the push. Irfan J, beautiful opener, opens up basketball court for the side of ALMGHTY, and they'll take a free plant, whilst all the rest of the players from the side of Dunia Games are so far away. Backstab though by Incendio. Is he gonna pull this off?
That is just so good. They made a lot of noise in Bravo, making DG think that they're gonna go for the plant, but instead left one person there, and everyone just went over there. Incendio with the backstab just makes them have such a profitable round. This is how you play Search and Destroy. We haven't seen ALMGHTY play this good. We know they're really good, but to have these plays, to have these counter plays, this reminds me of how we see in other regions, like especially in China, because they're absolutely great. This is probably a team that can definitely take a map off a Chinese team, and that's saying a lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no doubt at all, right? And especially in a LAN competition, yeah, I think these boys definitely have a chance. Evan, looking for those snipes. Let's see if or not he will be able to find a few more of them. I mean, so far in here, the sight of ALMGHTY is just absolutely threatening in numbers. They are all equal. The bomb just not moving on board. The passive play so far has been paying off. And Shut Up punishes Ihan. Once again, the sniper from the side of Dunia Games taken down, which opens up the aggressive play for the side of ALMGHTY. Are they going to pack on in towards that B bomb side? Oh, Central Garden cleared out as well by having a double snipe setup from the side of ALMGHTY, just crushing it out here.
And there you go. It feels like the B commitment is going to be ensuing. All 5 members from ALMGHTY are still alive, but one more person left here at Alpha, and ZZ needs to go and make the move. They already know that Bravo is going to be committed. It's always that slow push, that delayed response from DG is always going to have them at the very back end.
What timing?
It might be a little bit too late, but here we go. Incendio with another kill, with a double to round things up in a 4-0. You are so dominating against a team that has been doing well in Search and Destroy, but DG just doesn't know how to respond. This is the ALMGHTY that everyone has been waiting for, and the Giant has awoken.
You know, a few people were asking me when they saw, you know, the Singapore Championship that we shoutcasted. The highlight video at the start of the stream. So one guy dropped me a message. He's like, "Hey man, Mustache, you know, you were really hyped up during the matchup for ALMGHTY, and you know, just covering the whole of the Singapore Championship. You know, you were screaming out, they are the gods of Call of Duty Mobile. Why do you think so? Are they really that good?" You know, and I told him, you know, he can potentially see what they are capable of doing at the regional qualifiers. And when I actually said that to him, I did not expect this. I expected ALMGHTY to do well, but I did not expect this sort of an ALMGHTY who's absolutely crushing it out there. 4-0 against Dunia Games, giving away scrap points. Irfan J, Shut Up, turning over the numbers when Dunia Games had it initially. Ihan now equalizing. It's a 1-1. Shut Up should be able to hit this snipe and goes in for those quick scopes. Gets that hit marker off of him. Ihan will be able to respond, but plays the time 6 more seconds in here. And Shut Up with the IQ plays. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, ALMGHTY! What a play.
ALMGHTY. Sir, dudes, you are just absolutely cracked out of your minds. And DG should have won that. Heaven went down. They had the man advantage, or not only that, maybe just even. But if you leave Shut Up all alone, he is known for legendary plays in Call of Duty. Not only here in our region, but he is known worldwide to just pull a lot of things. But here you go. Heaven goes down. Finally, Zen finds his rhythm. But again, with ALMGHTY, when they're a man down, best believe they can still win the round.
Yep, that nade's not going to do much in here except get him the checker. Oh, Zen doesn't even get the check in there. Incendio should be able to respond well. On for a quick 12 of the nade. Incendio! Run, boy, run! Zen gets out of there in the nick of time. Does not get taken down. 4 versus 4 still in here. And you know, Beef, here's another thing about the Singaporeans, right? Singapore, a country so tiny. They do not send in the numbers. Shut Up take sounds easy. I mean, I'm not even surprised by the numbers in here anymore, the shots. But they produce so little in terms of numbers. but the quality of those little numbers that pops out of Singapore, absolutely crazy. Incendio shut down by Zen, but immediately traded out by Adapt. Are we going to see Almighty back this 6-0 Dunia Games in the grand finals of the regional qualifiers for Garena? Ihan should be able to find this on Irfan J, but even the quick scope fails. Irfan J going through for that shutdown, and now Adapt does not manage to pull it off against Venom. Irfan J one-on-one. Seconds more in here. Dunia Games does not get it as Irfan J gets the clutch. 6-0. The gods of Call of Duty Mobile from Singapore. The Lion City representing Almighty. My lord.
This is what we keep saying. Almighty, even though they were at a man disadvantage, will always perform because they stop and think about what to do next. They don't go into aggressive pushes and go into gunfights they know they will lose. Irfan J, not only that, in the individual gunfights that we saw in the likes of Irfan J just to win that 1v1 clutch, that is just... There are no words. You see, look at Jeff. Jeff is supposed to be that #1 player for them, and he has 0 kills. Crazy.
I feel bad for the players of Dunia Games. The 90s playing at a level where no other team has reached before in Call of Duty Mobile within Garena. That is for sure. But Dunia Games, along with the side of WDC.Freeslot, they're not playing at their best. Even Blacklist International.Ultimate, as they went on out there, you know, there were a few moments where they stumbled, but they found those steps back. Will Dunia Games be able to find some of their strides? Because it seems to be set up like a almighty domination in the Garena Regional Qualifiers. Now, I ask the question again. Do you think it is possible, a 3-0 at the finals of the Garena Regional Qualifiers?
You know what, AJ? I want to say no. I want to say that Dunia Games can take that loss and turn it into something great, into standoff domination, because they cannot go they can't go out of this competition 3-0 being served to them, because they're very talented guys, but it's just really down to the individual skills, the plays that they kind of lacked in that search and destroy. So no, I don't want Almighty to win a 3-0. I want Dunia Games to really just suck it up, win domination, because I know they can.
I think I know they can as well, right? Because when we talk about standoff domination, we have seen them take that matchup against M42. And we have also seen them jump on into that same type of matchup against Blacklist International. They won that. Standoff domination against AFN, they won that. In every single way, Dunia Games is pegged to win this matchup based on those historical data. But Almighty, they have been super solid all the way through in here. A flag capture is complete. Zen with that takedown will be setting up that B flag. What a double for himself as he prowls on through. 1 shot, 1 kill.
And there you go. Very great start from DG already. Getting a hold of Statue. That's going to be very important for them. You can see here, sprawled out. We've seen as far as all of these players really just go in there, but then Heaven already with the response, getting that power position, but doesn't get traded out by ZZ. So a lot of these players are just playing for that power position, knowing very well if they clutch out the players here, then they can go and take Bravo down.
Yeah, playing solid by the side of, being played solid by the side of Dunia Games, but they're just focusing in here on the guerrilla-based setup, which I'm not super comfortable with, Beef. I want them to go in and flip the spawns over at the Special Forces base, but if they're not going to be able to do that, I'm afraid Almighty will be running away with this. They're playing the better side in here and bring on so much of pressure from the side of the Granny's house, and now taking that backstep over at Bakery as well. Thankfully, Venom, Jet Sky gets that done. Irfan J, no play's gonna come through from him as well.
Big 1v1 for Jeskai, and he's able to get Bravo all to himself. Tries to go for Alpha, but then gets shut down by Incendio, and one more person tries to make a difference here. Jeff really wants to go in for that revenge from that very terrible game in S&D, but then he doesn't quite get it. But this is the one thing that we'd really like to see. They're heavily stacking the power point that we have here. It's going to be Statue, and they've already been winning their gunfights. A very great start from DG Esports, and really a great start to maybe even make a comeback at the very least.
Yeah, Statue's a solid place to play, but it's just a little bit too much in the open. I still want to see one of those players from the side of DG on the second floor of Bakery, because if they don't jump on there right now, taking it over from their dead hands is going to be way too easy for the side of ALMGHTY. And now ALMGHTY clearing out those power positions. First Heaven with this stellar place, but unfortunately for him, Zen will be able to turn around and respond. Junior Games trying to run away with this with that B and C flag capture. ALMGHTY only have that A, 30-47, not too far away in terms of turning this around.
Look at that. Triple cap is in order. DG is angry.
Solid.
They want to go and win this, and they are not going to go down without style. And here we go. Finally, a very long triple cap, but only one person can actually go in there for the defense. And very quickly that they got that, but it does make a lot of damage. Two players already, Adapt and Heaven, going in there for that A flag. But then you can see Bravo already being heavily defended by all of the players of DG.
Oh, I like seeing this coming out through ALMGHTY, but Junior Games pull. Oh, what a prevention by Incendio. Going in for that flank towards that B flag, but manages to make a save for his home flag as well. Taking down two players on the way there. And now the play needs to be made by the side of Adapt as well. Zen coming through as usual with his one shot, one kill. But this time round, it doesn't work against Irfan J. 75-39. Junior Games Esports finally wakes up. The Garuda finally wakes up. But can they now finish this off and send us into game number 4, Beef? Heated moment in here. Let's wish them all the best.
Well, take a look at that. And now, not only did they dominate on the weaker side, they are going to dominate probably on Alpha, but unless it's a point where, yeah, the weaker side is going to get you there. You can see here, 3 players already stacked up on the red missile with the denial, but it wasn't enough to go and capture Bravo. That is chef's kiss. That is how you use a Predator missile.
Oh, perfection from the side of Junior Games Esports. And now the Dragonfire coming out so early on will be able to give them all of that information they crucially need, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from the get-go. Junior Games looking to dominate this matchup in the second half. And now Hunter Killer Drone being sent out as well, should be able to find Shut Up as he makes his way through. Unfortunately, it gets taken out half the way there. ALMGHTY 49-91. And now Junior Games, they might be able to run away with this. The sentry setup is a little awkward towards the corner of Granny's, but let's hope that helps them.
Yeah, and they all need the help that they can. Much points already, you can see trickling right between here. I think a triple cap needs to ensue for ALMGHTY right now if they really want to win this domination round. And I'm so happy to see that DG finally got their rhythm back together. And they can't even come close. It's all just DG all across the board. But Heaven with the Sparrow might actually go and make a difference. Tries to go in there and doesn't quite get a lot of these kills. And JetSky just eliminates him.
Oh, yep. And it's just going to be an absolute domination from the side of Junior Games in this domination. No pun intended. 1-1-3-6. Games trying to run away with this, but then a play from the side of Incendio and his friends. They managed to pull away that B flag. But is that going to be enough time? They need to find a way to triple cap this matchup as well. All Junior Games, they should be able to finish it off. Jeff finally brings in the Sparrow, and with all of that firepower, Junior Games should now be able to finish this off. The guy's quite streaked up as well with the B flag out of their hands. With just that 1 point lead, can they end this?
They need to get a triple cap to be able to win this. ALMGHTY needs to do that. You can see here, finally heavily stacking Alpha. You know what? Irfan J needs to stay low and wait for his teammates before they can go in for the push. Only one person needs to be here, Charlie, and so far, that's what they're doing.
Oh.
Absolutely crazy, but there he goes, Easy with a big kill, gets rid of Adapt, and just absolutely denies that triple cap.
Oh, smart plays coming through. And now let's see if we're not Junior Games will be able to hold on to this. 129 in here so far. And a 2-man push coming forth into that A flag. But even if they manage to get that, the C flag is going to be sacrificed. The play is not going to come through. Junior Games have won this matchup. And this is that stellar comeback that was desperately needed from their end. Yes, ALMGHTY, they do go ahead and bag that A flag. But they need to get a triple to stop Junior Games because they've just run away a little bit too far now, Beef.
10 more points left here for Junior Games to finally bag this domination. It seems like they can't go and touch that Charlie flag because of how heavily defended it is. 140 though, it's just stopping just a little bit. if it is possible, they need to get rid of all the 3 players that are on here. Finally, a big gunfight winning by Shut Up, but then with IrfanJay going down, that may not be possible already. 143, 144, it's slowly going into the favor of DG. Here we
this
go.
is the triple cap to stop Dunia Games. But now, with that spawn that is going to be flipped, Dunia Games driving, pulling back that C flag way too far for the side of Almighty to win this match. Incendio! Dropping in the Pred missile. But now, is it going to be enough time? IrfanJay getting it done all on his own. That backup's going to be coming through as well. A double man push. But at that very final second, Dunia Games manages to finish it off 150 to 124. The boys survive.
That Pred missile just came in half a second late. IrfanJay almost had it in the bag and really just slowly, just half a second into capping Charlie could have meant the difference of winning this 3-0. But I'm so happy that Dunia Games finally won this round, and we are bringing things into another hardpoint game.
Yeah,
game number 4 for Almighty.
I believe Dunia Games can make a comeback in here and can force the 5th match. But I don't care who wins the 5th one, because either way, I'm a happy man. Almighty Incendio, crazy plays coming out from this guy. Heaven not the MVP this time around, as Jeff manages to find his crosshairs once again and dominate the matchup out there. 150 to 124. This was a hard-fought matchup that almost was lost at those final moments.
Almost just slowly going in there, but with Dunia Games just doing such a great job at both halves of the game, it would have been really impossible for Almighty to really just keep those points trickling down. So here we go. We're finally here. Crossfire hardpoint. Now, this is probably the worst thing for you for Dunia Games, right? Yeah. You are at the playground of Almighty during hardpoint, where they absolutely perform.
Yep.
If they can get Crossfire, then firing Ray Church and Destroy seems a little bit bright for them to actually go and win this. But Crossfire Almighty, I don't want to go near that. If I see that in a lobby, I will quit.
Yeah, Crossfire, I think Almighty's got this in the hand, in the bag already, right? I don't even know what I'm saying, but overall, what I'm trying to say is Dunia Games are going to have a tough time trying to win this hardpoint matchup. I mean, quite similar to the one that they took at Summit. The points may be close. They may be picking up stuff in here, but it's going to go down to the gunfights. It's going to go down to those... I mean, even if it goes down to the spawn management, we saw exactly what Almighty did to Dunia Games. They were winning those spawns, and it just didn't matter. Mechanical supremacy all the way through in that first matchup.
That was just so good, and I'm so glad Dunia Games really stepped it up. And they started at the weaker side of the map, which is going to be Charlie. They absolutely dominated. They didn't even need to flip the spawns. So at the later half, they already had the better side into their name already. But speaking of a map that has been very infamous in the Call of Duty C, not only in mobile, but also in Call of Duty in general, Crossfire hardpoint is going to ensue, and the fight for P1 here in 2F Central Building is ensuing.
Well, it's going to be Almighty just jumping on in there. They don't have the opportunity to sneak into Butch's first, because it is not the Guerrilla base that they want. They have to start from the Special Forces base. And Dunia Games Esports, surprisingly, not playing the power position, straight jumps on into that hard point. And that's the main reason why they'll lose it so fast. No control over middle lane at all, allowing the Singaporeans to stroll on in and fight them for this hard point. So straightforward of a matchup. They're going to definitely struggle. Shut Up now, winning his fight. Needs to go and get the other one as well. Jetsky sneaks on in, but Shut Up with the Punisher either way. 20-8. And now finally Dunia Games playing the power position, but they don't seem to be fixated on it. They want to go in here for the spawn cap and focus on the second point as well.
Very smart, and it's always Almighty with the early rotations. And P2, you see IrfanJay already setting up the 25 seconds into it, and IrfanJay getting so many kills that's going through him. Everyone's just lining up for him to kill. And P2 is going to be very hard to go and infiltrate. And best believe Almighty will get a hold of that for probably the whole time.
Yeah, smart plays coming in for Dunia Games. They with Special Forces base spawn, but now they need to trickle at least one player into the core building because the numbers that Almighty has on their side is overwhelming. Finally, we will see CZ step into the corner building. He needs to make a play for the side of Dunia Games. Irfan J stepping in to go in for the defense, and 37 seconds in here will be way too good. 3 players now trickling on in. Dunia Games should be able to win this back. ALMGHTY leading the charge. Heaven, it will be Irfan J with the smart play.
Look at that, the spawns aren't in the favor of BG as they spawn right all the way at the very top of the map, and you can see a very early rotation coming in from Shut Up, and he's just gonna go in there for the gatekeeping, and 2 players already from Almighty tries to go into the Butchers, and he's getting a lot of those kills, and just like that, again, early rotations are key for Almighty, and that's the reason why they're up so many points, and they're very keen on ending it here in game number 4.
And that's the reason why Dunia Games should have banned out Crossfire. But you know, it is pretty much the same thing. Hackney Yard would have been equally as punishing. 70-25 now. Almighty getting to that 75-point mark, but they don't get a breather. Neither does Dunia Games. We continue on to that 150. Shut Up, pulling out that Sparrow, should be able to shut down Jeff, and he does exactly that as they continue to prowl on with these points. Shut Up now. He will not be bringing any of the other score streaks out. It's way too dominant of a lead for Almighty to be wasting it here. They need to see exactly what Dunia Games has for them, and if there's no questions, keep it for the next one.
Dunia Games can't even touch this hard point, and all they need to do is go and rotate very early enough to go into the next, because that is going to be the money hill here, and it's going to be very hard to defend. But with Almighty going in there and having to win all of your gunfights, it's very hard for Dunia Games to keep a hold of you. Or you see 1 player already, that's going to be absolutely crazy. Adapt with the big kills, and there you go. Even though you go in there for the early rotation, it doesn't really matter because Almighty will always be 2 steps ahead of you.
Actually, they were 2 steps back, and they were late to the party, but they just won it with supreme gunfights. Crazy stuff with the Sparrow, and now it's going to be ZZ from the back lines, winning all of these gunfights, shutting down the approach at Pawn Shop, and Taylor Shop is taken over by Dunia Games. You said it, Beef. This is that money hill, and now Dunia Games, they need to cash this in. All 40 seconds, or else Almighty, they will be running away with this. But I love the play made by ZZ. He backs away in towards the corner of Taylor Shop, shutting down the place from the Pawn Shop. And now the backstab being brought in as well. Dunia Games has 100% all of the points in here.
Yeah, but then Almighty was actually able to go in there for the contest, just denying the points. If they can't get it, then we're going to prevent you from getting points as well. At the same time, you're going to be seeing that early into P5.
Oh
Not only that, they have a Goliath and a sentry gun to back it up. So they want to just win everything here. 125 and 78 with that solid defense is still very possible, but you need to win those gunfights. You need to win everything else here. But with the Golly right there on that corner, that's going to be very difficult for you and go, and it's going to be very hard for them to go inside.
Yeah, this is a GG. You've got a Sparrow, you've got a Sentry, you've got an XS1 Goliath, you've got Almighty on the hard point, boys. And I don't think this is a winnable matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's just start the announcement off in here, because Dunia Games ain't gonna be able to break this hill. Almighty, the Lion City representing Supreme Brand, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile, your champions of Garena Regional Qualifiers, and those who will represent us at the World Championship.
We already knew it before going in here. Almighty has been an absolute presence in the scene. Garena, this is your representatives in the World Championships. Everyone is looking at you. The final slot to actually go in there for Worlds, and they just served every single match that they actually go and played. And there you go, the reactions that we've been waiting for, the relief on their faces, we're going to be seeing momentarily.
Absolutely crazy stuff in here today. And Almighty, they get their victory in such stunning fashion. Dunia Games not able to do much, and we did see them take on WDC and 3-0. The what can be considered the kings of Thailand. This is absolute crazy stuff from the Singaporeans, and they've managed to prove themselves. Once again, I have to say, beating all odds. They do not show the numbers from the country sending those players in for competitions like this. But it's not about the numbers. It's always about the quality beef. And ALMGHTY is all about that supreme quality.
And there you go. You can see from their faces the moment that they've been waiting for about 2 years. And it's not even excitement, it's relief.
Yeah.
It's the relief that you can see here. All the hours of playing and of just trying to balance work, and it's really just everything, because 2 years we've waited for this moment. These boys have waited and played and stayed together as a team all throughout these years. 20 for Shut Up, and even though he's been struggling for the past few games, not really being that MVP as we usually see, he just pulls through at the right time. ZZ, on the other hand, has been a really great member of his team as well. DG gave a really good fight.
Oh, that's definitely an understatement, because stellar performance out of all of the players from the side of Dunia Games. But unfortunately for them, they had to go up against a supreme side of ALMGHTY, who were just so good with each and every single one of their matches. And it was all boiling down to those mechanical plays at the end of the day. I mean, when we opened up that match, between these two on that hardpoint first game, it was just all-out domination on Summit, right? ALMGHTY, they were just running from hill to hill, picking up points, getting those kills, stopping Dunia Games in their tracks, and then later on, leaving the scraps for Dunia Games to pick up on. And that's perhaps one of the times where I had the, first thought, oh my lord, are they actually gonna bag it in a supreme fashion? I did not expect it to be this short-lived for the side of Dunia Games because of their past supreme presence in this competition. Before was all they could provide us. 150, 120, 6, and freaking serving up the donut for the search and destroy, and finishing it off with 150 to 78. Crossfire dominated at hardpoint. This was the side of ALMGHTY that I have never ever seen before me.
They put it all out. All of the plays that they've been hiding, or whatever they've been trying to keep for the past few weeks that they've been playing here, they pull it all out in this final matchup. And you can see it here. 0-6 in raid against DG, 78 and 150 in Crossfire, but we already knew it was kind of a done deal once we knew that everything was going to end up into Crossfire. If they had won either Hardpoint or Search and Destroy, then maybe they could have won that. And without a doubt, ALMGHTY would have won Crossfire. That's already like a sure done deal, but it's just not enough for Dunia Games to win one more map, and unfortunately domination was just not enough.
Yeah, it was just definitely not enough, right? I mean, all throughout the group stages, ALMGHTY, they went on a train to drop just one match in each and every single one of their series, intended or not, that made them look good but not great. And then they make it through to the playoffs, and they show us a little bit of what greatness looks like out of Singapore. These guys have been absolutely phenomenal all throughout the night. I mean, this game at Summit was definitely the eye-opener for not just me, but the whole of God community as to exactly what ALMGHTY will be able to dish out at the world stage.
One thing that was also very surprising to me, apart from obviously their very amazing hardpoint matches, because they have a 100% win rate out of all of the games, and there have been plenty so far in this competition, it was their Search and Destroy that really shocked me. It was a different ALMGHTY all throughout the whole thing. All 6 rounds they had different plays, and even though they were down one person and we saw opening picks from DG, it just didn't matter. They were playing prime, and this is pro esports teams right at their prime, ready to just capture everything for their name. So I'm so proud of ALMGHTY to actually go in there and become the team that they are today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know. And of course, 147 to 120, we all know exactly how that matchup ended. In the Search and Destroy, on the other hand, it was going back and forth, but ALMGHTY, back and forth in terms of the trades, let me correct myself, but in terms of the points and those rounds, I did not expect a donut here.
They just had a response for every play that DG had. They had a counter play for everyone. If they were down one person, they just stepped back a little bit, let DG overstep and make a mistake, and they just took advantage of that every single round. It's every single one of the players in Almighty. It's not just Heaven. No, it's Efren J, it's Adept, it's a Shadup, it's Incendio. They all made important plays here. They got that Incendio with that double kill just to end round number 3, going into the 4th. And that's just absolutely crazy. And there you go. This is like the 1v1s that we would like DG to win. Ihan definitely was a really important player, but sadly, Almighty was just too much for them. But we're going into Domination where it was like completely different story. DG showed it up. They wanted to say, you know what, you're not gonna 3 us now. Maybe we can even reverse sweep you, but I'm so glad to have Almighty drop a map.
Well, they did drop the map, and you know, not in a super duper bad fashion, I would have to say. They did put up a great fight, but Dunia Games, they were super hungry in this matchup, right? Those rotations were guided quite well, and they played a weaker position first, and then later on towards the second half, they actually went back in and started capping that A flag all over again. And that it was just quite a shocker to me. Almighty, on the other hand, they just could not turn things around. They were just continuously stuck at that C flag. And you know, when we went back and saw the side of Almighty just go in for those stellar plays, that final moment triple by Incendio and his spread, like you said, Beef, if it had been a quarter of a second, you know, a little bit early there, they might have been able to grab that.
Yeah, I mean, it was like half a second left that they needed to cap that and stop that push, but it doesn't really matter because the type of gameplay that they showed here in Crossfire is the reason why people would ban Crossfire if they're going up against Almighty. You have to pick either Hackneyard or Crossfire. I feel like Hackneyard, you would still have a little bit of a choice because of how close by everything is. So I think it was the mistake for DG to ban Hackneyard instead of Crossfire. See here, it can snowball just so easily, and Almighty just did not give DG a chance.
Yeah, but I have a feeling like, you know, because Hackneyard has been pretty much a permanent ban for the side of DG for the whole of the competition. And the one thing that I usually look out for is whether they're going in here banning against the strengths of their opponents or their own weakness. And it pretty much just seems like Dunia Games just does not want to play at Hackneyard, and they did not allow anyone to, you know, ask them those strong questions, and they sure as hell weren't ready to allow Almighty to ask those questions at Hackneyard. But, you know, the Singaporean side is showing it doesn't matter where we take this fight, regardless of when we take this fight as well, we should be able to bag it and take it all the way through. The regional qualifiers ends with such a stellar performance from Almighty after we have seen all of the other teams in here get everything done. And the one man so well deserving of this title, the soldier of the game, the one and only Incendio. But he is insane with all those
insane. I mean, that's always going to be that inside joke when it comes to Incendio because of how good he is. Absolutely insane player, really good leader for his team to really just make a lot of those shot calling. And you can see here, look at the brackets that we finally saw and how everything just boiled down from our quarterfinals to semifinals and eventually the grand finals where Almighty just bagged everything, took everything from them. Just take a look at the score of Almighty. 3-0 from M42. You can see 3-0 from WDC and 3-1 in grand finals. DG was the only team to get one off of Almighty. They're just that insane.
Absolutely. And that just puts Almighty on a whole new level now as the rest of the world sneaks a peek at to exactly what Garena will be bringing on in terms of a challenge. And it seems like we will be represented quite well by these boys. So relentless, and now they've literally booked their flight tickets over. Let's see exactly what they will be able to get done at the world stage.
And another team that has absolutely blew my mind, Blacklist International. If we had like a team of the day, it would definitely be that. I mean, apart from Almighty winning that, it's Blacklist International Ultimate to get rid of Sharper, to get a 3-0 against WDC is just so impressive to me. I have so much high hopes for this team, and I hope they stay together, even with their old roster or their new roster. They're just so solid that I think they are World Championship material if they do stay together for the next year. And yeah, this is why I love this game so much, because we get to see the growth of not only everyone here in the community, but the players as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Seeing these players grow from competition after competition. And you know, it just delights me to see the almighty, the growth that they've had from day number 1 all the way till here. I cannot say that I'm extremely proud of them. It was not my effort, but I'm extremely happy to see what they have achieved for themselves after 2 years of non-stop grinding in this game, and they've managed to bag it. They now move on to the world stage. Beef, any final words before we close off the show?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone's been waiting for it, but then the final code is going to be right below us because we did hit the sweet spot. Take a look at that. I'm not gonna read it like with how Jericho read it yesterday, because I just don't read that fast. You know, I'm wearing my glasses, so you guys already know it. Just take a screenshot. We're gonna take a screenshot because we're definitely gonna try to get that. For me, I mean, I'm not in Southeast Asia, so I definitely can't get it. But you know what, Mustachio, please get that very beautiful skin for me.
Why are you taking a dig at the guy, man? He did everybody else a favor. I mean, some people, they like you, Beef. They like me as well. They can't really see that clearly, and they need help.
I'll try it. You know what? I'll try it out. BVNDZCZSVR. It took a while, but there you go. You can hear my dogs in the background.
Can you let me know?
Hurrying it up.
What's your dog's name?
Arya, you heard me shout it a while ago, so she's angry. She's like, you know what? Yes, go Singapore.
She's so cute. Arya, those are very, very cute little growls, but you have to be patient, okay? Mommy Beef will be done in a bit. I think she's like, hey, it's so early in the morning. You didn't let me sleep all night. What the hell are you doing on the internet?
That's actually very accurate. As you guys have seen, I started this broadcast with a very dark room, but now it's bright as day. All the way here in sunny California with my dog barking at me, just telling me to end the show already.
Goodness me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been a tremendous opportunity in here to jump in and carry the show and, you know, just absolutely dominate the world out there for all of the rest of the world to see. In terms of these players, these Garena players, they've gone out there and they've given it their all. But at the end of the day, Beef, only one manages to still stand on in here and wave that flag over at that world stage. Almighty, what will they be able to get done there? Can they carry Garena all the way through? We have to find out. This is Beef Mommy and the Mustachio signing off from the Garena Regional Qualifiers. You guys take care. Good night and goodbye.